supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Right there with you. Visit your New England Chevy dealers.
Coleman!
It's electric!
Need an electrician? Call Coleman Electric. I know you think you already have one, but what you really have is an electrician's phone number. You call, get voicemail, and pray like the dickens he calls you back.
Hi, Larry Electric. Call you back tomorrow, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, electricians love their job, but they hate answering the phone. So Coleman Electric came up with this idea. Coleman would have a ton of experienced electricians on staff and then hire a bunch of other folks to answer the phone. I mean, it's stinking brilliant. It's
electric.
Yeah, it's Coleman Electric. From Boston to Bow, New Hampshire, south to Sandwich, west to Worcester, when you need an electrician at your house, call Coleman Electric and schedule service with a live human being. Disclaimer, don't call at 3 a.m. because our humans do sleep. But Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, you call and we'll be at your place in the flick of a switch. And if the switch is broken, they'll be there quicker. Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. Electricians who answer the phone. I mean, it's brilliant.
It's electric!
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-4-KIDS.
Fourth quarter, no time to waste. Valvoline Instant Oil Change knows that every drive is important. Their drive-through stay-in-your-car oil change gets it done in 15 minutes, no appointment ever needed. Go to newenglandoilchange.com to find a location near you and save 15% off your visit. Valvoline Instant Oil Change, every drive counts.
The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5 The Sports Hub. Sports Hub headlines presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots on the road for the AFC Championship today in Denver. Drake May versus Jarrett Stidham, the quarterback matchup. And May gets a weapon back. Wideout Mac Hollins activated off injured reserve Saturday and expected to play. Rookie defensive tackle, Eric Gregory placed on IR to open up the roster spot. New England without linebacker Harold Landry today. Running back Dearness Johnson and defensive tackle Leonard Taylor elevated from the practice squad for today's game. For Denver, quarterback Bo Nix placed on IR Saturday. Running back J.K. Dobbins also out. Starting center Luke Wattenberg activated from injured reserve Saturday. Pats and Broncos, Bob Sosey, Scott Zolak have the call across the Patriots Radio Network. Kickoff just after 3. The winner of this game plays the winner of tonight's NFC Championship game, Rams at Seahawks. Seattle without running back Zach Charbonnet, who tore his ACL in last week's win over the 49ers. Sam Darnold will start at quarterback for the Seahawks despite an oblique injury that forced him to split reps with backup Drew Lock this week. Super Bowl 60, 2 weeks from today in Santa Clara. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit newenglandoilchange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm Jim Louth. Your next update in 1 hour.
This is Patriots Preview, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
Snap clock at 2. Blitz on the way. Bo's got to get this ball up. He does. To the corner of the end zone. Pass caught. Perfectly thrown pass. Cortland Sutton. Touchdown, Denver. He beat Jordan Lewis. Touchdown pass of 15 yards.
Player to contain today for the Broncos, wide receiver Cortland Sutton. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're here with you this afternoon from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham, leading into this afternoon's AFC Championship game between the New England Patriots and the Broncos in Denver. The player to contain today, like I said, Cortland Sutton. It's brought to you by Eagle Leasing, the Northeast leader in mobile storage and office equipment. Call 1-800-GET-EAGLE or visit eagleleasing.com. You see them everywhere. Eagle Leasing. Joining us to talk about the player to contain today, it's Paul Perillo of Patriots.com. Hello, Paul.
Hello, James. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Paul. So would you agree with that assessment? Because, yes, he might be he's the household name wide receiver on that Broncos team. But, he really didn't show up in the divisional game against Buffalo last week until, correct me if I'm wrong, the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he was big for them late, but he was quiet throughout the day. I do think he's their best receiver, and certainly the size, and the skill set would be the concern there, because he's a guy that, can go up and high point the ball. But I do think that kind of style is kind of conducive to the way that Christian Gonzalez and Carlton Davis both play. I think they want to use a physical style and want to compete for those kinds of contested catches as well. So, if somehow he were matched up on Marcus Jones, obviously that would be an issue, the size problem. But I think it's mitigated a little bit by Gonzo and Davis. So I do think Sutton's a good player, but I agree with you, Jim. He was pretty quiet for large stretches last week.
But what about the rest of that group? Am I underrating them? Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, who had that nice touchdown catch late for them.
Pat Bryant is another guy.
Yeah, Lil Jordan Humphrey. I'm not impressed by those tight ends. Evan Ingram, I never really liked him with the Giants, and Adam Troutman. But I don't know. Am I wrong with that assessment?
So I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but I would kind of compare him a little bit to the Patriots receiving core, counting the tight ends, whereas there's not really, there's Sutton and there's Diggs, and then there's a lot of just, good, solid players that any given day could be the guy. The big difference to me is Drake May has the ability to get the ball to those guys, and who knows what you're going to get out of Jarrett Stidham when it comes to getting the ball to those different receivers. But, I don't think there's anything wrong with that receiving core in general. In Denver, I don't think it's a bad group. I don't think there's any real standouts. But, what are you realistically going to expect from a guy who hasn't played really in 7 years? 4 starts in 7 years. I just have a lot more faith that Drake May can spread the ball around to those guys than I do with Stidham.
For both quarterbacks, something that can help in both of the systems that these teams run, they like play action. But play action tends to work better when you're able to run the ball. I think it could be tough sledding for both of these teams. Today, you look at the Broncos overall during the regular season, they were second in the league in yards per rush allowed at 3.87. And we know what the Patriots' run defense has been like. But last week, the Bills were really able to run the ball with James Cook. Do you think the Patriots have a chance to be able to run it with a red-hot Ramondre Stevenson?
Yeah, I think that they'll try, Chris. I think they'll look to establish that a little bit and stay out of those obvious passing situations, which plays into the hands of the best part of the Broncos defense, which is obviously the pass rush with Nick Bonino and those guys. So I think they'll try to run the ball. I don't think they're as productive a ground game as Buffalo is. I think Buffalo is still number 1 in the league running the football. So not just anybody can run the ball the way James Cook did last week against the Broncos, but I'd be surprised if Josh McDaniels didn't try to lean on that a little bit to try to keep Drake May out of harm's way, especially early. Let him get his feet wet and sort of avoid, that the crowd's going to be amped up early. That's going to be an advantage on a third down situation. The crowd gets, all jacked up early on, and then they're starting to jump the snap count and whatnot. And I think that's a bad situation for May. So I think that's a big part of the game. Can Stevenson sort of continue to replicate what he's been doing, say, for the last, 4 to 6 weeks? He's been as productive as anybody on that offense.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And what could also help the run game, and something we haven't talked a ton about, and Jim Louth just hit on it in the update, Mac Hollins coming off IR and being activated. How big of an addition is that for the Patriots to get him back for this game?
Yeah, and it's weird that we're talking about it, but for the run game, I think it'd be a huge lift for them. I think Efton Chisholm, obviously, gives you the effort that you're looking for. And he was kind of filling that role as the blocking receiver. Well, Mac Hollins is really kind of a tight end, and sort of masquerading as a wide receiver. He gives them a lot in terms of blocking and versatility. I think Josh loves having him back as a piece that he can use in a number of different ways. I think it's a big addition to the offense that is actually, frankly, has struggled in the playoffs at times. And I think having him back, is a big boost for them.
Yeah, I typically don't get into the whole dress-up thing he does walking into the stadium, but I will say, did you see the get-up he did today playing Luther from the Warriors, the bad guy from the Warriors, clicking the bottles together?
I did not see that.
It's kind of great.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. It's not that stuff. I always say, it's okay. I don't dislike it. I just assume it's not really for me.
Yeah.
The 57-year-old get off my lawn guy. It's not really my thing. But I get that he has some fun with it, and probably has some endorsements and whatnot that go along with those things. And as long as he continues to be productive on the field, and I think he has been a really, really underrated part of that offense all year, as a receiver, as a blocker, as a versatile piece that McDaniels moves around. That's been a really, really good. It's just another in a long line of really quality free agent acquisitions that they've had.
Paul, do you think with Jarrett Stidham, we'll see early, what he might be in this game? If he completes 5 of his first 6 passes and he looks a little bit comfortable, I think we might get a game. But if he's a little rattled early, to me, I think this could get out of hand for Denver.
That's how I feel. If he gets off to a slow start, I have a hard time envisioning him settling down and turning it around as the game goes on. I think it's only going to get harder for him to do that. We'll see how he starts off. I do have a lot of respect for Sean Payton and figuring out some ways to get him comfortable early on. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a modicum of success early in the game, but how long can he sustain that? We've talked a lot about the scripts, right? The game scripts that some of these teams have brought in. Haven't really heard as much about that lately, but for, the first 2/3 or so of the season, that was a huge issue for the Patriots defense. Is the other team really had it going early on. So I wouldn't be surprised if Denver had some success on its opening drive or two, but how long can they sustain it once they get through that script of plays?
I want to talk about another guy in an injury situation, a guy the Patriots aren't going to have today, and that's Harold Landry. He's out with the knee. The Patriots don't have a ton of depth on the edge. We know Anthony Jennings is a game captain for this game. Mike Vrabel announced that. They've liked the rookie, Elijah Ponder. Do you think maybe, given their strength on the interior defensive line, that maybe they bump out Milton Williams and we see some of him out there on the edge? How do they handle that without Landry, who I think is a pretty key guy for this defense?
Yeah, I hadn't given that much thought, Chris, about Williams, and that would be an interesting wrinkle that they could throw.
They've done it. They did it earlier in the year.
Yeah, I was going to say I wouldn't be stunned by it because they have done it a little bit. Landry really has not been part of the – I think he only played about 10 plays the last game against Houston. So since that New Orleans game, he hasn't been the same player. So they've kind of been without him. Not necessarily completely without him like they will be today, but they haven't really had him be a big part of the equation for a while. I do think Anthony Jennings has given him a lift. I think he's been really physical in the run game. I think that's been part of their resurgence here. Since Milton Williams has come back, everybody has pointed to that, but I think Jennings has been part of that physicality up front too. And he's getting after the passer a little bit here and there too. So, if Harold Landry were 100%, then obviously I would say that's a huge loss. But I don't think he's been that for a while. So this, to me, was kind of where this was trending. And I have some faith in Jennings. I think he's played well, and I think that's why Mike Vrabel has him as one of the game captains today.
Yeah, fair point. I would just say against a very good Broncos offensive line that tied for the fewest sacks allowed. And, Landry's one of their better pass rushers.
He is.
You only played 11 snaps, as you pointed out. I just feel like there's a drop-off there in terms of pressure, and they are going to want to and need to get some pressure on Stidham. But your point's well taken that Landry hasn't been Landry for a little while now.
Yeah, and Chris, what we're keeping an eye on is just how aggressive Zach Core has been, especially in these 2 playoff games with all the blitzing. And you just mentioned the offensive line for Denver, and I don't know if maybe I'm guilty of giving that group a little bit too much respect, but I wonder if that's a dangerous game that you're playing if you're going to try to heat up an offensive line that's, let's face it, a lot more equipped to handle than the last 2 teams that you've played. Now you're sort of opening yourself up to some, openings in coverage. So I wonder how Core and Vrabel will handle that today. Do they blitz as often as they have, or do they just go with more coverage, knowing that the protection is probably going to be a lot more solid than it's been with Houston and in the Chargers, and you have to adjust accordingly.
And this is not a question, just me addressing both you guys. So I'd say, Jim, Paul, if I'm Zach Core, what I do is I give a lot of blitz looks we've given
and then
drop out. I'm trying to confuse Stidham and get him to give us one, because I don't know how often you're going to be able to get home against this offensive line. And Peyton knows you're probably going to blitz too, so the ball's going to come out quickly. We had somebody, Scotty Gange from News 9 in Denver, on Gasper and Murray yesterday, and he talked about how the Broncos are kind of known as a dink and dunk team. So they're going to have outlets and hot routes for Stidham to go to. But if you can show pressure, confuse him, and drop out, you can probably force some mistakes.
Yeah, and that's what I think would be the key to the game. I know it's a lot. to put on a guy who hasn't really played. But, can Stidham handle those looks, and does he avoid the mistakes? And I'm pretty skeptical of it if you haven't been able to tell by now.
Yeah, Paul. All right. In closing, I think you're with me, if I recall what you said at the end of your spot on Wednesday with Felger and Maz. I mean, I know this place has been a house of horrors. They've never won there in the playoffs, but I got the Patriots big today, 30-13. How about you?
Yeah, something right around that line, 33-16. I think that you're going to get exactly what Chris talked about, some confusion from Stidham, and he's going to throw a couple to you.
All right, Paul. Enjoy the game, and, get packing. We're going to see you out in Santa Clara.
We will see you in Santa Clara, absolutely.
Paul Perillo, Patriots.com. Coming up forward, Patriots Center, David Andrews going to join Alex Barth to break down today's AFC Championship game between your New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos. That's all coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
This is Matthew Slater. Charles D. Sheehy isn't just a name, it's a promise. Across New England, CDS delivers the products, partnership, and reliability that keep projects on track and teams working with confidence. When it matters most, trust CDS to keep you moving. Learn more at cdsi.com.
Clinton Savings Bank is here to help power up your business. With our new partner services, you can process payments on any device, saving you time, and manage payroll with flexible, affordable options. Plus, with online banking, mobile deposit, ACH, and wire services, managing your business finances just got a whole lot easier. Enjoy no minimum balance requirement and no minimum deposit to open your business checking account. Visit clintonsavings.com to get started today. Member FDIC, member DIF.
Right now, during the Jeep Start Something New sales event, well-qualified current Jeep Grand Cherokee or Jeep Wrangler lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X 4x4 for $339 a month for 39 months with $2,319 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 24,375. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 2/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Playoff football means pizza, and there's no better game day tradition than Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitana. For over 100 years, Pepe's has served legendary New Haven style of eats, made with signature dough, fine ripened tomatoes, and fresh grated pecorino romano, all cooked in their famous coal-fired ovens. Feed the whole crew with their 18-inch large family-style cheese pizza, big enough for 4 for under $6.50 per person. Perfect for kickoff, halftime, or the final whistle. Order ahead or cater your watch party at pepespizzeria.com or visit them in Watertown, Chestnut Hill, Burlington, or Warwick, Rhode Island. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitana, the original New Haven of eats since 1925.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Busy Dog Basement Technologies is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Keno is on. You've grabbed that slip while you're posted up at your favorite spot. But how do you pick your numbers? Whether they're anniversaries, birthdays, favorite sports players, no matter how you pick your numbers, Keno's got the spot. The numbers pop, and you are in the game. You can play Keno anywhere when you follow along with the Mass Lottery app. Download it today. The Mass State Lottery. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Hi, I'm Jim Burns, sales manager from AAA Work Trucks, your local truck upfitter in Billerica. We all know your truck setup is critical to your success on the job, so choose AAA Work Trucks to upfit your vehicle. We sell and install virtually everything your commercial truck needs, from van shelving to ladder racks, lift gates, toolboxes, power inverters, and much more. Call 866-783-6222 and we'll come up with a solution that works best for you. Visit us at AAAWorkTrucks.com. That's AAAWorkTrucks.com.
What the is going on? Where's all this water coming from?
I think, and it's just a guess, it's coming from your roof.
Hottie?
Yeah, it's me, but listen, you've clearly got roof issues.
Oh, I got issues, all right. My my ex-brother-in-law, did my roof like 10 years ago. He must have it up.
Yeah, so call Beantown Home Improvement, 781-293-1417. They'll come out, give you a free estimate, and they'll take care of your roof the way it was supposed to be done.
Hey, thanks, Hottie.
Take my advice. Call Beantown Home Improvements now. They don't around. 781-293-1417 or go to beantownhi.com.
Whether you've been hurt on the job or are suffering from years of physical wear and tear, Catches Law is there for you. Visit catcheslaw.com or call today to schedule your free consultation. Catches Law says go Patriots.
Scrub-A-Dub's unlimited car wash plan lets you wash anytime for one low monthly price. Your car will always be Scrub-A-Dub clean.
Anytime's a good time to be Scrub-A-Dub clean.
Revolution. Play on the Sports Hub.
This is
A little bit of technical difficulties. When in doubt, we'll blame the snow. It's the snow. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper here with you this afternoon from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham, leading you into this afternoon's AFC Championship game between your New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos. And to get more on today's game, a pre-recorded spot with David Andrews, who normally joins us live each and every week. But if you've been paying attention to WBZ, local news, so we know that David Andrews is out in Denver. Shirts off, partying with the people last night at the big welcome party for Pats fans. So David sat down with our Alex Barth here at the Sports Hub to break down today's game. So take it away, Barth.
Thanks, Jim. Joined by David Andrews, and we'll start going back to last week in that game against the Texans. Boy, if there was ever a game that was survive in advance, that was it. But that's what the NFL playoffs is, right? It's all about survive in advance.
Yeah, that at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is winning the football game.
Right.
And look, if they go out and lose next week, you're not going to say they lost because of how they beat the Texans. You're going to criticize how they lost against the Broncos. So that's the biggest thing. I think for me, I guess, and you know, I go in with Zoe and Bertrand right after this, and Bertrand has said for the last few weeks, like, the defense can't win them games. And now, and I was
2 weeks in a row.
I was trying to argue with him, but like, I didn't have a great point. And, you know, I was doing the whole injuries and all of this, and that's why. And he's like, well, Drake May's going to win them games. Well, these last 2 weeks, your defense has won you games. And I think that's awesome to see. But in saying that, the offensive formula right now, especially in the sense of turnovers, it can't last. Like, the teams, you're only going to get better and better. And, you know, it's not a winning formula.
The 4 fumbles by Drake May, the interception, whatever.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a Hail Mary.
Right. If you want to use that to talk about turnovers, it's a bad faith argument. But you can't put the ball on the ground 4 times the quarterback, plain and simple. But it's, like you mentioned earlier, I think you said it earlier, like the forced fumble, recovering fumble, that's a team thing. The offensive fumbles are a team thing as well. Left side of the offensive line, the 2 rookies struggled again in this one. Did you see any consistent issues? Was it different things that were beating them?
No,
what happened?
Look, and Will made a comment. I had no problem with what he said last week, except for the fact that when he said there's $300 million worth of DNs, well, yeah, that's what it is, you know. And you know, on the defensive side of the ball, it's corners and DNs that get paid. I mean, and I know a lot of people make money, but I would say, you know, those are
the premium positions.
And then really, once you go to the offensive side of the ball, it's the quarterback and the left tackles. You know, and those are the guys that make your huge money. And then you have, you know, some of these receivers.
Right.
But, and so when I look at like that, it's like, yeah, but like this is the NFL. This is what happens, you know, and there's going to be these guys every week. But really, you know, I don't know. Part of me wonders if his knee is 100%. It is his right knee, right? Or is it his left?
Yeah, that sounds right. I can double check, but I think so.
I think Lath just gave us thumbs up back there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'll say about that, and this is, you know, I'm not big on excuses. I'm not making an excuse for him, but this is just the truth. That as an offensive lineman, when you're kick sliding, right, he plays left tackle.
Yeah.
Your weight's all got to be on that right leg. Now, if you're playing right tackle, it's all on your left leg. You want to keep your weight on the inside. That is your drive leg. That's where you're pushing out, getting all your power. You know, some of it looks like, I don't know if he's got the explosiveness and strength in there right now. And I would say, I hope that's it.
Right.
Because then it kind of, it's like, all right, well, maybe he's got to get it scoped this offseason and clean it out, and he'll be a lot better come next year. Because I think and look, you can say what you want about, obviously, Mac, Anderson, Hunter, you know, these guys are in a different league, but like, it's not like, even though we might have faced bad teams, they still have really good players on the other side of the ball. So,
and he went up against Myles Garrett this year.
But that was a bad week.
That's true.
That was a bad week.
Every tackle kind of
he set a franchise record.
Yeah,
that
that's
game.
true.
But no, but there's been games where he's played really good people, and it hasn't been atrocious,
right?
And bad. And look, there was a lot of good that he did in the game, and he said that about last week, and that's true. But those 4 or 5 plays, thankfully, they didn't cost you as much this week, but they will cost you,
right?
And so, I'm hoping it's his knee and there's some strength and explosiveness he's just missing because of the injury. But to me, he struggled with some speed. I feel like the last few weeks he hasn't done a great job of building some width of the pocket, right? We always said the interior is responsible for the depth. So that means we'd always used to say, like, hey, at like 3 yards, you got to stop the fight. You got to figure out how to stop the fight so the quarterback can go up. And then the tackles are responsible for the width of the tackle. So the strip sack earlier in the game where it came from Morgan Moses, well, they're on the left hash. And Drake takes his drop. And, look, you want your quarterback to be able to move. Again, that goes back to the width of the pocket. But the left side gets collapsed so bad between Wilson and Campbell that now he has to drift so far to the right that it brings Morgan Moses into the equation and into the problem. So, there was a few different ones. He got beat on an up and under. He got beat on some speed. And look, I think some of these, there was one where I thought Drake held on to the ball a little long. He hitched twice. And you got to understand, the quarterback's got to help you out. There always used to be that saying, Tom Brady's his best pass protector. And there was a lot of truth to that. We had to do a great job, obviously, but he helped us out a ton.
Let's talk about the Broncos.
Yeah.
You already kind of mentioned the environment. A lot is being made. Patriots 0-4 in Denver in the playoffs and all that. It's true. I mean, I don't want to downplay it. It's true, but this is a different teams on both sides. Patriots were 8-0 on the road. Now, Denver is, and you can probably speak to this better than me, but at least everything I've heard talked about, one of, if not the best,
it's an unreal
home field advantage in the league. What changes this week in terms of silent count? Are there certain things you can't run? Are there certain things you maybe want to run more? Getting off to a hot start, try to take the crowd out of it, and then the elevation factor too.
I would say the elevation's a less factor than it's made out to be. They have the whole pump up video of it being a mile above sea level or whatever it is, and guys just sucking oxygen. It's cool.
You didn't ever play at Air Force, I would guess, at Georgia, right?
No, but that's where we were at when I had my kidney issue. We played in Denver and then went to Air Force before Mexico City.
So did you see the plaque that's in their visitors tunnel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty well. But that's another 2,000 feet up.
Yeah, and that was that didn't do well for me. It put me in the hospital. But look, I would say this. To me, it's not we win the game now because Jarrett Stidham.
Right.
Do we not forget what happened 10 years ago in the Super Bowl with Nick Foles?
Well, he reminded us all yesterday on Twitter.
I saw that. My wife showed it to me. I mean, it's a team game, and you look at and I'm just going to use the Super Bowl as an example, right? Tom Brady had the best statistical performance as a quarterback in the Super Bowl. He threw for 500 yards.
It's a good defense.
Yeah. And that was, to me, if people say, are the players thinking about that? When I knew Nick Foles was playing, which I guess he was playing in the playoffs a little bit.
Yeah. So
I forget exactly how that
Wentz
happened.
got hurt. It was late in the year.
Yeah.
So he played the whole playoffs, a couple regular season games.
I wasn't thinking about Nick Foles. I was thinking about Fletcher Cox,
right?
Brandon Graham, who was playing at a great level, Chris Long, Timmy Jernigan, Malcolm Jenkins, Blitzen. That's what I was thinking about.
That team had Malcolm Jenkins.
Yeah, that was a great defense. I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
I didn't give a damn about Nick Foles. And so, look, I would say this. You're going to Denver. It's a great environment. They have a great home field advantage. They're going to be rocking, ready to go. It's going to be harder on the silent cadence. Now, look, you've had a lot of practice. You played in Baltimore. You played in Buffalo. You've played on the road in big-time games. You've dealt with it. I would say with Jarrett, look, he hasn't played a ton of football. He's, played a few games.
Yep.
He's been around the league a long time. I think he's in year 6, 7.
I think he was that 18 draft.
Yeah,
no, that
19
was that
draft.
Atling. Yeah,
his rookie
he was
year
the
was
next year,
19 because I wasn't playing. So, what is that, 2006 years, I guess?
Yeah.
So he's been in the league 6 years. He has experience. He's played in a lot of different offenses. He's been there for multiple years under Peyton. Like, he's a smart kid. He's got a good arm. It's going to change the way Peyton calls the game because Bo's legs are out of the picture now. And you saw Bo Nix make a lot of big plays in that Bills game with his legs, so that's going to change. But I would say I have so much respect for the way Sean Payton coaches. He's a great coach, and he's going to have a great game plan ready to go for Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah.
And, I think obviously it's a different thing. And this isn't like Friday at practice, Bo Nix breaks his hand.
Right.
Like,
they have a full week.
He's going to have a full week to get ready to go. And, and then I'm saying that too, he's got a great defense.
So that's the other thing for me is, and I mean this is no disrespect to Bo Nix or Jarrett Stidham, but it's just the reality of it. The Broncos were always going to be about their defense, no matter who's at quarterback. It's a deep, much like the Texans, right? The defense is the straw that stirs the drink, and Jarrett Stidham's not going out there to play corner.
No,
he's not going out there to rush the passer. Like, they still have those guys, and you still very much have to be worried about that defense. And Vance Joseph, you played some of his defenses. Like, what is he going to do to challenge Drake May and the Patriots?
Well, I think if you're the D-line and Vance Joseph, you're licking your chops right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen what's happened the last 2 weeks of these playoffs. And I think if you're them, you're saying, if we can just get some turnovers and help Jarrett out, we can win this game. You know?
Short fields.
Yeah, and Jarrett plays complimentary, smart football, and he takes care of the ball, right?
Right.
And we win the turnover battle. Like, you're going to have a good shot at winning the game. Now, in saying that, for the Patriots, you got to put the pressure on Jarrett Stidham, right? And I think if you can go out there and you can score points, you can move the ball and look at Jarrett and be like, hey, you got to beat us. We're not letting your defense beat us, right?
Right.
Because you would look at this game against the Texans and say, well, you scored 21 points offensively, 28 points, but you gave that defense, necessarily gave that offense a lot of chances to go out there and beat you. And now, granted, the defense came up and made huge plays, but that was an atrocious performance out of Stroud. So, to me, is if I'm Vance Joseph, I'm trying to put the pressure on Drake May, right? Same kind of thing. Make Drake May beat you. Get after him early. You've got a great front, which they do, between Allen, Bonito. You've got a great defense and a good defensive line. So you got to think these guys are licking their chops looking at it.
And when you said, like, Jarrett Stidham's smart quarterback, he's been in the league, but it's a team with a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
They're already kind of working with resistance bands. You don't want to make it any easier for them. And
that's like my whole thing is you got to put the pressure on Jarrett. And that doesn't mean, defensively, you got to blitz him. Whatever your game plan and you think's going to help you, sure. What I mean by that is don't make it easy on him.
Right, the game flow pressure.
Yeah, don't give him the ball after a strip sack or an interception on his own, or, the red zone going in and he's got to throw 2 passes and it's a touchdown. Like, make it hard on him. Make him have to drive long fields. And I say this a lot, but it's so true. If you end every drive with a kick.
Yeah.
End every drive with a kick. Punt the football. Even if, it's like, hey, we got the ball to the 50, we pinned him deep. Like, make Jarrett Stidham drive it 98 yards on you.
All right, thank you very much, David Andrews. Jim, Chris, back to you.
Thanks, boys. Coming up, Chris Gasper and I will take a deeper look at this Patriots defense, which might not be getting their proper due so far during this Patriots playoff run. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 of Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Safety Insurance is committed to working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance, plus plenty of room inside. Start your journey in a brand new vehicle. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CRV.
See dealer for financing details.
For 125 years, IBEW 103 union electricians have been powering Greater Boston, building our skyline, lighting up our stadiums, and standing strong for our communities. Together, they've helped shape the city we all call home. I'm Lou Antonellis, business manager of IBEW 103. Join us in celebrating 125 years. Let's get to work.
Hey football fans, it's Marcus Jones here. You know I love making tackles on the field, and now I'm teaming up with John Dark Credit Union to help tackle financial wellness. Every time New England makes a tackle, John Dark donates $50 up to $50,000 to support financial education in our communities. On the field, I rely on my teammates. Off the field, you need a financial team that has your back. Join a credit union that puts you first. Head over to jdcu.com today.
Federally insured by NCUA. Shares and deposits in excess of NCUA limits are fully insured by MSIC.
Hey, do what I did. Get your Aaron snow thrower before they're all sold out. Get the most dependable, #1 selling 2-stage snow thrower worldwide. Throw the snow farther than any other brand and go with the official snow thrower of the New England Patriots. Aaron's the king of snow, also the official snow thrower of Maz. Don't get snowed in and break your back when the other brands let you down. Visit your independent Aaron's dealer now.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. And for over 40 years, Catches Law has been more than just a law firm. We've been your neighbors. We've stood with New England families through good times and through tough times. That's why the New England Patriots chose us to be their official law firm, because we know what this region is built on: hard work, grit, and loyalty. At Catches Law, we fight for workers who are injured on the job, families who have been wronged, and neighbors who need a voice. When you need someone in your corner, turn to the team that's been here for decades. Visit catcheslaw.com today.
Style or substance? Somehow it became one or the other when choosing a truck. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything. That's GMC Sierra. We are professional grade. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 models. See your local GMC dealer today. Length of contract limited. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 2/2/26.
98.5 The Sports Hub is proud to welcome the following partners to the Patriots Radio Network. Betterment, the automated investment platform that makes it easy to be invested. The McGovern Automotive Group, with 35 locations, 25 different automotive brands, and over 9,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Start your car shopping today at McGovernAuto.com. And Charles D. Sheehy. Contractors across New England rely on Charles D. Sheehy for precision, partnership, and reliability, keeping every project moving forward. Learn more at CDSI.com. From the home of the Pats, thank you for joining our winning team.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Live only happens once. For concert tickets, tour information, and all things live music, visit livenation.com.
Autodesk is proud to be the presenting sponsor of today's AFC Championship on 98.5 The Sports Hub between the Patriots and Denver. From skyscrapers to stadiums, design and build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots and Gillette Stadium.
This is Boston's home for sports.
I think this is a pretty motivated group. I just think to try to continue to play together with the speed that they have the last couple weeks, and I'm confident that they'll remain excited and ready to go.
Tire Studio in Waltham, leading you into this afternoon's AFC Championship game between the Patriots and Broncos in Denver. That was head coach Mike Vrabel talking up his defense ahead of this game. And this has been brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and Ford Trucks, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years, built Ford tough. The Patriots defense, are they getting their just due going into this game? Because they've, given the fumbles and some of the turnover issues the team has had, the Patriots have had offensively these first couple of weeks, defense is maybe not getting their just due and talked about enough like these other units throughout the playoffs so far, Chris.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think that the way that they've played, passer rating against 46.5, 1 touchdown, 4 picks, what they've done in terms of being really stingy as well in the red zone, they've played at an elite level. Now, I think the difference today is that the last 2 games they went into, they had a clear advantage based on the offensive line issues that the opposition had. That's not the case today. And they've changed their identity really towards the back half of this season, and it's extended into the playoffs, that being the Patriots defense, in terms of how much they blitz. So according to ESPN, the Patriots have blitzed on 44% of their snaps this postseason. It was 28 during the regular season. Next Gen has slightly different numbers if you looked at it, but the Next Gen also says the Patriots defense has blitzed on 40.3% of their opponents' dropbacks since the bye in Week 15. Through the first 14 weeks, it was only 24.4%. So they've become a team that blitzes and brings heat and pressures a lot more, but they've also faced teams and faced offensive lines since Week 15 that, in my opinion, aren't that great. Or in the case of Baltimore, the offensive line was good, but then they lost their starting quarterback. So that has contributed to it. You have that same scenario today with the best offensive line in football, for my money, with Denver, and obviously a backup quarterback. But if I were them, I would maybe back off the blitz stuff just a little bit, bring those looks, make it look like a blitz, and then try and back out and confuse Jarrett Stidham.
No, it's a good point, because one of their bigger strengths, Broncos, that offensive line surrendered a league-best sack rate of only 3.6%.
Correct.
So, yeah, bringing pressure, you would think, okay, let's attack and try to really screw with Jarrett Stidham's head, but I'm with you. Maybe show it and then drop. And that, I think, for a guy that hasn't played 3 years, seen any real action, that is more likely to mess with Jarrett Stidham's head than anything else.
I think so. I do. I think that's the case. Now, look, sometimes you just bring more than they can block, and so I get that element of it too. I'm not saying don't blitz at all. No matter how good the offensive line is, sometimes you can just bring more than they can block. However, Mike Vrabel pointed this out, especially on third down. Sean Payton in this offense, they will go to 7-man protections. They will do that. They'll keep guys in. They'll put an extra, just like the Patriots, that touchdown pass that was thrown in the Chargers game to Hunter Henry. Thayer Munford Jr. was in the game as an extra offensive lineman, as a tackle eligible. So that's something that Peyton will do as well to try and fortify the pass protection. So I think you just have to be careful about just saying, oh, the guy's a backup, he hasn't played, we're just going to blitz like crazy and come after him, because I think Peyton will have some answers for that.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Jarrett Stidham's processing speed is going to be there. So it's like, don't not blitz, but I don't think you'd want to be that aggressive. The other thing with this defense, too, is maybe don't chase turnovers, because that could end up leading to a broken play if someone's going to try to make a break on a ball. Next thing you know, it's blown coverage or whatever happens to happen there. And the next thing you know, you got a 50, 40-yard touchdown, something like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That could happen. You want to make Jarrett Stidham earn it in chunks. You don't want to give up big plays, because the bet is that he won't be able to do that, based on the fact he hasn't played and some of the inconsistency, or I shouldn't say inconsistency, inexperience that he has. So you don't want to give them big chunk plays. Speaking of, chunk plays, one guy that helps generate chunk plays for them is out. These Broncos inactives are out. If we can get to those, Troy Franklin, who's their second leading receiver, is out for this game. He had a hamstring injury that he suffered in the divisional round. He is out. He will not play in this game. I think that's kind of a big loss for the Broncos.
Yeah, because he had been trending towards playing in this game. I know he was listed as questionable. Yeah, the inactives, they are brought to you by Catches Law Group. Whether you've been hurt on the job or you're suffering from years of physical wear and tear, Catches Law is here for you. You deserve real help from real trial lawyers. Visit catcheslaw.com today. All right, so Chris just told you, Troy Franklin out for the Broncos today, so that one seems big. For the Patriots, we already knew Harold Landry was not going to be playing in this game. He is inactive. Kobe Minor, the corner, he is inactive. Tackle Marcus Bryant inactive. Guard Caden Wallace. Tight end C.J. Dupree. Your third emergency quarterback, of course, is Tommy DeVito. And no Efton Chisholm today. Efton Chisholm is inactive, but not that big of a surprise considering that Mac Hollins is back, I would think.
No, not a huge surprise, obviously, considering that he's back. That's kind of a one-for-one swap. And it makes sense. They're going to use Mac Hollins. Really, the stories are more on the Broncos side. Let me give you the Broncos and actives. I started with Troy Franklin. That's a big one. He's going to miss this game. A second leading receiver, guy who had 6 touchdowns for them during the regular season. He's out with a hamstring injury. They do get the center back, Luke Wattenberg, who was questionable for this game. He will be back, their starting center. He is back in this one. J.L. Skinner's out. This guy's name, I believe, is this Kareen or Karen Reed? Oh. I know Shaughnessy wrote about this guy. I don't know how that's pronounced. Alex Forsythe, who is the second string center, he's out. Michael Bandy, who was a receiver who they elevated along with Elijah Moore from their practice squad, he's out. Jordan Jackson, Savion Jones. So the big news from the Broncos standpoint is Troy Franklin out. Luke Wattenberg, the starting center who was hurt, he's been out since around Christmas, is back in there. So they have their full complement of the starting offensive line.
All right, coming up each and every week, the voice of the Patriots, Bob Socci, sits down with a member of the team right before kickoff. And this week, Bob will be talking with center Garrett Bradbury of the Patriots. That is going to be coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Nissan trucks and SUVs are built for next-level adventure. Too much gear? Dirt? Rock? Sand? Get in a Nissan truck or SUV and feel unstoppable. Whether you want to take your next level of adventure in the Frontier Dark Armor, the Pathfinder, the Armada, or the Rogue, you'll be ready for what comes your way. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, 2025 Murano or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to INMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 2/2/26.
It's fun to introduce kids to the things we love, like punk rock. But one thing we shouldn't introduce them to is lottery tickets, because they can put kids at risk of developing a gambling problem in the future. So introduce them to music, not lottery tickets.
Go ahead, sweetie. Try the E-chord. Let's keep practicing.
Learn more at mass.gov/youthgambling. A message from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor, call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Busy Dog Basement Technologies is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I was in the hospital with my son for 18 months.
When he got injured, I knew I had to be strong.
I just remember rushing into his room and giving him a big hug and letting him know I was there.
These veterans and families are just a few of the heroes we serve at Homes for Our Troops. We build specially adapted custom homes with features like wheelchair access and automatic door openers that allow them to focus on their recovery and family.
This house is freedom.
It's hope. It's a new beginning.
Visit hfotusa.org.
You hear that? No, it's not a crowd cheering. That's a mouse doing a victory lap in your attic. Spiders, they're running a full court press in your shower, and stink bugs, they've just called a timeout on your living room wall. It's a new year, new season, but pests trying to run the same old plays is what's going on. But not on my field, folks. I've been using Burgess Pests for years, local, fast, and they don't just show up. Burgess comes to win the fight against pests. Year-round coverage starts at $39 a month with nearly 100 years of family-owned experience. Mice, spiders, stink bugs, benched. BurgessPest.com. Built for New England, built to stop pests.
Boston Vision helped baseball legend David Ortiz get back to seeing 20/20 again, and they can do the same for you. See like Big Papi. Book your free evaluation at bostonvision.com.
Nobody knows New England like McGovern Auto Group. Hi, this is Scott Zolak. My friends at McGovern Auto Group can get you into a newer pre-owned vehicle that fits your lifestyle and your budget. With over 35 locations, 25 brands, and more than 9,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. You're choosing what fits, not settling for what's on the lot. And here's the kicker. Every new vehicle sold at McGovern comes with 10 years or up to 150,000 miles of powertrain warranty coverage, adding real peace of mind and a lot more life to your investment. Learn more at McGovernAuto.com, the official automotive partner of the New England Patriots. Have you tried the Good Stuff yet? I'm talking about Good Stuff Smokehouse, New England's #1 authentic barbecue. This destination barbecue is going to keep you coming back again and again, from fall-off-the-bone ribs, perfectly smoked burn ends, and all the fixings. You got to try the good stuff. Head to goodstuffsmokehouse.com to see the full menu.
The Game is on the Sports Hub.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Casper here with you this afternoon from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham as we're getting closer to kickoff of this afternoon's AFC Championship Game between the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos out in Denver. And each and every week, the voice of the New England Patriots, Bob Socci, sits down with a member of the team before kickoff, and it's brought to you by Peerless Boilers. Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business, and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers. This week, Bob talks to Patriots center Garrett Bradbury. Take it away, Bob.
All right, guys, thanks so much. And joined by Garrett Bradbury, Patriots center, about to snap the football to Drake May, of course, in this AFC Championship. But let's first talk about the first two games in the playoffs. Garrett, what are the key takeaways from the Chargers and Texans victories, particularly with the way you guys had overcome some of the mistakes to eventually pull away in those games?
Yeah, obviously you'd like to not have those mistakes. But that's playoff football. The teams only get better the deeper you get. And so we just have to stay the course. I mean, there's moments in both games where things weren't really clicking, and then you find a way. I think something to build off of this past game that was awesome was that kind of 5-minute drive we had at the end where we knew that we're running it, they know we're running it, the fans know we're running it, and we were able to convert on some of those first downs. And so that's what it's going to take. It's everything. It's everyone. Defense has played great the last 2 weeks. And it's going to be no different this week. It's everything we got.
Speaking of the 5-minute drive, Ramondre Stevenson and his late season emergence once again, healthy, really from the start of December to this point. What kind of a difference maker has he been to complement the work you guys are doing up front?
Yeah, it's huge. He's in a groove right now. He's running the ball well. And we have total confidence in all of our running backs. And that just gives a little bit more for us up front, a little more responsibility that we know that they're going to read it out well, so we got to get a hat on a hat and move the guys up front.
Regarding confidence with the young quarterback, Drake May, his confidence never seems to be shaken when you watch him. Bad play, fumble perhaps, he bounces back with a pinpoint throw for a touchdown or leads a very successful drive. What is it about him that stands out in that regard to you, getting an up-close look at him, down in, down out?
Yeah, it's impressive, especially as a younger player. Kind of speaks to the maturity he has and the confidence he has in himself. And if we can add to that confidence by running the football, or I think we can do a better job of getting in better situations. I think we were in 3rd and long a little bit too much last week. That's not fun for any quarterback to be in. So there's certainly some things we can do to help him, and that's kind of what we'll be doing in practice this week to hopefully have a better week.
52-80. That's the number you're going to see a lot, a mile high. You're going to look across the line of scrimmage, and one of the Broncos players across from you is going to have that on his helmet. Does it mean anything traveling out here, playing at altitude at this point?
Yeah, it's something that's always talked about a lot. I think a lot of guys in this locker room have played there, but the crowd's going to be an unbelievable crowd. They're going to be rocking. It's going to be an awesome opportunity for us. There's obviously nothing playing like in front of your fans. The last 2 weeks have been really special. But having success on the road is also a lot of fun. So we got a job to do, and we know that what's in our way, and we know the challenges that it's going to present. So we'll have a good week of practice. We'll practice the silent cadence and what we need to do to handle that.
Yeah, what are the measures you can take, not only the silent count, but also other things you can do so that you don't tip off the snap count or the rhythm of the snap to the quarterback? The Broncos have a history against the Patriots in particular in this setting of being able to anticipate and get pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah, they got a really good front, and a lot of their production has come from getting off on the snap. And so we got to limit it. Like you said, we can't be in a rhythm. We can't have them guessing and timing things up. So it's keeping them on their heels. And it's not our first road game. It's certainly going to be an unbelievable crowd, but we just got to do what we've done and yeah, keep going forward.
It comes down to players too, and their personnel is very good. Zach Allen up front in particular. What can you tell us about him and the rest of that defensive front seven?
Yeah, Zach's a great player. I've known him for a long time. We played against each other in college. He's had a lot of success, and so it's a good challenge for us inside. He presents. He's a good pass rusher. He's had a lot of production, and we got to have a good plan for him and attack it.
How important is it to be 8-0 and have the confidence you guys have on the road, but also the camaraderie that you have seemed to generate and share all season long going into this hostile environment?
Yeah, I think whether we're on the road or whether we're at home, I think the identity and the brand that we want to play with is that we're playing together and we're all feeding off each other's success. It's not defense versus offense. We're genuinely happy for everyone's success, and whatever it takes to win, then we'll ride with that.
On a final note, playing for a trip to the Super Bowl, AFC Championship, first year as a Patriot. How much fun has this been for you?
Yeah, you can't put it into words. It's unbelievable. I don't want it to end. It's been a lot of fun playing with this group, so we gotta keep it rolling.
All the best against the Broncos. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Garrett Bradbury, guys, back to you.
Thanks, Bob. Coming up, we will get the latest in the headlines with Jim Louth at the top of the hour in case you missed the inactives again. Again, big one for the Broncos. Jim will have that for you. And Chris and I will go around the NFL, talk about some of the latest coaching hirings, touching on the NFC Championship game tonight with the Rams at the Seattle Seahawks. That's all coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports of Patriots Radio Network.
It's David Andrews and Will Campbell here to tell you a story.
All right, Will. It's game day. Fourth quarter, New England up by 7. Opponent has the ball.
Here's where it gets really scary.
You have an oil change appointment in 10 minutes.
Kidding. You have 4 pickup and delivery, and they'll pick up your vehicle, service it, and bring it back.
So you never have to miss a big win. Only from your New England Ford dealers.
Poor Diana in accounting. She fell for an email phishing scam. Computers shut down. And people freaked out, especially about getting paid. Hey! Fortunately, the company had cyber risk coverage from Safety Insurance. Safety covered the cost of systems and data restoration, business income-related losses, and more. Don't let one human error shut down your business. Ask an independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life storms, even the cyber kind.
The Become Elite Sports Dome at Wyndham Woods School is coming. Break the mold with your company's advertising and join partners like Hafner's and the It Kicks Foundation, Convenient MD, and Southern New Hampshire Concrete, and be seen at one of the largest, most highly visited year-round multi-sport and fitness facilities in all of New England. Visit besdome.org.
Hey, New England, want to be at the big game in Santa Clara, California? Feeling the energy, the excitement, the roar of the crowd? Punch 4 Parkinson's is giving one lucky winner and a guest the ultimate football experience. A trip of a lifetime. We're talking round-trip airfare, hotel, and tickets to the biggest game of the year. And make it a memory of a lifetime. Don't miss your chance to score big. Go to punch4parkinsons.org, and every entry helps fight Parkinson's. Bringing hope to thousands. Together we can make a difference. Because every punch counts. Go to punch4parkinsons.org today.
Webster Bank was founded in 1935. Banking's changed since then, and so have we. We've grown into one of the largest banks with comprehensive financial solutions that meet the needs of modern life. But in 90 years, one thing hasn't changed. We're committed to doing what's right for our clients, our colleagues, and the communities we serve. Today, tomorrow, and for the next 90 years. A legacy of purpose with a future of possibilities. Learn more at websterbank.com. Webster Bank N.A. member FDIC equal housing lender.
Every January, we believe. One more drive, one more chance. Because in New England, we know what comebacks feel like. What if we told you there was money out there, your money, waiting to be returned? Forgotten savings accounts, uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills. The Massachusetts Treasurer's Office has over $3 billion in unclaimed money, and some of it could be yours. This playoff season, take time out and go to findmassmoney.gov and win back what's already yours. Get off the sidelines and into the game. Visit findmassmoney.gov and see if you have unclaimed money waiting for you.
With the rising costs of household expenses, every dollar counts. National Grid is always looking for ways to help our customers. With our new tiered discount rate program, qualified customers could receive up to 71% off their monthly electric bill based on household income and size. See if you qualify at ngrid.com/discount rate. That's ngrid.com/discount rate, or call 1-800-322-3223.
Today's AFC Championship is proudly presented by Autodesk. From skyscrapers to stadiums, Autodesk powers designers and builders to reimagine the future. As the official design and make platform of Gillette Stadium and the New England Patriots, Autodesk helps bring championship-level facilities and builds to New England. Design and build anything with Autodesk. Learn more at Autodesk.com. Autodesk, proud partner of the New England Patriots and Gillette Stadium.
Coleman!
It's electric!
Need an electrician? Call Coleman Electric. I know you think you already have one, but what you really have is an electrician's phone number. You call, get voicemail, and pray like the dickens he calls you back. Hi, Larry Electric. Call you back tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, electricians love their job, but they hate answering the phone. So Coleman Electric came up with this idea. Coleman would have a ton of experienced electricians on staff and then hire a bunch of other folks to answer the phone. I mean, it's stinking brilliant. It's
electric.
Yeah, it's Coleman Electric. From Boston to Bow, New Hampshire, south to Sandwich, west to Worcester, when you need an electrician at your house, call Coleman Electric and schedule service with a live human being. Disclaimer, don't call at 3 a.m. because our humans do sleep. But Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, you call and we'll be at your place in the flick of a switch. And if the switch is broken, they'll be there quicker. Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. Electricians who answer the phone. I mean, it's brilliant.
It's electric!
Hey, the snow event of the century is here. An iconic storm is on our doorstep, so be prepared. Get your Aaron's snow thrower like I did before they all sell out. Visit your independent Aaron's dealer now.
It's Hour 2 of the New England Honda Dealers Patriots pregame show. Today's pregame check-in with Mark Bertrand and Chris Gasper is brought to you by your New England Honda dealers. Roll into game day in style with the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Contact your local New England Honda dealers today to learn more or visit newenglandhondadealers.com.
Champions play here. The Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5 The Sports Hub. Sports Hub headlines. Presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots in Denver to take on the Broncos in the AFC Championship game today. No Bo Nix for Denver. It's Drake May versus Jarrett Stidham at quarterback. For the Pats, Mac Hollins back after missing the last 4 games with an abdominal injury. Carlton Davis active after clearing concussion protocol this week, but linebacker Harold Landry will miss the game with the knee injury. Inactives for the Pats, Landry, wide receiver Efton Chisholm a healthy scratch. Offensive lineman Caden Wallace and Marcus Bryant out. Tight end C.J. Dupree out. And defensive back Kobe Miners. Tommy DeVito, once again the emergency third quarterback. For Denver, Knicks, running back J.K. Dobbins, wide receiver Troy Franklin all out. Starting center Luke Wattenberg active after missing the last 3 games with a shoulder injury. Pats and Broncos kick off just after 3. Bob Sosey and Scott Zolak have the call across the Patriots radio network. The winner of this game plays the winner of tonight's NFC Championship game 2 weeks from today in Super Bowl 60. Rams are in Seattle to take on the top-seeded Seahawks. Seattle without running back Zach Charbonnet tore his ACL in last week's win over the 49ers. Sam Darnold expected to start at quarterback despite an oblique injury. Darnold split reps with backup Drew Lock this week. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit newenglandoilchange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm Jim Louth. Your next update at halftime.
This is Patriots Preview, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com.
Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper here with you this afternoon from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham, as we're about an hour away from kickoff of the AFC Championship game between the New England Patriots and the Broncos out in Denver. And it's time to go around the NFL for Championship Sunday. It's brought to you by Webster Bank. 90 years of purpose, a future full of possibilities. Webster Bank, progress starts Now, all right, we've talked our face off about this game, and rightfully so. Patriots, Broncos coming up again, kickoff on an hour from now. The winner of that will go on to Super Bowl 60 to take on the winner of tonight's game, the NFC Championship game, the LA Rams on the road at the Seattle Seahawks. Here's Rams head coach Sean McVay.
I think you want to be careful not to chase ghosts. You know, it is about, good execution, good fundamentals. They're a great team, and they're great in all three phases. We'd like to think when we're humming and we're at our best, we're pretty good too. And so you are aware of those things, but you don't want to do it at the detriment of allowing guys to be able to go execute and play the way that they're capable of.
And that is McVay talking about the fact that they are playing each other for the third time this season. These games earlier this year were very, very close, as we know. And it's funny, some of the stats regarding that, in their all-time history against each other, Seahawks are 29-28 against the Rams. Seattle has scored 1,223 points in those games. LA has scored 1,222. And since Mike McDonald, minute by minute, took over as the head coach of the Seahawks against McVay, a record of 2-2, and I think the point differential there is just 2 points. This one is, look, I think the Patriots are going to roll today, and it's not just a sit and think. I think that Broncos defense has been kind of overrated. This game, though, I think is going to be a crazy rock fight tonight.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I mean, the two games they played this year were split by a combined 3 points. One of them went to overtime, of course, that Thursday night game, right, with the 2-point conversion controversy, which turned the whole game around for Seattle.
It determined the 1 seed in the NFC.
It did. Jarrett Verse deflects that pass, and then it's batted down, and then it's picked up in the end zone by Zach Charbonnet, and that changed the whole complexion of that game. Great game in overtime. The other interesting thing about this game is it's a matchup of the number one scoring offense, the Rams, 30.5 points per game, and the Seahawks, who led the NFL in scoring defense, 17.2 points per game during the regular season. So it's the third championship game since 1970 to feature that number one versus number one matchup. The prior ones, Green Bay, Seattle, Dallas versus Philadelphia, it was the defense that came out on top. Also, the Rams, looking to become the fifth wild card team. So you're winning all your games on the road, Road Warriors Rams, to advance to the Super Bowl. Since the 2002 realignment, they would join the 2020 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Who was the quarterback of that team?
And that would be Tom Brady.
2010 Green Bay Packers.
Aaron Rodgers.
2007 New York Giants, and 2005 Pittsburgh Steelers. So all those teams had elite-level quarterbacks, or got at least elite-level quarterback play in the case of Eli Manning in 2007.
Seahawks have 2 playoff losses at home since the year 2001. Both of those losses were to the Rams. That Seahawks defense is legit. I just don't trust Sam Darnold in a big moment. I think he's a little bit banged up. I like the Rams tonight. All right, so a couple other things to touch on. The disaster that is the Buffalo Bills. They lose in Denver last week, and since then they have fired Sean McDermott, and one of the coaches they could be considering to take over the team, a guy who's never coached at the collegiate or NFL level, that would be former quarterback Phillip Rivers. Here's NFL Network's Tom Pelissero.
If you're looking at somebody who's going to bring energy and leadership, certainly, Phillip Rivers, by virtue of him playing a football game after 3 practices at age 44, looking like he had not passed on dessert a whole lot during his 4+ years outside of the league. If he can go back and do that with his brain, what could he do if he's out there just calling plays for a quarterback? There's a lot of other things that go into that head coaching job. I know in the NBA, it's more common for, former players just to step right in. It's a much more complicated job, frankly, to come into the NFL. Not impossible. They're interviewing him for a reason. Maybe like Josh McCown, it could end up being, all right, he's not ready to be the head coach now, but can we convince him to come in and be the quarterback's coach or even the offensive coordinator?
What do you make of this?
I think it's ridiculous. He would be a huge jump. And I understand, McCown, it was sort of the same thing, former quarterback, got interviewed for jobs. The Texans interviewed him. It seemed like they kind of wanted to hire him. Now he's working for Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, and he was coaching high school football. But it's just such a huge jump. And we've seen it here with Mike Vrabel. The Gerard Mayo to Mike Vrabel transition, right? You can know the game. Gerard Mayo knew the game. And he was not a head coach. These guys are head coaches at the high school level. But he was coaching at the NFL level. There's just so much that goes into that job. And look at a guy like Josh McDaniels, who hasn't been able to make it work 2 times as a head coach, even though he had the best teacher in Bill Belichick and is a brilliant offensive coordinator. To expect somebody to go from high school to coaching an NFL team is just ridiculous. And I'll just use it from a journalism standpoint. I always say, I liked covering the high school sports because those players want to talk to you and are willing to listen to you. At the pro level, they're not. It's the same if you're coaching. Those players at the high school level love hearing from Phillip Rivers. At the pro level, it's going to be like, what can you do for me and my family, Phillip?
Earlier this week, John Harbaugh introduced as the new head coach of the New York Giants.
I know the challenges. I understand the expectations. I know the fans are hungry for a winner. We're here with one mission: to earn the right to be called the world champions in New York.
He'll help turn them around, I would think. I don't know if it's going to be as quick of a turnaround that you saw with the Patriots, that type of thing this year, but, there is some talent, at least on the defensive side of the ball, and I don't know how you feel about Jackson Dart.
I like Dart. I didn't love him coming out, but I like what I saw from him in the pros. Harbaugh, I think that's a good hire for the Giants. It's kind of like an adult in the room. And the most important thing there is the idea that he's going to report directly to ownership, to the Mara family. I can't believe. I'll tell you what. Mamas, tell your kids to grow up to be NFL general managers who suck up to the owners, because it's unbelievable. Joe Shane, Brandon Beane, who I think has actually done a pretty good job there in Buffalo, but if you're going to fire one of those guys, it should have been him with the wide receivers they were trotting out there. And then Andrew Berry in Cleveland. It's unbelievable that all those guys still have their jobs.
Yeah, they're much like a lot of terrible program directors I've worked for in my close to 30 years in the radio business, where they just seemingly fail upwards.
Yeah.
Even though everything's kind of a disaster around them. And just quickly, a couple of seconds I wanted to give you on the uninspiring hire yesterday by the Pittsburgh Steelers. They go with Mike McCarthy as their head coach, which if I was a Steelers fan, today I would walk into the Allegheny and let it take me. Because all this signifies, Chris, is we've gone from Mike Tomlin to Mike McCarthy. God forbid we bottom out and actually try to restructure this thing. We just got to get to that 9-10 win level and lose by 30 wild card weekend for the next 5 to 10 years.
So, Wiz Khalifa, black and yellow, black and yellow. The Steelers and the Bruins are the same franchise.
Oh, yeah. No, just remain mediocre, guys, and get into the playoffs, and then lose big. For the guaranteed lowest price on tires, go to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Coming up each week before kickoff, Scott Zolak sits down with Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel to get some insight on the opponent and the game plan. It's Breaking Bread with Coach Vrabel, and that's next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
This is Bob Sosi, AutoFair customer and voice of the Patriots, inviting you to score unbeatable prices at one of their 7 AutoFair locations across New Hampshire and Massachusetts. With over 2,300 cars in stock, AutoFair has the car you want at prices you'll love. AutoFair makes it happen.
This is New England offensive lineman Michael Onyu. I'm teaming up once again this year with Credit Union's Kids at Heart in the fight against pediatric brain disorders such as epilepsy, moya and Batten's disease. For each of the team's first downs, Credit Union's Kids at Heart will make a donation to one or more of its medical partners in order to fund continuous research and clinical trials. Together, we'll overcome challenges, discover new therapies, and one day find cures for diseases that affect so many kids. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org.
The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is generously supported by Hanscom Federal Credit Union and Brightbridge Credit Union.
What is insurance? Insurance transfers certain risks between parties.
Without insurance, the economy would really stop.
In simple terms, insurance is like community.
It's protecting every last asset that somebody has built over a lifetime.
You're in it together. You feel supported.
From the beginning to the end.
What insurance is just taking care of people. It's definitely a way of life.
Cross Insurance. Our way of life since 1954.
Hey, it's Zoe, and 2026 is here, and it's time to get your school or business future ready with my friends at Oakers Technologies. Start the new year with new technology for your students and staff to perform at their best. Talking about products like TouchView Interactive that schools all across New England are upgrading their classrooms with. Plus, Oakers has you covered with full IT, infrastructure rebuilds, security, to your everyday AV upgrades. That's what it means to be future ready with Oakers Technologies. Proud partner of your New England Patriots.
Anyone can join the fun at New England's largest snow tubing park, Neshoba Valley Snow Tubing Park in Westford, Mass. 18 lanes of snow tubing, 100% snowmaking capabilities. For more information, visit skineshoba.com.
Roofing? Mario's. Siding? Mario's. Windows? Mario's. Skylights? Just call Mario's.
Hi, this is Stephen Goulston, owner of Mario's Quality Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Skylights. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because we're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate, 781-344-2420. Visit us at mariosroofing.com. Mario's Roofing, we won't soak you to keep you warm and dry.
All right, folks, are you looking to do something different for your next event? Maybe your child's birthday party, or even just a fun night out with your friends? Splitsville at Patriot Place is something for everyone. They got 12 luxury lanes of bowling, 4 best-in-class golf simulators, I love those, 3 interactive dart areas, and weekly live entertainment from some of New England's best local bands. Splitsville delivers a one-of-a-kind entertainment experience for all. Host your next event in the shadows of Gillette Stadium. Visit howellsplitsville.com or just call them 508-698-BOWL. Splitsville at Patriot Place, where you can eat, bowl, sing, swing, or aim like a champ.
Are you having a hard time making it through a day of work without foot pain or discomfort with things that used to be simple like walking the dog? You may be thinking there's no way that something as simple as the Good Feet store can help you, like Bill.
My feet would just ache, my back would hurt, my ankles, everything just hurt. And I'd seen the commercial several times before I finally said, I'm going to do this. And I'll be darned if it didn't work. I feel a million times better than I ever did.
Another satisfied customer of the Good Feet store is Wendy.
Since wearing my arch supports from the Good Feet store, my back pain is gone and my feet don't hurt as much. And as I look into the future without pain, I see myself being even more adventurous, joyful, and full of possibility.
Come to the Good Feet store today for your free fitting and test walk. We're in your neighborhood. Find the location nearest you and book your appointment at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Discover your options at the Good Feet store.
Elevate your next night out at Union Straw, a local upscale neighborhood restaurant with 2 locations, Foxborough, just minutes from the stadium, and downtown Taunton. Seasonal menus that are refreshed every 3 months, keeping things new and exciting for returning guests. All dishes and craft cocktails are made with fresh local ingredients. Union Straw is an ideal destination for private events, offering flexible spaces and customizable options. Open 7 days a week, plus Sunday brunch. Check out Union Straw in Foxborough or Taunton. Great food, great drinks, and a great experience.
Hi, it's Grace Albert from Premier Basement Waterproofing. We're now offering financing, so make this the year you never worry about water again. Call 844-LIVE-DRY or visit premierbasement.net. And as Dad would say,
it's game over for water. Is it your dream to run the Boston Marathon, but you haven't had the chance? Planet Fitness wants to help. Planet Fitness is proud to support the marathon. We're giving away a coveted Boston Marathon race bib to a deserving individual. We're selecting one lucky race bib winner and providing a free Planet Fitness membership to help them train for the big day. To enter, visit 985thesportshub.com/contests and tell us the story of why you run.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It is Jim Murray and Chris Gasper here at the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham, as we're getting closer to kickoff for the AFC Championship Game between the Patriots and Broncos in Denver. Each week before kickoff, Zoe sits down with Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. It's Breaking Bread with Coach Vrabel, and it's brought to you by Big Y, your family market. Take it away, Zoe.
All right, thanks a lot, Big Jim. Joined now by Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel here before the AFC Championship Game. And, Coach, we started these interviews. First one I think it was at home in August. Then we had a couple, got to Minnesota, and here we are with the chance to play 2 more games. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Thanks for asking. Hopefully, the only thing we're guaranteed is 1 more. But we'll see what happens after tomorrow.
You talked about electricity and juice at practice this week. What's that say about your team with the grind? Because it is a grind. You know, the bye weekend was a while ago. Guys are going down. Guys are coming back. But your team rallies pretty damn good.
Yeah, they do. And, again, it didn't take much to get them going. Just when you think, well, maybe we're slowing down a little bit, they kind of pick back up. And, you know, I think that's just the power of the unit and the group of guys that we have.
You talk about meetings are going great. What makes a meeting great? I've been through a lot of them. Not many of them were great.
I think when guys are engaged.
Excitement.
I think that's what happens when guys are engaged. Yep. And, you know, you're firing questions off and they're answering them. They understand the situations that we're talking about. They understand the game plan, and they can, you know, kind of understand where we need to be as a team and how we need to play. That's, you know, again, that's just what you're trying to get out of meetings.
I've been hearing from the guys for weeks. I don't know what practice it was, but you right before practice, raise your hand if you were practicing this time last year.
Yeah,
I think that stuck with them.
Yeah, it was only 2 weeks ago, and Milt raised his hand, and I think it put a lot of things into perspective.
Speaking of Milt, the next question here. He missed 4 weeks. He's back now. He looks like a different guy. Do you see a switch that's elevated here because he went through it last year?
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's a different guy. I mean, I thought he was playing good football, and you know, I mean, again, when you're not out there, when our best players aren't out there, I'm sure it's noticeable. So, you know, we'll need great production from our defensive line tomorrow, and Milt's a big part of that.
How excited are you to get Mac Hollins back?
Well, it's again, you talk about juice guy and energy, and he loves this football team, and so we're going to try to love him back and make sure that he's a part of the game plan tomorrow.
The JetBlue flights out here for fans, they had Drake May's wife's cookies on them, Ann's cookies. Have you had the cookies yet?
Well, there's a different. She brings in a bunch of different stuff. She takes care of, Coach Marone.
Yeah, Coach Marone. What about Coach Marone too? Does he eat them all?
And Haas and Cougs and all the old linemen in there. So, there's plenty of treats around.
You look at Denver. You guys are the number 1 and 2 seeds here. All of a sudden, you got Sean Payton. You've been against him twice before, when you were elsewhere. But when you watch him on tape and you watch him throughout the course of what he's done at Denver for 3 years, move on from Russ Wilson, establishing a young quarterback. Unfortunately, he can't play in this game. But do you see anything different with Sean now than when you played him before? Is he the same guy?
Well, I mean, again, he's he got a different style quarterback. I mean, Drew Brees is a Hall of Fame quarterback that didn't really run, and these guys are more mobile. And so, again, to his credit, he's been able to establish a game plan and an offense that fits his guys. And they've done really well in close games. It doesn't bother them. They're really good situationally, and they got a great defense.
I'm sure you're tired of the Stidham questions, but he's thrust into this. He's been around the game. Josh had him before. He's bounced around. Did TV with you. You talked about the 49er game, how he lit it up. What else happened this week when you watch him more on film?
Well, there's only 406 snaps of professional football to watch. So, again, these guys are they're backups that are coveted for a reason, and so that when they go in the game, they know the plan, they know what to do, they're ready to go.
Functionality.
And again, we're going to have to affect them, and if we don't, then he's going to be able to operate fairly well.
I want to talk about the captains. There's 2 captains for this game. Not 2 captains for you, but you elevated Anthony Jennings to captain. Why this week? And I remember the Baltimore game. He kicked down inside, played some tackle.
He played a lot of positions for us that night. He won a game ball, and he's found a role on special teams in multiple positions defensively. And I kind of just try to reward the guys that I feel like it's the right timing, and certainly for Anthony, the timing was right.
All right, Vinatieri, he's the honorary captain. Adam, you obviously played with Adam. He was huge in your title runs when you first got here. His legacy, how good of a kicker, how good of a teammate and how clutch was he?
Well, again, kickers are good teammates when they make their kicks, and that certainly was Adam, and it was very calming to know that if it ever came down to it, that he would be there to make a kick when we had to have it.
Coach, good luck today. Hope to see you in Santa Clara.
Appreciate it, Scott.
All right, let's throw it back.
Working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance, plus plenty of room inside. Start your journey in a brand new vehicle. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CR-V.
See dealer for financing details.
Keeping your home or business safe and warm during the winter is vitally important. Hi, this is Michael Ferrante with the Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association. The member companies of our association provide heating oil, renewable bioheat fuel, and energy-efficient heating equipment to hundreds of thousands of customers across the Commonwealth with unparalleled 24/7 service, no matter what the winter season may bring. And when the temperatures turn warmer, you can rely on these companies for air conditioning and heating system upgrades. To learn more about our members and clean, renewable bioheat fuel, visit massenergymarketers.org.
This season, Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Patriots, teamed up with the Shaws and Star Market Foundation and 98.5 The Sports Hub for Sacking Hunger. With 44 sacks recorded so far, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation's Nourishing Neighbors initiative has already committed $44,000 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Boston. And the season isn't over yet. Every sack brings us closer to the goal, with donations totaling up to $50,000 to help end hunger in our community. Learn more at 985thesportshub.com/sackinghunger.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands and
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. At Catches Law, we're proud of our roots. For more than 40 years, we've been part of this community, raising families, cheering for the Patriots, and fighting for our neighbors. Being named the official law firm of the New England Patriots isn't just an honor. It's a reflection of what we stand for: loyalty, strength, and community. Whether you've been hurt on the job or are suffering from years of physical wear and tear, we're here for you. Visit catcheslaw.com or call us today to schedule your free consultation.
Autodesk is proud to be the presenting sponsor of today's AFC Championship on 98.5 The Sports Hub between the Patriots and Denver. From skyscrapers to stadiums, design and build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots and Gillette Stadium.
It's so bad, the dog has been spooning with the cat. Oh my, you gotta admit the house is cold. The only time you're warm is when your wife brings it up and you have a heated argument. Like last night, "Oh, you gotta do something, I'm freezing." And you come back with, "Yeah, why don't you sit in a corner? They're all 90 degrees. Ha ha ha. Oh boy. Well, we understand. We're Right Window. A lot of folks think they can't tackle a window problem this time of year. Well, you can. Right Window makes it easy. Warm Energy Star windows, a good price, installed in one day, and the next day everybody's warmer. So tonight, when she talks about a cold draft, geez Louise, don't do that thing where you say, "Yeah, why don't you go pour me one?" Take the high road instead and tell her you called Right Window.
Call Right Window right now.
Call 800-649-3600. A better window installed for the right price. Right Window, a Renewity company.
Live only happens once. For concert tickets, tour information, and all things live music, visit livenation.com.
Nobody knows New England like McGovern Auto Group. Hi, this is Scott Zolak. My friends at McGovern Auto Group can get you into a newer pre-owned vehicle that fits your lifestyle and your budget. With over 35 locations, 25 brands, and more than 9,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. You're choosing what fits, not settling for what's on the lot. And here's the kicker. Every new vehicle sold at McGovern comes with 10 years or up to 150,000 miles of powertrain warranty coverage, adding real peace of mind and a lot more life to your investment. Learn more at McGovernAuto.com, the official automotive partner of the New England Patriots.
Your hot takes on the Sports Hub.
Cardona over the football. Behringer's right knee is down. He shows Cardona his right hand. Ryland waits, leaning forward in the stance. The snap, the spot, the kick clears the line. Sailing to the uprights. The kid is good! The kid did it! With 2 seconds to go, Ryland has given the Patriots a 26-23 lead here in Denver. Christmas Eve a few years back. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Jim Murray and Chris Gasper here with you this afternoon from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham, leading you into this afternoon's AFC Championship game between the Patriots and Broncos in Denver. I think that's the last time the Patriots were in Denver, too, and it's time to design today's game plan. Set the scene with Zoe, presented by Autodesk. From skyscrapers to stadiums, designed to build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots. Zoe joins us from inside the broadcast booth at Empower Field at Mile High. That was the last time that they were there, correct?
Yep. That is. And do you want to apologize now or later?
Oh, look, yeah.
You were so angry they didn't get Jaden Daniels because that basically making a gift wrap Drake May.
That is a take that is aged like a cheese tray sitting out at a party.
You had to help. Jim, this time last year, your take was mint.
Now, not so much. They have the guy. They have Drake May.
They got the guy.
And how has he looked in the warm-up so far? What's the weather like? Set the scene for us.
It's clear, but it's cold. We were coming out here early in the week. They were saying 48 is the high, sunny. Not so the case because it snowed a little bit, but it's pretty damn cold here. I was down there doing pregame, and after about 10 minutes, my nose and my ears were numb. But things moving around good. We had a good trip out. We didn't get out until late last night, but hearing him today, and Mike Vrabel tells me, I've watched 406 snaps of Jared Stidham's pro career. I don't think he got blitzed much. We can't let that happen. I think they're going after him today, Jim. They got to get to him early. And I just think Matt Collins being active in this game is big, not only from the passing standpoint, more so from the running, because it was Chisholm in the game that was doing the run blocking. Collins destroys safeties. And if Ramondre can run like he did at the end of that game, that one drive they had, bringing it out from their own 4, where they put about 6 minutes off the clock in the fourth quarter, that was a game. That was a ball game. So they're ready to go. They're locked in.
How does Jarrett Stidham look in warm-ups? So
he looks too giddy. He showed up with like the old guy that does the Coors commercials. He has sort of that jacket, that it's like a suede jacket. He showed up with a cowboy hat on.
Yeah, he looks like a Yellowstone extra.
Smiling and waving. Yeah, more like, I don't know, not the Yellowstone guys look a little more tough than him.
Yeah.
But he's walking around shaking hands with people on the sideline, in the stands. I'm like, dude, you got a big start here today. He's trying to give the impression that the pressure's off. Ticket prices have been plummeting here. You get in this game for under $4.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's
not us. That's Denver reports from their news.
Yeah, and I would think it's a combination of the weather and the fact that we probably don't have much of a chance with Jarrett Stidham starting a quarterback today.
At the start of this game, man, if he's crapping his pants, or if you get to him and it doesn't look good, and it's 3rd and 10, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 11, like that, and you're able to run the ball, this thing could get ugly.
So, yeah, you mentioned you would blitz Stidham a lot today, but Chris and I were talking, maybe one of the Broncos' biggest strength is that offensive line. They've surrendered a league-best sack rate of only 3.6%, but what about maybe not just constantly blitzing, but showing it and then dropping just to get his head spin?
Yeah, absolutely. 100% duping him. Not seeing ghosts, but like that Charger offensive line came up to Spillane after the game. We have no clue what you guys were doing.
Yeah.
We were guessing all game, and that's Justin Herbert. And he could correct it. They had him running for us, killing him. So they smacked the hell out of Stroud. 2 weeks in a row, they've just absolutely destroyed quarterbacks.
Yeah,
I don't think that's getting talked about enough, because all they keep talking about is Stidham.
Yeah, right.
Stidham,
Yeah, that's true. The one thing I would say is those 2 weeks they had a clear advantage, defensive line and offensive line. This offensive line is one of the best offensive lines. That doesn't mean they can't get home, but I mean that was a clear weakness to take advantage of. I think the offensive line is actually a strength for the Broncos. But I'll tell you what is a weakness. So they have not done well this year against tight ends and backs. They've given up 14 pass plays of at least 30 yards. Half of those have come to tight ends or backs. Is this a big day for Hunter Henry or Ramondre?
I think the same as last week. Yeah, when you play a good front like that, that is active, you get the running game going. Then it's the play action where you got Hunter Henry and the other guy, Hooper. I think that's your bread and butter. And then you pick and choose on the outside. We really don't. The best thing about this offense is you have no one. So like when you're playing them defensively, you look at them like, I don't know if it's going to Booty or to Diggs or holy crap, we forgot about Pop Douglas. I said it last week. He was uncovered in the slot before that touchdown catch. I'm like, he's what? Nobody's on him.
Yeah.
And Drake saw it, threaded it, and they're off to the races.
Give me some thoughts on this Broncos defense, because we were talking about this earlier. I know statistically they're one of the top units, but I don't think they compare to Houston's or Seattle's. May and this Pats offense, they get 21 on Houston's last week. So never mind the fact this Broncos defense gets shredded by the likes of Jackson Dart, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. Trevor Lawrence. Those performances also came in Denver. I feel like they're overrated.
Right. I played with Patrick Surtain's dad down in Miami. I thought that was the best combination of corners we had. It was Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain Sr. Those guys were badass. Surtain's their best player. Riley Moss is the guy that's been toasted. I think he's given up something like 20 plays over 60 yards. So teams do throw at him. And McMillan's the one that stole the game from Buffalo on that catch that was ruled an interception. But other than that, Nick Benito up front, he can get after it a little bit. But what I did prior to coming out here, I watched the second half of that Buffalo Denver game. And I'm just watching, because I didn't absorb it as much when I watched it the first time live, because we had no clue we were playing yet. So I looked at it. I'm going to send you guys some pictures. I screenshotted 3 consecutive pass plays, 5 consecutive pass plays in the third quarter, where Josh Allen didn't have anybody within 5 feet of him.
Was this the thing?
You're going to be stunned.
Was this the thing Portnoy retweeted yesterday?
What, did he retweet it?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think you sent this to Dave, and he retweeted.
I did send it to Dave. Oh my God, I didn't see that.
Yeah, yeah, but
hey, could you screenshot and send it to me, because I'm blocked by the NFL on Twitter.
Oh, okay, yeah, absolutely.
Me ripping San Francisco in that crap hole for having a Super Bowl go back there. It's ridiculous.
But it's a great observation. I saw that, and it's right. Like I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Houston was getting us rushing 4 because of the edge guys. They don't have those edge guys here. They were rushing 5 and 6 in these photos. I'll send it to you.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yep.
So just wanted to ask you too. Sort of keeping on that point with Denver's defense. What kind of defense are they with Vance Joseph? Are they do what they do defense, or are they game plan specific? And I know they play a ton of man, or at least it looks like man. Joseph has been saying, well, it's not as much man as you think. It's like pattern matching
like
and stuff.
What you said. What you said. Like, don't show blitz, but don't blitz, and it kind of dupe it.
Okay.
But there he is having the time of his life, Vance Joseph. Oh my God! Just got this report. Steve Belichick is on the sideline.
He is. I just saw him on TV. I just saw Steve Belichick on TV dapping up Jarrett Stidham.
Oh,
I'm curious. I'm curious who Steve Belichick's rooting for.
Yeah, you make me throw up more. You can't. You can't. Well, David Andrews is out here staying at his house too. So, hey, Stidham's a good kid.
So, you've been in this situation before. Maybe not to the fact that you didn't play in 3 years,
What,
but
1999 was it?
It was 3. It was 3 years. 1998. I mean, 3 games. No, Jim, you're right. I didn't throw a ball in a game for 3 years.
So, okay, so it was
San Francisco.
Yeah, and you came in, and that team was loaded at the end there. That's Steve Young. That's Jerry Rice. I was at that game. It was wildly entertaining. You had that bomb
Jerry
down
Rice,
the right.
T.O. Oh, yeah.
Bomb down the right sideline to Sean Jefferson. I remember.
Yeah, we changed that play in the huddle. I said, you better catch it, because I don't change plays in the huddle. I don't play.
So, do you give any credence to maybe any shot of Stidham having that type of December '98 Zoe performance against San Francisco?
No, I was electric. I'm an electric personality.
That's true.
I piss excellence. It's just that type of. No, I'm just joking. I was one of the few that sort of cautioned people this week with the overconfidence about facing Stidham. He's a crappy backup. It can be done. It's been done multiple times. Don't fall asleep on this kid. He's like when I covered him here when he's in New England, I thought he could throw it, and I thought Bill effed him with the Cam stuff.
Yeah, and
there's times during that season, Cam should have been pulled. He's like,
Bill
got pissed and defiant. He's not going in. I didn't get it.
And if I heard you right this week, you think he has more of a live arm than Bo Nix, at least on in cuts, those type
I
of
think he's a better thrower.
Yeah.
He's a better thrower than Nix. Nix has more savvy and athletic ability. Here's another thing. Boomer Esiason has an analytical friend, and he broke down the Denver game, and he said, Bo Nix ran around on Buffalo 405 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Like, just from dropping back, handing off, bootlegs, scrambles, rollouts. Total to 405 yards for the game. He said, what that does, it tires the front. That's what Sean Payton wants to do. But to get people in Denver to tire that front. Stidham doesn't give you any of that.
All right, what do you think for a prediction today? Blowout?
28-20.
Okay.
28-20. We probably win and stay here because of the snow and find me shirtless walking around Denver.
Yeah, I was going to say, just out of my own curiosity, how the hell are you guys getting back? Do you know, or is that...
We don't know yet. Hey, bags are on the buses. We go as we go. We landed in a hurricane, so I don't know.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. Well,
yeah, coming back from London, playing sideways.
Enjoy the game. Have a great call with Bob, and we'll
Thank
see
you,
when we
gentlemen.
see you. We're back here in Boston.
Thanks, so.
See you guys. Take care.
Thanks,
Thank you.
All right, coming up, we will give you the weather report out in Denver. We'll say our thanks and goodbyes as we get ready to hand it off to Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak as we take you closer to kick off the AFC Championship Game between the Patriots and Denver Broncos. It's all coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Hey, Clinton Savings Bank Get Real account holders. Unlock access to our 12-month Get Real add-on CD where you can grow your savings by adding funds to your CD throughout the term. Visit clintonsavings.com for more information. Member FDIC, member DIF.
Right now, during the Jeep Start Something New sales event, well-qualified current Jeep Grand Cherokee or Jeep Wrangler lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X 4x4 for $339 a month for 39 months with $2,319 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 24,375. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 2/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
This is Matthew Slater. Contractors across New England rely on Charles D. Sheehy for precision, partnership, and reliability. From the first call to the final install, the CDS team delivers trusted products and dependable service that keeps every project moving forward on time and on point. Learn more at cdsi.com.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Busy Dog Basement Technologies is now Groundworks.
Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Anytime, anything. It's a great time to clean it your way.
Anytime's a good time to be Scrub-A-Dub-Clean.
Scrub-A-Dub's unlimited car wash plan lets you wash anytime for one low monthly price. Wash every day or every week. Your car will always be Scrub-A-Dub clean.
Anytime.
Anytime's a good time to be Scrub-A-Dub-Clean.
Hey, New England, want to be at the big game in Santa Clara, California? Feeling the energy, the excitement, the roar of the crowd? Punch 4 Parkinson's is giving one lucky winner and a guest the ultimate football experience. A trip of a lifetime. We're talking round-trip airfare, hotel, and tickets to the biggest game of the year. And make it a memory of a lifetime. Don't miss your chance to score big. Go to punch4parkinsons.org, and every entry helps fight Parkinson's. Bringing hope to thousands. Together we can make a difference. Because every punch counts. Go to punch4parkinsons.org today.
L&F is a veteran-owned company offering premier services such as heat pumps, panel upgrades, and more. Visit lfelectralservice.com.
It's a new year. Isn't it time for a new Ford? At Best Ford, save thousands in finance savings with 0% financing for 72 months on our most popular Fords. Or take your pick. A new 2025 Broncos Sport for $349 or 2025 F-150 for $459. Plus, exclusively at the Best Ford, we'll give you up to $2,500 over Kelly Blue Book on your trade. The best will sell first, so first shop the best at thebestford.com. www.bestfording.com/special event disclosures for full details.
Hit 98.5thesportshub.com.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview. It's driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We are here in the Town Fair Tire Studio in snowy Waltham, getting closer to kickoff of this afternoon's AFC Championship game between the Patriots and the Broncos out at Mile High in Denver. And it's time for the weather report brought to you by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. A major nor'easter is impacting all of New England. So have our guys at Blue Sky on speed dial. If you experience property damage from fallen trees, burst pipes, roof leaks, water, or ice damage, Blue Sky, they are ready to respond 24/7. So visit gobluesky.com. That's BLU, sky.com. Blue Sky Restoration, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. It might be bad here. But it's not that bad in Denver, just cold. The weather forecast for kickoff of the AFC Championship game coming up in just about 15 minutes. 24 degrees. Looks, clear, but, scattered clouds out there in the Denver metro. 2% chance of precipitation in the second half of this game. Winds around 9 miles per hour. But so cold. But nothing major. If I'll say this, I think the Patriots, look, you'd want to have the friendly confines of your home stadium. You want to wake up in your own bed. You won't want to have to travel. I think they're kind of lucky this game is in Denver. I can't believe I'm saying that, considering what a house of horrors that place has been in the postseason for the franchise. But I think they're better off playing there than here today if it happened to be Buffalo.
Yeah, because I think in some regard, right, if the game was being played here, it could be an equalizer, right? The weather conditions would be difficult to pass. It probably lean towards the defenses, both of which are good. But I would give the edge to Denver slightly. So you're right. It is better out there in terms of the passing conditions. One thing we didn't really talk about is Jim's special teams, and I know I've said this pretty much every playoff game, but I think at some point Marcus Jones is going to make a play on special teams. He obviously made one defensively. The Broncos are not great in the return game in terms of allowing returns. They're 19th in the NFL this year in punt return average allowed at 10.6. They're 26th in the NFL in kickoff return average at more than 27. A kickoff return, 27.6 to be exact. So that could be some hidden yardage for the Patriots in this game.
Yeah, I think they're either going to return maybe a pick six. For those of you that do like to wager, I do love an anytime, at least on DraftKings, with a defensive score or special team score for the Patriots in this game. And that will be part of what I think is going to be a blowout. And Drake May and Mike Vrabel will do something that Tom Brady and Bill Belichick never did during the two decades of dominance, and that's win a playoff game in Denver. I like them big today, Chris.
It's been that type of season. And if you just look at the Broncos, they don't have their starting quarterback. They don't have their leading rusher. They don't have their second leading receiver, a guy who had 6 touchdown catches during the regular season in Troy Franklin. I think they're just too depleted at this point to really score enough points. And this has been the theme. All these playoff games the Patriots have played, you look at the other team and you say, how are they going to get to the number they need to get to beat the Patriots? I just don't see it for Denver. I like the Patriots in this one. I'll say 23-16.
23-16. Either way, we'll have to start packing soon, my friend.
That's right. Yeah, back to San Francisco. You know, it's last time I was there, not only did I leave my heart there, I left my duffel bag and my backpack and all the other stuff that got stolen out of my rental car.
They tell you don't leave anything in the back seat out in that crazy city. All right, some special thanks to send out today. Executive producer Jeremy Conley, technical producer Kevin Majori. Great job as always. Thank you guys. Also thanks to assistant program director Jim Louth on the top of the hour headlines. The New England Patriots pregame show. It has been driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Coming up, it's the New England Patriots and their young phenom quarterback Drake May, head coach Mike Vrabel. At the Denver Broncos, typically been a house of horrors, but it's no Bo Nix, it's Jarrett Stidham. It's the AFC Championship Game out at Empower Field at Mile High. For Chris Gasper, this is Jim Murray signing off. Enjoy the game, everyone.
This has been Patriots Preview, driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com.
Damn, man, get some rhythm, dude. Get some rhythm.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, punchforparkinsons.org, McGovern Auto Group, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hey, listen to Cadence now. Listen in. Listen in.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your New England Chevy dealers, Big Y, your family market, John Dark Credit Union, Devlin Energy, your Massachusetts Jeep dealers, and by FindMassMoney.gov.
Listen to me. More urgency. More urgency.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Miller Lite, Mass Mutual, Peerless Boilers, Wendy's, Best Ford, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Autodesk, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, AZEC Exteriors, Heading Home, your New England GMC dealers, Neshoba Valley Ski Area, Charles D. Sheehy, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
What a beautiful day, man.
The kickoff is next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Football is a sport that demands grit. You got to go all in all the time. And your New England Ford dealers are all in too with the Ford F-150, a tough truck with all the space, technology, and versatility you need to command the field and the road. No wonder Ford F-Series is the #1 selling pickup for 49 years straight. Visit your New England Ford dealers to take advantage of our great offers today. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2025 calendar year total sales.
Hey, it's Ryan Rivard, project director at Blue Sky Restoration. When disaster strikes, it's not just your property that's affected, it's your sense of safety, your memories, and your livelihood. That's why at Blue Sky, we do more than restore buildings. We are committed to restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. Visit gobluesky.com.
Autodesk is proud to be the presenting sponsor of today's AFC Championship on 98.5 The Sports Hub between the Patriots and Denver. From skyscrapers to stadiums, design and build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots and Gillette Stadium.
We've all seen them. Drivers who are looking at their phones. Is there anything more crazy? It's like they're asking to be in an accident. And why are they even on their phones? To find better car insurance? That's easy. Just pull over and talk with an independent agent about safety insurance. They'll make sure you benefit from great coverage and great value. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Hey, do what I did. Get your Aaron snow thrower before they're all sold out. Get the most dependable, #1 selling 2-stage snow thrower worldwide. Throw the snow farther than any other brand and go with the official snow thrower of the New England Patriots. Aaron's the king of snow, also the official snow thrower of Mass. Don't get snowed in and break your back when the other brands let you down. Visit your independent Aaron's dealer now.
Need a space shot? Rent one of our clean, dry, ground-level storage containers from Eagle Leasing today. Call 1-800-GET-EAGLE or check us out and get a quote at eagleleasing.com. I'm Brandon Eagle, and you see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing.
Patriots football is brought to you by IBEW Local 103 and Nika Boston Electrical Contractors. To find a qualified contractor for your next electrical project, visit thepowerprofessionals.org.
Apex Entertainment in Marlboro is 100,000 square feet of pure fun. This is New England kicker Andy Borgalis, and this season, with every field goal I kick, Apex will be donating $100 to support autism education and research at the New England Center for Children. Check out Apex on social media or go to apexentertainment.com.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance, plus plenty of room inside. Start your journey in a brand new vehicle. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CRV.
See dealer for financing details.
Zoe and Beetle, middays on the Sports Hub.
Stroud, play fake, in the pocket. He's pressured by Chason, wraps him up and spins him down. Bootleg to the near side. Receiver fell down, and Stroud throws it up in the air. Intercepted Marcus Jones. Right 20, 15, 10. Jones is tackled by Hutchinson. Takes him to the pylon. Touchdown! Patriots! Patriots with a four-man rush, a twist up front. Anthony Jennings gets to the quarterback. So is Kyrus Tonga. He'll take down Stroud at the 20. Carried by their defense through the first 2 rounds of this year's playoffs, the Patriots have made it to Denver for the AFC Championship, where linebacker Robert Spillane expects them to unpack the same mindset that led to an 8-0 regular season on the road.
Yeah, I think it's that blue-collar mentality that we have, the lunch pail mentality that we're going to come to work each and every day. We're going to show up ready to work, ready to do whatever it takes for this team.
All as Calebon Chason says, never minding any thoughts about the thin air, the raucous atmosphere, or the franchise's 0-4 playoff history a mile high.
We focus on Denver, man. We can't really focus on that. We focus on Denver. That's the upcoming opponent we had this week, so we're prepared for them.
Will the Patriots' remarkable resurgence continue with a berth in Super Bowl 60? We're about to find out. Coming up, the Patriots and the Denver Broncos.
This is Patriots football.
Set to go. Snap ball down. Kick up. Kick is on the way, and it is good. It's good. It's good. And the Patriots are Super Bowl champions.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions, Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, Punch4Parkinsons.org, McGovern Auto Group, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wilson, quick throw. Intercepted by Malcolm Butler with 20 seconds to go in Super Bowl 49.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your New England Chevy dealers, Devlin Energy, Hub International New England, Big Y, your family market, John Dark Credit Union, your Massachusetts Jeep dealers, and by FindMassMoney.gov.
Driving forward, diving to the goal line, a touchdown, and a title for the Patriots. I can't believe it. They have completed the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Miller Lite, Mass Mutual, Peerless Boilers, Wendy's, Best Ford, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Autodesk, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, AZEC Exteriors, Heading Home, Wellesley Testosterone, The Dome at the Wyndham Woods School, your New England GMC dealers, Neshoba Valley Ski Area, Charles D. Sheehy, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
And the Patriots are world champions again. Back-to-back world championships. 3 out of 4. Yes, it's a dynasty.
And the Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title. Yes, it's still a dynasty.
Now, here's Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak.
And hello again, everyone. Welcome to Empower Field at Mile High in downtown Denver, Colorado for this AFC Championship between the number 2 seed New England Patriots and the number 1 seed Denver Broncos. Bob Sosi along with Scott Zolak. It is great to have you with us. Hopefully you are somewhere warm and safe. If you have to be out and about, I'm going to try to keep you company for these next few hours as the Patriots try to play their way to the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, the 12th Super Bowl overall for the Pats. But Denver has always been an impediment for New England on its postseason journeys. The Patriots 0-4 here a Mile High, including 2 AFC Championship games. Zoe, what do the Patriots have to do to defeat history and, of course, play their way to Santa Clara?
It's one comment. It's don't turn the football over. I think if you don't turn the football over in this game, I don't think you're going to have an issue. I really don't. I think you're going to be able to run it. I think Drake's going to be good. There's no reason where I look at Drake in the passing game and said, oh, they confuse him. Where he struggles is if he trusts his backside and those ends are coming, that's where you get the ball slapped out. He will be better for that today. I know they beat that into them all week. This team's ready. They're locked in. And I want to preface all this first. I got a lot of buddies in law enforcement back home and plow guys that are going to be out not being able to watch this game. And everybody telling us We're going to have us on it, and it's a privilege to call this game for you guys out there. You're the true heroes, keeping our families safe back at home. And Bob and I will try and paint the picture the best that we could without yelling over each other.
Well, last week, the picture for the Broncos, a 33-30 win in overtime. Will Lutz with the game-winning field goal. The Bills turned the ball over 5 times, and yet still scored 30 points, and they ran for 183 against this Denver defense. Statistically, an impressive resume, but not the same caliber of defense, perhaps, the Patriots have faced the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I said it multiple times this week. Boomer Esiason, former quarterback, as a friend, an analytical guy. Where Denver really wears teams down is Bo Nix behind the line of scrimmage, believe it or not. In the course of a game, he'll run somewhere between 300 and 450 yards, just handoffs, bootlegs, stretching the defense to make the defensive down guys get winded trying to chase him. So that's not in play today with Jarrett Stidham. You got to hit Stidham early and often in this game. Do not let him get comfortable. I've been in that spot.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
Don't let me stand there flat-footed because I'll cut you up. Because anybody at this level that's made it is a quarterback. Whether you're 1, 2, or 3, that means you can throw the football.
And to take it full circle, going back to the Patriots quarterback, Drake May's got to protect the ball better.
Bingo. But it's how does that quarterback process everything? Things are accelerating fast now. It's an elimination game. So that's all in your head. Stidham can handle that. He'll give his team a chance.
6 head coaches in the NFL heretofore have played for a team in the Super Bowl and later led that team to the Super Bowl as a head coach. Mike Vrabel trying to become the 7th. 60 minutes of football, at least, until Super Bowl 60. Patriots and the Broncos. Coming up next, the starting lineups and the kickoff on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Why drive when you can ski, ride, or chew? So close to home at Neshoba Valley Ski Area, just off 495 in Westford, Mass. Great value and so close to home. Purchase ski and snow tubing tickets online now at skineshoba.com.
When I had my injury, I realized that my home was just not working for me and that it was time to ask for help. Homes for Our Troops is really giving me my life back. It's not just about a home, it's about creating a family and a community that's going to stick with you for the rest of your life.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
BJ's Wholesale Club has everything you need to throw the perfect big game party. Now through February 8th, get a $15 digital coupon when you spend $150 in one transaction. BJ's has deals on everything, from appetizers and snacks to giant party subs to TVs even bigger than the giant party subs. Plus, you can pick up the supplies you'll need to clean up after. Go to bjs.com/biggame for details and make your place the place to watch the big game.
Scott Zolak talks with Boston basketball champion and Boston Dental patient Derek White.
I know you advocate so much for Boston Dental. You recommended them to a few of your teammates who actually use their services now, and I use the one in the Seaport.
Yeah, recommended to a couple of my friends, and first they see the work that I've gotten done and how it turned out, and now they want to go in a great location and nice office and everything, so people have really enjoyed their experiences.
Boston Dental. For a championship smile, go see them in the Seaport for high-end sports-focused dentistry. To make your appointment, visit bostondental.com.
Imperial Car's $75 million clearance event is going on now. Over $10 million of discounts, 2,000 vehicles discounted up to $15,000, including hundreds of new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. Plus, introducing Imperial Subaru in North Attleboro. Same great team, same great customer service. Hurry in. When they're gone, they're gone.
I'm Jen Harper, the founder of Cheekbone Beauty. We grew the brand to like $1 million from a corner of my basement. I don't feel like I'm technology savvy whatsoever, but companies like Shopify exist, so you can literally build a website in an evening. I really look at it like the sort of the level of the playing field, and Shopify just made it like foolproof. It was so easy. I don't think I could ever go work for anyone else ever again. We're Cheekbone Beauty, and we're powered by Shopify.
Every Thursday night, head to the Sylvan Street Grill in Peabody for a chance to win Bruins tickets, courtesy of Coors Light. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 or older. Giveaways may be discontinued at any time.
L&F is a veteran-owned company offering premier services such as heat pumps, generators, car charger installs, panel upgrades, and more. Call 844-LF-WISE or visit lfelectralservice.com.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
Well, it'd be huge. I mean, just the AFC Championship, chance to go to the Super Bowl. That'd be huge. Another road environment that's had success in the past. They've had success since Coach Payton has been there, and they have great players.
Here's Drake May, and today's starting lineups for the New England Patriots are brought to you by my dealership, the McGovern Auto Group, the official automotive dealer of the New England Patriots. 35 locations, 25 different automotive brands, over 9,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Start your car shopping today at McGovernAuto.com. For the Patriots receiver, you got Stephon Diggs, Pop Douglas, and Kayshon Boutte, your tackles. Will Campbell and Morgan Moses, guards, Jared Wilson and Michael Owenu. Your center's Garrett Bradbury, tight end, Hunter Henry, running back is Ramondre Stevenson, and you just heard from the quarterback, number 10, Drake May. Patriots captains have made it to midfield, where you see the head of the horse, the Denver Broncos, here at Mile High Stadium. Get ready for the coin flip. This is pretty good win-wise. Not a whipping win. If you look up top, the flags are blowing pretty good, but the orange tape at the top of the goalpost not moving that much.
And there's some pro football royalty at midfield.
For a great deal on a from the Kelly Blue Best Value brand. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman and VJ Husky.
Oh, it is a big day in which by day's end, we'll know which two teams will be matched up in Super Bowl 60. End Zone Radio on the Fox Sports Radio studios. We are getting ready for the kickoff right now, this AFC Championship game between the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos.
You know what else? You know what else, Steve?
What is that?
You know what time it is.
No Huddle Hour.
Just
All
a
right.
kickoff.
Well, remember the last two times that these two teams faced off in an AFC Championship game was the 2015 season. Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning. Manning's last hurrah. Of course, the Broncos would win that day and then go on to win the Super Bowl over Carolina with that great defense. At that point, Peyton Manning could barely lift his arm above his head. I mean, it was just a noodle arm.
182 total yards of offense in that game.
I mean, he had no arm, and he was just, you remember he actually made a couple of decent throws early in that Super Bowl, and then they shut him down the rest of the way.
Yep.
And just let Von Miller and company do their thing, which is what they did that day against Cam Newton and company. But that was the last time. So that was 10 years ago, exactly 10 years ago, that we had an AFC Championship matchup between the Broncos and the Patriots, and Peyton Manning came out on top that day against Tom Brady.
Who you got?
Well, I'm going to go with what I
okay.
told you. I've already said I've got the Patriots in this game. I said that I had this premonition about a Patriots-Rams Super Bowl. And so that's what I said before the games on Sunday last week, before the Patriots had won against Houston, which, by the way, I thought the Texans were going to win that game. They did not. And then, of course, the Rams and the Bears, that was a coin toss game, and the Rams won that game on the road. So keep in mind, again, New England has yet to lose a road game the entire season. They haven't lost any road games this year. Now, the Broncos have only lost one game at home all season, but that was a blowout loss against Jacksonville. So they showed they are vulnerable. This is a Denver defense ranked number 2 in the NFL, going against Drake May, who just faced the number 1 defense. And by the way, against that number 1 defense, even though he's turning the ball over, he also had 3 touchdown passes in that game.
Right.
So, the one thing that we've seen about Drake May all season long, VJ, is that, yes, he'll make mistakes like any young quarterback, but he doesn't let it fester. He seems to be able to bounce back. He played much better in the second half against the Chargers. He played much better in the second half against the Texans. That's a sign of a mature quarterback, even for a young quarterback. So to me, especially with the weather situation being clear right now, expect snow in the second half of this game. If Denver is going to win this game, I think they have to do it in the first half. They got to come out. They got to rattle Drake May. They got to force turnovers. They got to make it a short field, make things as easy as possible for Jarrett Stidham and this Denver offense. They got to do it early. And right now, by the way, Denver has the ball first, so this game is about to begin.
I want to take Denver, but I can't. The Patriots have the second-ranked defense in the playoffs so far. In the playoffs so far, they have the second-ranked defense. Denver is also only giving up 70 yards rushing, though, and that's going to be big. And Stidham, I don't think any nerves. Like I said, he's run so much scout team. Like, this is not going to be anything new for him, right? But the only thing that does worry me is if it does come down to you needing to be the guy to make a play.
Right.
If your receivers are dropping balls, or if they're running wrong routes and being in congested areas, the Patriots are an opportunistic defense. They will bat balls around, and they will, they do what we call tip drill. And as you see on like the second play, you're watching this running play to the right, and it's almost like the running back is like, okay, it's clogged, but I'm still going to just put my head down. No, dog. Put your right foot in the ground and bounce. Like, watch this right here.
Two running plays to start this offense, and they've gotten zero.
And there's 5 white jerseys pulling him down and one other orange jersey in the area right here.
Well, I mean, as you're defensing Denver right now, until Stidham actually throws the football.
Until he beats you,
we're just going to load the line. So they got a 3rd and 9 on their first possession right now. They're at the 35-yard line. And we are going to get a pass on this one. And Stidham, this is only the 5th start of his entire career, and they came after him, and he was running for his life, and that is it. That was a horrific 3-and-out for Denver. Like, everything that you were thinking, like, wow, this is going to be tough for Denver. First thing that sets me off right now is watching Stidham trying to run away from the pass rush, and he's no Bo Nix running the football. Well, literally, I mean, they caught him within a half a step.
Well, Powers is a big guy, and he's got some speed to be 310 pounds on the end, coming off the end. But on that play right there, it feels like I said, you could dap up your family, and you can smile and say, I'm ready, and I've been through the scout team, I got the reps and all of that stuff. When you get out there, it's like marriage, right? You can say, I want to be married, okay, and get year 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dude, like when the heat hit. Let's see if you really want to be there. Yeah. You can get out there and scout team. You can get out there and practice and the scrimmage and preseason. But this is the AFC Championship game to go play for Lombardi in Santa Clara, California, 2 Sundays from today, where it's going to draw 130 million viewers in America.
All right, so the Patriots will start at their own 8-yard line. Good punt, pins them back. And again, Drake May, if you look at the playoff games against both the Chargers and the Texans, he has struggled early in those games. Turnovers, like putting the ball on the ground.
Right.
Fortunate that he had, the same offensive lineman covered 2 of his fumbles last week.
Yep. Sure did.
So, the ball has bounced the right way on what could have been disastrous plays. And the only thing that really helped the Patriots last week was C.J. Stroud. What a game that was. Oof.
Yeah,
with
the number 1 defense.
And 3 of those 4 picks were on him.
And on the Patriots, just real fast, what I always say, Steve travels. Defense and running the ball. The Patriots do have a pretty good defense, and they can run the football. Drake May doesn't have to go and really win this game today. He just can't turn the ball over like he has against the Chargers and he has against the Texans. But this Denver defense will turn you over. So today, we're looking at Vance Joseph. This guy, you talk about a head coach. You talk about a team that may be waiting for a guy to be done with his season. There's another name right there. Quick sidebar to the earlier segments. But I honestly just feel like this is a close game today. I don't think it's a blowout. But to give a pick, I'm going to just go with the team that hasn't lost on the road. I'll trust Drake May more than a guy that hasn't thrown a pass from 2023.
And you should. So, again, he's supposedly the MVP. According to all these football, it's not Matthew Stafford, it's Drake May. He did more than anybody
else.
Give
me the Patriots 23 to 18, 19. All right. I think they win by 3 or 4 points.
Well, considering how the line dropped, then you're covering the spread. All right, a 3rd down play for the Patriots right now, 3rd and 4. Denver, again, a 3-and-out on their opening drive. Drake May is going to throw the ball, and he's got to get rid of it, and he does, and that is incomplete, almost intercepted. All right, so both of these teams offensively very conservative coming out, and I'm not sure why, because, again, it is cold right now, but the weather, what we're seeing at the start of this game is nothing like what we're going to see in the second half of the game. It will snow probably for the entirety of the fourth quarter of this game, and and the thing about snow is, usually advantage offense in the snow,
right?
Because the receivers know where they're going and the defense doesn't. But that being said, when it's wet, when it's that, you might be not seeing things clearly.
Yeah, when it's raining,
it really is, and it really lends itself to turnovers. All right, so the Broncos will take over in good field position again, so they'll be about their own 40-yard line in the second series. If I'm the Broncos right now, VJ, man, I got to throw the ball. I have got to get Stidham into this game. I mean,
Right.
I mean, no. Look. You're Sean Payton. You are known as a coach that throws the football. This guy's got to throw the football early before the weather turns sour. Get him throwing the football. See what you got with your passing.
If you're going to throw on first down, though, just my offensive coordinator, mine working right now. Now that we're in the game, man, and I'm watching the game, we're talking about the game. It's if you're going to throw on a first down, quick hits. Don't give him 4 or 5 step drops on first down. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Quick hits, 1, 2, let it go. Quick screen, bubble screen. Get it quick thing. Hey, Sutton, he's playing 5 yards, 6 yards off you. Give him the little signal that you've been working all week. Snap the ball, turn, throw it right to Sutton right there. Let that corner have to tackle you in the open field. He misses that. That's a first down. You might break it and take it all the way, but we know we're getting 7 to 8 yards if that corner does not make that tackle. You got to make plays like that. And if it's an incomplete pass, second down, we're running the ball. Like you don't abandon the run with Harvey too early because you want to get your quarterback going. But if you're going to throw on first down, get him quick West Coast Bill Walsh type of quick hit plays.
Well, you got
just see how that
field
works
position
out.
right now.
Right.
Field position in favor of the Broncos. You're going to start
I'll
your
take a
own
shot right
40
here.
yard. Absolutely.
I'll take a shot. I'll take a play action shot right here.
Come on.
Take a shot.
You got to get something on the board now.
Get your speed guy down the field and just let. Also, too, it's cold. See what kind of army he's got in this weather. Right here, first down, ball on the 41. After holding the neck, play action, turn, and just let it go. If you throw a pick, okay, it's early, and it's like punting the ball. But first play right here, take a shot.
All right, coming up on the other side, we'll continue, obviously, to update you on what's going on in this game. Nothing so far at all. Zero going on so far. And continue to get you ready for later on as Rams get ready to take on the Seahawks.
Man.
It's all about which two teams will end up the day getting ready for Super Bowl 60.
Sports bars are going to be crazy out here later today.
This is End Zone Radio.
It's the NFC Championship. Let's go. The Seahawks.
Your Seattle Seahawks are moving on to the NFC Championship.
The Rams.
The NFC Championship game.
Keep it here as we set you up for the conference championships.
Let's go.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose. Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from Jewelry Television.
JTV, I love their jewelry. I had my eye on this pearl bracelet on JTV.com. Plus, I love their colored gemstone jewelry. And oh, have you seen their gold?
Right now, take up to 70% off select jewelry and gifts at JTV.com.
You are not going to believe their gemstones and their artisan collections. Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
It's the pearl bracelet.
Visit JTV.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-627-7754. 800-627-7754. 800-627-7754.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steak Co., they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steak Co. has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
Sports. They like football. They do life, but mostly they do themselves.
Podcast and radio, no one's got anything to talk about, but I do.
Steve Cavino.
There's a spring in my step and a nickel in my pocket.
Rich Davis.
Fred Savage. Ben Savage.
And Macho Man Randy Savage. Your afternoon pick-me-up.
It's not a show, it's a lifestyle.
It's Cavino and Rich. Weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
I like the morning show.
They're really funny in the morning.
This is the show that has 2 pros and a cup of Joe.
Who is Joe?
LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox.
All right, so here's my question about the Jesse Minter hire with the Ravens. Because Steve Bisciotti sat up there and said, hey, if Lamar Jackson wants to be involved with this whole hiring process, you know, he's going to get his ass up from Florida and be a part of this whole thing. And I'm looking at the hire of Jesse Minter, and I'm thinking, I'll bet Lamar never got on the plane. I'll bet he never even showed up, because it feels like listen, he spent a couple of years with Harbaugh at the NFL level, at the college level. He spent time with the Ravens organization. It just feels like, oh, well, we know him better than the other guys, so we'll just bring him back because he's familiar with how we operate around here.
You're not wrong. He might have been consulted on all this, but I don't believe, based on recent footage, he was deeply involved in these head coaching interviews. But my big question is, okay, so you got your guy to help the defense improve. Who's the OC? Like, and I don't mean that in like a derogatory manner about any defensive-minded head coach, but the reality is, it's the same thing if you hire a defensive-minded head coach in Buffalo. Who's the OC?
It could be a great hire. He is, to me, an obscure, unknown entity. So I can't really judge him one way or the other. I would say the biggest question here is, what group of people went into the selection of him being the head coach? I don't think this is an indictment on him.
To get the rest of LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox, podcast by searching 2 Pros and a Cup of Joe. Listen to 2 Pros and a Cup of Joe weekdays from 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
3, 2, 1.
It's Stu Gotts.
Yes.
And he Gotts Company.
I love that.
Stu Gotts and Company. Live.
That's what he's doing. Unapologetic.
And they're blending sports.
Listen, kicking's an individual sport.
With whatever they want.
I once went to 11 consecutive dead shows at Madison Square Garden.
Sometimes the lights off. What? It's Stu Gotts and Company live. Listen weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio.
I'm going to confess right now.
Why does our lineup work?
I think the contrast of personalities.
Here's a little secret.
I can't even sugarcoat it.
We have the best in the business.
They pimp slapped him.
24/7, 365.
There's a ton going on in sports.
Wherever, whenever, quality.
For sure.
Turn the radio up.
Oh, that sweet sound.
It's how we do sports.
Hey,
we're talking about sports.
I get paid to yell and call for people to get fired.
This is Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. FS.
I remind you, you're listening to End Zone Radio. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios, and if you've been wiping with that piece of dry toilet paper, saying to yourself, is this as good as it gets? I got great news for you. No, it gets better. Switch to life-changing, wet, extra large, flushable Dude wipes, because wetter just cleans better. Available at Amazon and major retailers nationwide. Dude wipes, best clean pants down. All right, so the Denver Broncos have just scored. The big play here was a 52-yard pass from Jarrett Stidham to Marvin Mims Jr., set it up for a 6-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton. Both of us talking about the fact that you've got to throw the ball. You had good field position. Take a shot.
Yep.
They did that. Stidham got the protection. He wasn't running around. He had the protection. He had the time. He hit Marvin Mims in stride, and then a nice touchdown pass to Sutton, and just like that, 7-0 Broncos. So, we'll talk about that play in a second, but I'll tell you one thing about New England. They got to answer back here. Because right now, there's just, the crowd's obviously going crazy at Mile High. They're going nuts over there. They're all ready for this, Broncos coronation, get back to the Super Bowl, first time in 10 years. So if Drake May is that MVP, they got to quiet the crowd right now.
Not only that, Stidham's relaxed now.
Yeah.
Stidham's relaxed now. There's nothing that relaxes a backup quarterback in a high pressure situation than just completing some passes. And on the touchdown pass, I love, I am a coordinator. I'm in here. I'm hitting the talkback button to Shay and Chris. I'm a coordinator because that's my dream, is to be either a GM or an offensive coordinator for an NFL franchise. My NFL dreams would be to be one of that. But the play action pass on the touchdown to Sutton, it's beautifully run. You play action pass to the backside, reverse pivot. That way, because when you lean that way, the defense all shifts. So when you reverse pivot and come back out of it, your receivers running the quarter right to the back end of the pylon and the back end of the end zone, wide open. There wasn't a Patriot within 5 or 6 yards of that guy. Now, I think the Patriots will answer. I think this is going to be a close game. I think everybody's settled in now. Now, on the Patriots side with Drake May, get some completions. You're going to run the football with Travion Henderson, but right there, he just completes on a first down 4-yard, just a little option route to Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, there you go.
Get Diggs going, get him relaxed and stuff. He's got a lot of stuff off the field. He's going to worry about. He better focus today. But this game, I think we're in, Steve. I think we're in for 2 great football games today, man.
Well, I certainly
really
hope
do,
so.
man.
But, again, what we talked about with Jarrett Stidham is he needed to make a play, one play,
right, and
he nailed it. He absolutely threw a perfect pass to Mims for 52 yards, setting up that touchdown. So we'll see what New England does on this drive. Look, again, if you watch the games against the Chargers and the Texans, the problem with Drake May in both of those games, early turnovers.
Right.
You cannot have that. I mean, this Denver defense, number 2 ranked defense in the league this year, they will go after him. They will try to knock the ball loose from him and try to create a turnover and jump all over him. As I said, if Denver was going to win this game, they had to win it early. And they're off to a tremendous start with that touchdown to start things off here.
I like what the Patriots are doing, too. Right now, they just brought in 2 extra linemen. This is grown-ass man football. Forget all the pretty stuff. Look at this formation. I'm going to bring in 2 extra tackles, and we're going to run on 3rd and 1 and pick up these 12 inches and keep the ball, move the chains. And this is big boy football. This is not hard.
That's Mike Vrabel football.
This is not science. Big guys in, move other grown-ass men against their will where you want them to go. Running back, hold on to the ball, lower your shoulder, get the yard and go. Like I said, I think they're going to be fine on this drive. They'll get some plays. They'll throw the ball around. I love that play right there. It just didn't. It wasn't blocked well at all. It just wasn't blocked well. I like the play, but it just wasn't blocked well.
All right. Well, again, the thing about the Denver Broncos, when Sean Payton went to Denver, you have to let's do a little recall here.
People
After
laugh.
winning
he won at the Chargers
when the Broncos won the Super Bowl in that 2015 season. on the strength of their defense and a noodle arm final hurrah for Peyton Manning. You know, after that, they went south.
Badly.
John Elway left the scene. Like, it was over.
Right.
No playoff appearances. Nothing. They had absolutely hit rock bottom. It was one of the worst runs in Denver Broncos history. And we're watching Drake May trying to get a deep pass and great defense. All right, the Broncos defense has shown up in this game.
Well, guess who that is right there? Reigning defensive player of the year.
I know. So he was a little banged up last week. They were concerned about that. But
his dad played for my Dolphins. I love this kid. Look at the technique.
Well, he knows how to get position. He has his arm out, but it's not interference because he's looking back.
What do I always say,
at the
Steve?
ball? When you look back at the ball,
ball.
they're not going to call if you're. It's always like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with a sky hook. Unblockable. You're watching the ball hold high. You're not watching his left arm literally shoving the guy out of the way so he has a clear shot because you're focused on where the ball is. It was brilliant by Kareem. I used to do
One of your
that.
favorite NBA players of all time?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
one of my favorite NBA people of all time.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a great affinity for him. Anyway, so saw him at a game. He's been in the wheelchair. Everything.
Yeah, last time I was at a
he's
Laker game, I saw him in
recovering
a
from that
wheelchair.
injury.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a little tough. Anyway, so we'll see. But fourth down right now. So once again, New England's going to have to give up the ball, and this is not a good start for the Patriots at all. I mean, at all. This is not what they.
Downfield.
Well, no, they're not getting enough time. The Broncos are bringing pressure on Drake May, and so he's having to check down. And when you got a 3rd and 12, you throw a 3-yard pass, and they had good field position. They're at their own 44-yard line. So this is going to be a really big defensive series coming up for New England right here.
Quick question for you: Is Stephon? Another question I did have about this game is the same question I've had about New England's offense all year long. Stephon Diggs is your best receiver. Is that enough?
No.
Okay.
No.
Right.
Look,
he's not a WR1 anymore, right?
Let's keep in mind one thing about the Patriots. Easiest schedule of any team since 1999. Now, the argument is, well, that 1999 team was the Rams who went on to win the Super Bowl.
Yep, the Rams.
So the Rams won the when we talk about strength of schedule, this was the weakest schedule that any NFL team has had since 1999.
Yeah.
That's almost 30 years ago. So, and then you go against a Chargers team at home with no offensive line.
Decimated.
And then you go at home against the Houston Texans, whose quarterback has a complete first half meltdown.
Yeah, 5 turnovers.
Now you're on the road against a Denver team. The only question about Denver going into this game was Jarrett Stidham. That's the only question. Both sides of the line, Denver has better personnel, and they have better stats on both their offensive line and their defensive line.
You take Sean Payton play calling over Josh McDaniels? I would.
I'll call that a wash.
Okay.
I mean, again,
okay.
This game is going to come down to execution. Drake May so far has completed 3 passes in this game to Stephon Diggs for 7 yards.
What you got, Shay? Jump in here, baby.
So
That's not going to happen.
You did bring up strength of schedule, but I do also want to bring up the Broncos had the second easiest strength of schedule this season with their opponents going 0.431.
Yeah.
See, that's why they pay you the producer dollars, baby.
I was interested to look it up.
Remind everybody you said 0.431, right?
Yeah,
43%. What was New England's?
0.380.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
38.
This list is pretty unbelievable, by the way.
That's 17 games, and your opponents won 38% of their games?
Do you want to guess the top 5? Do you guys want to
try
to
guess
Bears
the top 5? We're in the top 5.
The Bears are in the top 5.
Bears.
Correct. So you guys need 2 more teams.
Saints?
No.
Jacksonville?
These are good teams. These are teams that did
Rams.
All right.
Well, you have to think about teams that had bad teams last year.
One of them is a good team. One of them wasn't too hot.
I saw one was a good team, another good team. Packers?
I'm going to tell you guys.
Yeah.
Chargers are at number 5. with .457.
Makes sense because of the Chiefs' fall and the Raiders.
And then the Cowboys were at
I was going to
3.
say the Cowboys. I didn't say Chargers, but in my head I was thinking Cowboys. Absolutely.
And then the Bills were close to number 5 with number 6.
Can I throw something at you guys?
But
real
New
fast?
England is like light years.
Yeah, like New England. If you were, I'll show you guys this list during the
I mean,
break.
it's
You'll see
crazy how easy their schedule is.
Yeah,
Before
100%,
we go to Bree, can I
100%.
throw something at you guys here? I do because I want to play devil's advocate. Whoever wins the Super Bowl this year, let's be real. If it's not the Rams, will there be a narrative that this was a down kind of NFL year? Like Burrow,
You're changing your tune.
No, I'm not. I'm asking
because all
I'm
season
playing.
long you were talking about it could be a transitional.
No, it
year.
is. It has been.
Not
And
a
we're
bad
saying
year,
that in
a
coaching.
transitional.
I
year.
said that's why I prefaced my statement by saying, let me play devil's advocate. Let me start a little trouble. You guys know I like to start a little trouble.
Okay.
I want to start a little trouble today because it's been too much kumbaya.
I just want to keep you honest here.
Yeah, it's been too much kumbaya.
Because I've been with you when you've been talking about transition,
and I still feel that way. But like honestly, next year going into the preseason when we're all sitting here again, and okay, so who do you guys have winning this? Who you guys? Is there going to be a narrative? Yeah, dude, but God, that Denver team, dude, they had the worst. That Patriots team, they had this, or the Chiefs fell off. Burrow was out. No Lamar. The Bills got their coach fired, right? Josh Allen got the coach. I'm just asking.
I would say, for instance, let's talk about the Lions and the Bears, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the
Lions
Bears
had a down year.
Right, the Lions they'll bounce back. Chiefs had a down year.
Right.
They'll bounce back. I'm not holding it to that. The Bears are legit.
Are they though?
Yeah, they are. And the Broncos are legit.
They get a first place schedule next year, guys.
I understand.
They don't get the they get a first place. Look at Stenham as he keeps on the RPO.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
9-yard gain.
He slid a little early. That's a 7-yard game. Where your feet start down with the muck the ball.
I hate that rule.
All right, well, that's what they do. All right, and by the way, he wasn't even touched until later. Usually it's where the guy's touched, right, where you mark the ball.
Oh, no, when you start.
But when a quarterback slides, it's where you start the slide is where they mark the ball.
He could just dove forward right there and pick up the
so
first
instead
down.
of 2nd and 1, it's 2nd and 2. All right, let's find out what is trending right now. So, Bree, who do you like in this game?
Start some trouble with me.
Who is your pick in this game between the Broncos and the Patriots?
I am a Saints fan, so I forever will love Sean Payton. So you guys were talking about Bountygate earlier.
Okay,
so
I feel that.
I am rooting for the Broncos.
You and Martin get along then.
Yes, we do.
That's what I thought.
And I actually used to have a Champ Bailey jersey also when I was younger because I just really liked him. Which
Champ
is
was
kind
my
of
guy.
Yeah, so it's just kind of random.
Well, he only made 12 Pro Bowls.
He only did that, yeah. So I was kind of like, I just liked collecting jerseys when I was younger.
He's only top 5 corner of all time.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to the NFC Championship, I don't care. Like I just hate the NFC Championship.
Not
just
going
as
with
it all together.
Not going with the home squad of LA.
Absolutely not. I hate the Rams from that past interference thing from the Saints.
Oh,
like I'll never get over that. And it's not the Rams' fault.
Are you a bigger Seahawks fan than Dan Byer?
No, absolutely not. That is 100%.
Dan has been he will walk. Can you imagine how is he going to do a show this afternoon?
Yeah, he's not coming in. He's gonna do the show
home.
from home.
Yeah,
he's staying home. He did not come in today.
No, he's not going.
Is somebody filling in for him? He's just doing the show from home.
He's doing the show from
home.
home.
He's doing the show from home.
But that's even worse.
That's even worse.
There's going to be a lot of dead air.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be so glued in on his Seahawks.
Nah, he's a professional.
I know he is.
Kerry had his meetings today.
I've been there before.
Can you imagine working through that? I couldn't.
My thing is UCLA basketball. I've actually done shows while they're on during the tournament. And I blank out.
Wow.
I
was about to
completely
say,
blank out.
I'm with you, Bree. Like honestly, Dolphins ever make a Super Bowl, and I'm going to call the VP and be like, listen, man,
BJ,
get somebody.
We've seen you over the course of the season get distracted by Miami Dolphins football, so don't kid yourself.
I'm
calling out. I'm not coming in.
No, just NFC Championship, just a lot of bad memories for me.
Okay.
So I just kind of really
I did not know you were a Saints fan. I'm learning. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Huge, very depressed Saints fan over here. Anyways, guys, yes, the Broncos are on top of the Patriots. 7-0, 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Earlier, Jarrett Stidham did throw throw his first touchdown pass since January of 2024. So that's a good little stat for you guys. Later today, we just talked about the NFC Championship kicking off at 6:30 Eastern from Seattle. Other NFL news, the Bills announced they completed their head coaching interview with Jags offensive coordinator Grant Udinski. The Eagles had requested to interview Cowboys OC Clayton Adams for their OC position, but Dallas denied the request. NBA news that they announced that the Nuggets and Grizzlies game has been postponed due to inclement weather in Memphis. The Mavericks are on the phone with the league trying to see if they can postpone their game with the Milwaukee Bucks just because they are still in their plane and haven't taken off yet. They've been in their plane for about 3 hours now. NBA scores, the Kings are on top of the Pistons 27-24, 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Back to you guys.
Not for long.
Not for long, yes.
We'll see. All right, Bree, thank you very much. We'll check
Thanks,
in with you again later on. Once again, we're in the Fox Sports Radio studios with the iHeartRadio app. You can stream us wherever you happen to be. Catch us and all of our Fox Sports Radio shows live 24/7 in the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Just search Fox Sports Radio in the app to stream us live all day, every day. And be sure to select Fox Sports Radio as one of your presets in the iHeart app, so it'll always pop up at the top of your screen. All right, so 7-0 now, 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Denver has the ball and a 7-0 lead. But getting back to, as we talk about next year, we do this every year. It's not just unique to this year where teams like, in this case, the Chiefs or the Lions, that were on everybody's list as,
Baltimore, Cincinnati.
Are the Eagles going to bounce back after a disappointing postseason? Are they going to be able to bounce back? Everybody's going to talk about this. And there'll be people who say, oh, yeah, it's an aberration. They'll be back. And more often than not, they're not. And then you have to turn the page, and then you have to sort of take the team seriously. I mean, wasn't that long ago that we were talking about a young quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, his first AFC Championship game, he loses to Tom Brady and the Patriots, and you're like, okay, well, that was a hell of a first season as a starter. Can he do it again? And then the next year he wins the Super Bowl.
Right.
We were talking about Josh Allen, who after a couple of years of still the jury's out whether this guy can be, a top quarterback, and then all of a sudden breakout year, deep run in the playoffs. Yeah, but can he do it again? And, since then he's won an MVP. So I'm going to take these teams seriously. I'm taking Denver seriously. I'm taking New England seriously. I'm taking the Bears seriously. I think that they're here to stay. And you could say, well, Caleb Williams, 7 games that he won, he almost had 8. Let's face it, you had to think when he made that insane play.
I thought the Rams were losing. I thought the Rams were going to lose that game.
I did too.
I thought the Rams were going to lose that game.
Man, the Bears are going to win this again.
Yep.
Somehow, some way, they got the magic.
Yep.
So no, I think that this has been a year of transition, and I think it is a transition that will continue on in 2026.
Like I said, I've been the guy that's been pumping. This is a transition. This is the changing of the guard at the quarterback position, the head coach position, but I didn't go as far as franchise position because, can Jags bounce back? Will the Jags come back and win another 12, 13 games? I'm with you on Denver. I think Denver's here to stay. I think the Patriots here to stay. Why? Because they both have good quarterbacks and a good head coach. What do we know about the NFL? If you got a good head coach and a good quarterback, you're normally a 10, 11, 12 win team as long as you got those two guys. That's just the way the NFL goes. But we also do know.
You think that Chicago has a good coach and a good quarterback?
I think Chicago's got a good coach. I think Chicago's got a good X's and O's scheme guy. I don't know how good of a coach he is. I think he's a great schemes X's and O's guy. And I think he has a young possibly generational talent quarterback. But 58, 59% completion percentage is not sustainable in the NFL over 3 or 4 years. Sooner or later, it's going to cost you games. Your defense is not going to be plus 18 in turnovers next year. We're not just like these one of Chris' favorite stats. The one score record, right? The one score, it doesn't duplicate the following year. It just doesn't. If that's how you're winning, next year we got to see something else, which is going to be, i.e., growth in Caleb Williams. But I'm with you on these two teams. I believe Seattle's here to stay. I believe there are teams I look at and think they're here to stay. But I also do believe that this is a year where we don't know when Mahomes comes back. We don't know if they can really rebuild that thing with the Chiefs.
I think the Chiefs have much bigger problems than that. Well, they got cap issues more than anything else.
We don't know where Lamar and Burrow. Remember, I told you guys that Tomlin and Harbaugh would be coaching different teams, are not coaching next year. Hit on that. I've also said I believe Lamar and Burrow will be playing for two different teams next year, guys. That's gonna cause another shift. Who's Buffalo going to hire? What's going to happen with Josh Allen?
Oh, my. All right, so right now, I just got to break in for a second here.
I see you.
We got inside 2 minutes ago in the first quarter, so New England's defense held, forcing a Denver punt. That was good news. But Drake May is under siege. I mean, this Denver defense right now is coming after him, and boom, he goes down and gets sacked.
That's a great play.
At least he did not do the stupid thing and try to throw the ball away.
That's a great play.
Eat the sack, live to see another day. So New England's offense right now, -2 net yards passing. -2 net yards passing for the Patriots, and he just threw an errant throw on 3rd and 15, and so they're going to have to punt. Ugly. So right now, the Patriots offensively have 12 yards. That is not going to get it done against this Denver defense. And Drake May threw a really bad pass. Wouldn't have been a first down anyway.
I was about to say, it's 3rd and 15. He threw a 5-yard out.
Yeah. They can't. He's not getting enough time. He's not going to be able to. If he can't get the ball down the field, and who are you throwing to down the field?
Yeah, right.
Who?
Right.
It's not Stephon Diggs. Is not going to be that guy.
Not that guy. This isn't Minnesota, and we can go back. This is before the Texans and Buffalo. Right. This is not Minnesota. But what I like what Denver's doing is they're putting 7 and 8 men up around the line of scrimmage. So what that does is now the center, guard, tackle, offensive lineman, and the quarterback, you have to identify with who's coming. That sack right there by Robinson is so beautifully played because the tight end's coming out on the kind of like an out screen into the flats. He just bumps him and he lets him go. Why? Because he knows he's got help behind him. Nope. My job is to go get 10. So whatever you're doing, I'm not going to let the window dressing fool me. I'm not going to window shop. I'm going in to purchase what I came to get. I don't want to see nothing else. I don't want to hear about your sale. I came to get number 10. I'm going to go get number 10. That's Vance Joseph coaching that defense right there. Like, this is what we're doing on these plays. And right now, McDaniels has got an answer. He's got to answer. He's got to see, okay, this is what they're doing. They got to call something else and answer. I would probably go back to the run. It's only 7-0. I don't really see them trying to run the ball. I think they're trying to put the game in Drake May's hands. Is kind of how it feels to me.
Well, right now, Denver, I would imagine as we come to near the end of this first quarter, you have a 7-0 lead. They're going to get the ball again near midfield on this drive. Stidham's only completed 3 passes out of 7 so far, but the big one was that 52-yard pass. That one play setting up the touchdown. That's exactly what their game plan is. But they would love to get some points here. They go up 10-0. 10-0. That Denver defense starts digging in and really putting the pressure on Drake May. We'll see how it plays out. Continuing on here, much more End Zone Radio on this Championship Sunday. This is Fox Sports Radio.
We talk, and you love to listen.
Awesome. Love hearing you guys. Full of laughs, man. Love it.
Now, you can look. Look at that. Look at him.
Yo, what's up? I'm Kelvin.
Look at them.
Tom Brady is the man.
Don't turn away.
Take a closer look.
Fox Sports Radio. YouTube. Look.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, Massachusetts. Ready for real savings? Switch to Allstate today, because drivers who switched saved an average of $713 on their auto insurance. So, what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for an auto insurance quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
There are some shows you don't want to miss.
This is going to be fun.
And there are some shows you can't miss.
Let's not overreact.
This is Covino and Rich.
The world tries to separate
things with sports and music and sports and comedy, don't we as sports fans and we as men, what are we? Men! We are men! We are men! And of course, the women listening, why is it like impossible that you could love sports, music, and comedy? It sort of all goes together to me.
Those are a few of my favorite things.
Right? For real. Growing up, watching SNL, and then in 2003, watching Chappelle, it got us thinking, what are some of your favorite moments? Because today is the anniversary of Dave Chappelle on Comedy Central, his sketch comedy show in 2003. And, man, it was a game changer for sure. Opened up the doors for guys like Key and Peele. But when you start thinking of some of your favorites, even Kids in the Hall, what are the classics that stand out? Let's reminisce.
All right. I have 3 that come to mind.
I wonder if we have any overlaps.
Well, I don't want to go. I'm not going to go super obvious. Going super obvious to me is no fun.
Like what makes white people dance?
Yeah. I have 3, Danny G, that come to mind that I feel like I could look at them and watch them at any time and still laugh like it's the first time I'm watching it. Number 1, in no particular order, Patrick Swayze, rest in peace, and Chris Farley, rest in peace. When they did Chip and Dale's on Saturday Night Live.
It's the number 1. You said not obvious?
You think that's number 1?
That is my number 1.
Well, then
everyone's...
Hey, this is Cheech, and this is Chong, and you're listening to Covino and Rich, so listen up.
To get the rest of what Covino and Rich said, podcast it by searching Covino and Rich. And as always, you can hear Covino and Rich weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
This is the Jason Smith Show.
Check this out.
Pay attention. With Mike Harmon.
I'm excited a sports movie got nominated, right? I'm excited for F1. And Marty Supreme, I guess you could call ping pong a sports movie. I mean, can you call it a sports movie? I mean, it's sports.
You know what I'll call it?
It's ping pong.
Overrated. Forrest Gump's a sports movie?
I mean, it's like
well, Forrest Gump can be anything you want it to be.
Uncut Gems is kind of a sports movie. I think it's a really big achievement for the sports world, even though one of them's ping pong. I mean, you really think, oh, we got a football and boxing movie? No. We got Formula One and ping pong. All right, I'll take it. I told you. I'm flipping channels. ESPN, late night, professional pillow fighting. Weighted pillows swinging.
Could wind up being an Oscar-nominated movie at some point.
Could be 2027's version of pickleball. You don't know.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon.
Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific
on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mike check.
It's time to move off LeBron at some point in the next calendar year. And LeBron's never been loyal to teams. This is not a Derek Jeter situation. You know, this is not Magic or Kobe. LeBron's easier to move off. It's been a mutually beneficial relationship. His net worth has almost doubled since he came to L.A. He came to L.A. for basketball, 60%, and business, 40%. I mean, he kept the thing, by about year 2. His net worth is almost double. Net worth. He's expensive. He's not always available. He's not the player he once was. Lakers are so bad defensively, and statistically, they're worse when he's on the floor. So I've said it forever. There's a little LeBron fatigue around the league. I get it. But this new ownership group, they have no loyalty to him.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're for you. We're here for you.
I can't let this audience down.
That's why we're giving back.
How wonderful. Bringing it to the entire nation.
Oh, yeah. Keep this in mind.
We're giving you the best sports and entertainment on your platforms.
Right, because that's how we operate.
It's about the consistency.
Every day.
That's the truth.
Whether it's through your speakers, podcast, or social, we're giving back on Fox Sports Radio.
1.
FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Clock is at 10.5 running, scoreless first quarter in the AFC Championship Game. Stidham under center. Stidham rolls to his right, throws wide open, touchdown! Touchdown, Cortland Sutton. Stiddy on the money. Officially, Jared Stidham, a 6-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton. You could see it from here. Nobody covered Cortland.
That's KOA 850 AM, 94.1 FM, Broncos Radio. That is our one score so far in this AFC Championship game. Stiddy, as they call Jared Stidham. They called him Stiddy.
Is that what they call him, Stiddy?
Well, you just heard his call. He said Stiddy.
Oh, Stiddy. Oh, okay.
Stiddy. All right, well, right now the Broncos are moving again, and Stidham looks pretty good right now. He's 7-11 passing, 79 yards, and a score. Compare that to Drake May's 3 of 6 for 7 yards.
What's the word we use for quarterbacks, Steve? What's our favorite word, man?
Comfortable. He's feeling comfortable.
Look at this right. Look,
well,
1,
again,
2,
the
3.
Broncos have absolutely
Boom,
one of the best offensive lines in football, and this is what we talked about before the game. This is not like the Chargers or the Texans, the two teams the Patriots beat to get to this AFC Championship game. Both those teams had banged up, horrifically bad offensive lines, and they took full advantage. That is not the case with the front wall of the Broncos. So the Broncos don't have much of a running game, but even now, you can see they're beginning to pound on this Patriots team. And I dare say, if the Broncos get, what did I say before this show? I talked about if the Broncos are going to win this game, they've got to win it in the first half.
Yeah, you did.
They got to win it in the first half. If they go up 2 scores here, if they can get the ball in the end zone again, they got a ways to go. But let's say they get 10-0, 14-0. Now that Denver defense, number 2 rated defense in the NFL, they just dig in more. They come after Drake May. Can he overcome that? So first down again for Denver as they're moving the chains inside the 25-yard line.
10-0, no.
14-0, game over?
I listen, we've been sitting here for 20 weeks now. All 18 in the regular season, then 2 rounds of the playoffs so far. How many times have I sat here and said game over in the first half?
We both have many times.
Next thing you know,
I mean, I'm the kiss of death for saying I can say that, and you know.
Oh yeah, stop talking good about Denver. Oh man, that's it.
See,
sorry,
I'm
fans.
doing this right now because I picked New England because I had to because of my prediction last week.
Sorry, fans. Yeah, your Broncos aren't going to hold on to this.
But look at right now. There's 0 penetration from that New England front. They are being stood up by this front wall of the Denver Broncos.
A very large offensive line. If
Huge.
you look at the size of these guys. But Peyton had that in New Orleans. He had that in New Orleans, man. Back east, man, we used to call them hog mollies. Them big hog mollies are Keith Jackson, the big uglies up front, man. Them big boys eating 4 or 5 burgers at a time and 5 large fries when they tell you what their McDonald's order is. That's these guys, bro. And they burn that stuff off and they just move. My favorite quote about running football: move other men against their own will. I don't want to move here, but this is where I'm going to place you because this is where I need you to
Look
go.
at Stidham. He's got all day and he's taken off for a brief run. Ooh, he got hit hard.
He's going to make. There's going to be a moment where he makes dumb mistakes like that. He shouldn't have taken a hit.
No,
right
he
there.
should not.
No.
And by the way, he took it on his
And
right shoulder, which was doubly bad.
And that gives you a reminder that he is a backup quarterback and that this is going to be a very different game the more it goes on.
Well,
because this happens with backup quarterbacks. They start off hot and then they make this one weird mistake and then they make another and then they get in their heads and then it all starts crumbling.
Well, not
obviously
only that,
it hasn't happened and I'm not wishing that on anyone.
He missed two open receivers. That's another thing on this play.
Yeah, but he is throwing. A stat just came out. He has 5 completions to 6 different receivers. Yeah, that's a great stat. He's airing it out.
But that's Sean Payton.
Well, how many times has this is the first game he's played as a Denver Bronco, having sat for 2 years behind Bo Nick.
Running for his life again.
He is running, but he's going to come up close.
He's
all right, let me ask you this: do you go for the first down here?
No.
Why not?
No.
Why not? It's 4th and 1.
I think 9:50 left in the second quarter of the AFC Championship game. You don't get this right here.
Do you have faith your offensive line can get your running back a yard?
Yes, I do. But the smart coaching move to me, take the 3. Take the 3. Don't go chasing 7.
That's also two plays in a row where he got hit.
Take the 3.
I would take the 3 right here.
You take the 3 right here. This makes no sense. You take the 3
All right, I'm
right
watching
here.
Sean Payton. Looks like they're going to go for it.
He wants to go for it.
Yeah, they're going for it.
To go
4th and 1. Yeah. Now, they could be just trying to draw New England.
Now, I'm going to tell you this. You know me, I like to do predictions. If they run the ball, they're getting stuffed.
Okay, it's at the 14-yard line right now. So the ball is at the 14-yard line of New England. 7-0 Broncos. We got 9.5 minutes to go in the first half. So,
they play action, bootleg, throw some, do some little trickery. Look, Sean Payton's in his bag right now.
No, you run the ball straight up the middle.
He's not looking at his regular plays right now. He's looking at something in his bag. Trust me on this.
You're going to run a trick play with a backup quarterback? No way.
You think Sean Payton care about that?
He may not care about it. The question is, can Stidham execute it? I mean, he can call anything.
The fact that he's calling this play and it's
but
a
I'm
long
going to put
call,
faith in one of the best offensive lines in the NFL that they can get a running back to gain 1 yard.
Look how long this play's call is taking. This is because if it's just run, dive left, dive right, it doesn't.
But first
it
of all,
take this long.
You got 2 veteran coaches in this game.
Of course.
He's playing mind games with Vrabel. Because now you extend the time. Now Vrabel's thinking like, what
One receiver, extra tackles in the game. I'm telling you, if they run this up the middle, they're not getting this.
All right, well,
and
we're
going to
leave
points on the field.
They got everyone up front, and it's going to be a rollout.
Some trick play that doesn't work, and he throws it. What did I tell you guys? Man. If I'm the VJ.
I don't know why you would call that play. He got smacked 2 plays in a row. And you call a trick play like that on a backup quarterback?
What did I say, guys? Why would you run a trick play with a quarterback that hasn't played anything?
Well, first of all,
why did you run the ball?
That's a terrible.
No momentum either.
That's a terrible play action. The running back's nowhere near him.
Okay, again, why did you not just run the ball?
Or just
run the ball? You have one of the best offensive lines in the league.
Take the 3. Take the 3.
All right, well, they didn't take the 3.
Now
They turned it over on downs. Now, Drake May in this offense, they have 12 yards.
Touchdown drive.
12 yards. They got to get something done quick. Much more coming up on this Championship Sunday. This is End Zone Radio.
Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it.
Pay attention!
Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. 2 Pros and a Cup of Joe, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, wow, Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington, The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, and The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken. Wow. You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Let's begin.
Sometimes we like company. Other times, company is downright annoying. Let's listen to Stu Gatz and Company live. And you tell us where this show lies.
Should the guy who beat Phillip Rivers also get an interview with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills? And I do believe Josh Allen is conducting the interviews. Izzy, it is so crazy. What a crazy coaching carousel.
You know what's crazy?
It just won't stop.
It's crazy that Josh Allen cries and everybody's like, oh, Josh Allen, he tried so hard, he should cry. Caleb Williams cries in college, and it's like, what a child.
Yes.
What a baby that
he gets
one
made
is.
fun of, right? But he can cry as much as he wants moving forward because Caleb is proved right.
I don't think he can cry.
No, he can now.
I don't think he can paint his nails and cry. I think he would be under too deep of an attack.
The last person to be hired as a full-time NFL head coach without any prior college or pro coaching experience, Norm Van Brocklin, the Dutchman, 1961. I mean, how about that?
You sure?
I am sure. Well, Jeff Saturday. Yeah. The Colts try all these wacky things.
Full-time.
Right. That was the key, Taylor. Yes, full-time.
I was actually asking if you're sure about the Dutchman part, but whatever.
I am sure about the Dutchman part. I am. That's the only thing I was sure about was the Dutchman part. Izzy, it is just, what are we doing? In what world does Josh Allen, who I believe signed off on the firing of Sean McDermott, whose win percentage, 66.2%, is 15th all-time in NFL history among qualified coaches. Better than Belichick, Parcells, Walsh, Tom Landry. Better than all those guys. And yet the guy that he's attracted to, they get rid of him. And the guy he's attracted to has done none of that.
To hear more from Stu Gatz and Company live, just podcast it by searching Stu Gatz and Company. And as always, you can listen live weekdays 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Right now, the Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
I'm still surprised that the owner, Terry Pegula, said that it was his decision to bring in a new coach based on the results of the game in Denver. Josh Allen deserves the blame, at least in this game. Josh Allen plays like Josh Allen. We're not having this discussion. The owner did say, he was asked about, what if you won that game? And he said, well, I don't deal in hypotheticals, which is interesting. Who put the roster together? They had a lot of injuries. Everybody has injuries. I mean, it just felt like it was a blame game, and they weren't really blaming the right people here. All of a sudden, this isn't a desirable job. I mean, it just, like, that would scare me. Now,
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. On Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go.
Van Maller. Look out. The late night wordsmith.
We speak fluent emoji.
Van Maller, holding the sports world accountable.
They went out there like a toy poodle with fleas, is how they played in that game.
And when he's right, you'll know about it.
And you know what? I was absolutely right.
It's the Van Maller Show.
So I've got NASCAR, IHOP, and opera.
Listen on the overnight, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
And here's what you need to know.
The Broncos struck first in the AFC Championship game.
Clock is at 10.5 running, scoreless first quarter in the AFC Championship game. Stidham under center. Stidham rolls to his right, throws wide open, touchdown! Touchdown, Cortland Sutton. Stiddy on the money. Officially, Jared Stidham, a 6-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton. You could see it from here. Nobody covered Cortland.
Broncos Radio Network on the call. They're still on top of the Patriots. 6.5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. That was Jared Stidham's first touchdown pass since January of 2024. Later on this afternoon, the NFC Championship, Seattle will host the Rams at 6:30 Eastern from Seattle. In the NBA, the Nuggets-Lakers game has been suspended, as well as the Mavericks-Bucks game as well. I'm Brianna Muro.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio. Every stadium, every touchdown, every score, all broken down for you.
We got the pads on that.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman and VJ Husky.
It has been a great start to our Championship Sunday End Zone Radio. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. We have come to the end of the first quarter, and now we are 5.5 minutes left in the second quarter. 7-0 Broncos. Finally, we're seeing a little life in the offense of the New England Patriots. Drake May on a third down play was able to get the pass to Mac Hollins for a 20-yard gain. That's their biggest play so far offensively. So, baby steps. They did have to punt, though, right? So they are.
Hey, but it's still, they had to punt, but it's still just 7-0. And it could be 10-0. It could be 10-0. That's why Steve, you and I sit here and we watch so many coaches over the regular season and the playoffs go for it on fourth down inside field goal range.
Yes.
And it's become a bad trend. It's become a bad trend. How many times have we watched teams have to go chase points in the fourth quarter because you were being stupid in first quarter, like going for two? Why are you going for two in the second quarter? That makes no sense. Stop chasing points, because if you chase them in the first and second and you don't catch them, you have to chase double the points in the fourth quarter.
But we also talked about, or at least I talked about, the fact of getting things done. The weather is going to turn ugly in the second half of this game. All weather reports in Denver is we're going to see snowfall, and that entire fourth quarter should see snow. So maybe Sean Payton's of the mindset, if I have an opportunity to get a touchdown or extra points in the first half, I'm going to try and roll the dice. It was a bad call. I do not, for the life of me, when did this start? You got a 4th and 1 with one of the best offensive lines in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I know New England's defensive front is solid. I'm not questioning that. But you're going to do a play-action rollout with your quarterback that hasn't played in 2 years? That makes no sense. And yet that's what he called. It was a bad play call.
And
really bad play call.
Shay, what was I saying when he was calling the play out? I said, this ain't run up the middle, man. He's saying too much. Like, you can see his lips. This is taking too long. You didn't need to call a timeout. I don't need to call a timeout for dive left, dive right in the A gap, like in on the offensive side, the zero hole. I don't need to call a timeout for that. I throw a 0 up to my quarterback. 0, and I just go left or right. You choose. 0, that's the signal. 0, you choose near the quarterback, so the defender's not fooled at all, and he throws the pick. And it doesn't matter. I mean, they're going to get the ball anyway. But it's just a bad play call, and now you're sitting deep in your own field.
This is an opportunity for New England right now. So
yes.
If they can get a 3 and out for Denver on this series.
A turnover would be better.
Anything like that.
A turnover would be really good right here.
So if they can pin them back and get some decent field position, because field position has been the story of this game almost from the get-go. Yep. I mean, New England has had to start deep in their own territory on just about every single possession. So they've had to play conservative, especially with the propensity of Drake May to commit turnovers, as we've seen throughout this postseason, especially in the first half. So they didn't want to take any risks. But right now, you need a 3 and out. You need to stop Denver right now. And Denver looks like they're going to throw the ball on 2nd and 5. They are, and Stidham throws behind the receiver. That was a bad pass.
3rd and 5 right
here.
Yeah,
that was way
terrible.
Behind the receiver.
It was terrible.
Woo.
Terrible.
Right.
Shay, you might be onto something, man, about, these backups.
I mean, look where this pass is.
It's terrible.
That's way behind him.
Yeah.
Dude made that one completion, was fired up for a little bit, had adrenaline pumping, and now it's just falling off.
Yeah, not fall, but he's not hitting guys like he was. But he needed that completion, though.
I'm telling you,
he needed that completion early. It was big for him. But now, also too, this Patriots defense. I said in the first quarter, this Patriots defense is going to settle in too, guys. They're not just going to dog walk up and down the field.
All right, big 3rd down right now for the New England defense, and they're putting pressure on Stidham, and he gets the pass off, 1st down.
Yeah, nice.
So that he held it together. He's under pressure. They brought the pressure, but Stidham kept his eyes downfield. Denver gets the 1st down.
The defender almost swiped that ball out right there. Watch this right here, man. That's an offensive pick. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So, when we talk about if Denver wins this game.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll put it this way. You remember we were talking about before the playoffs even, I threw this out there. Can you envision Sam Darnold hoisting the Lombardi Trophy? And I said the same thing. Can you envision Bo Nix hoisting the Lombardi Trophy? And the consensus here was no on both. I remember at the time I was actually saying, can you envision Trevor Lawrence? And people were like, yeah, I could see that.
We did.
Remember that? We were all on
we all said he had that one.
Okay. So if you're the NFL, remember when I made my prediction last Sunday about what game do I see as a Super Bowl matchup that makes sense? And I said it's Drake May versus Matthew Stafford. Mm-hmm. Because for the last 2 months, we've been arguing which one is the most valuable player. That would make sense. But if we were to have Jared Stidham versus Sam Darnold, would that conceivably be the worst quarterback matchup in Super Bowl history?
Absolutely.
Would that be the worst quarterback matchup in Super Bowl history if we were to get Jared Stidham versus Sam Darnold?
I'll tell you this. It might be one of the lowest rated and viewed Super Bowls in the last.
Well, that would be the test.
15
I mean,
years.
we always say it doesn't matter. Everyone's going to watch. It's the Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, on paper, that's the worst quarterback matchup potentially in Super Bowl history.
Yeah,
because at some point, you usually have at least one Hall of Famer on some side, even if the other quarterback's not good. I mean,
oh God!
Stidham did he fumble?
He fumbled.
It's a live ball. It's a live ball. Touchdown!
There it is.
Touchdown!
There it is.
Are they calling touchdown? The official did not. He did not. He did not.
Well, they let it go.
Whoa, guys. It could also have been a lateral pass, which is the same thing as a fumble.
Or intentional grounding.
So, okay. So
Or
there's
intentional
a
grounding.
There's a flag on the play, but the question is that he threw the ball sideways, threw it away. So, A, that's intentional grounding because he was still in the pocket at the very best for Denver right now. But was that a lateral pass? Because if it was a lateral pass,
they're gonna call intentional.
Well, they're calling intentional grounding, which is.
But Vrabel,
so they're calling it intentional grounding.
Yeah. Intentional grounding is signaling loss of down. Is what it is.
Yeah, hands on the head, loss of down. But
so loss of down on that. So that was a panic play by Jared Stidham. But if this had been a lateral pass,
I love this.
It's
look
a
at
fumble.
Blitz.
Here, look at this.
Oh, wow, that's a
that's what I'm saying is. Well,
he hits it out of his hand. That's a fumble.
Okay,
yeah, but it won't be a touchdown because they just don't call it on the field, though. That's kind of the.
No.
Did he throw that ball?
No. That ball got knocked out. He's going to challenge it. Watch, he's got the red flag in his hand.
Oh, yeah, he's got to challenge that. Hold on a second here.
Yep.
He's going to drop the flag. He has to. He's got the flag. He's going to drop it because that's a fumble. That ball wasn't thrown. That ball was knocked out of his hand.
They're not going to let him challenge it.
They're not going to let him challenge it?
That's what he's upset. Look, he threw the flag already. And he's telling the ref, read his lips. That's
why? I don't understand.
That's a bleeping fumble.
Here's what I don't understand. They're watching this replay. So what happened? He's going backwards. He pumps.
Right there. That ball gets hit.
So what they're saying is that he pushed the ball.
No, he pulls it back.
No. He pulled it back, but watch, does he push the ball? See?
No.
That's a pass. He pushed the ball. That's what they're ruling.
I think
that's what they're ruling.
They're calling it now first down for the Patriots.
That's what I thought.
It was a backwards pass. They are now calling.
Either or backwards pass or a fumble.
Now they're saying it was a backwards pass, which is what I thought all along.
It is a backwards.
Oh, it's definitely a backwards pass.
It goes back 2 yards.
Yeah. That's a fumble.
But you know what, though? That's a great job by the officiating crew letting the play out.
Unfortunately, they didn't allow because it was a touchdown. Why isn't it a touchdown?
Because it was never called a touchdown on the field.
Oh, boy. The official doesn't blow the whistle. He's standing right there. He just wants to get out of the way of the ball. That is definitely a backwards pass.
That's an officiating blunder right there. That should have been a touchdown.
That's a touchdown.
Why didn't he rule? And he watched him. Going into the end zone. I thought he was going to raise his hands and signal touchdown.
I still think this is a fumble. I feel what you guys. I still think that's a fumble. That's not even a backwards pass. His hand gets hit before the punt.
No. A backwards pass is a fumble. So that's why it was ruled a fumble. But they marked the ball where New England recovered it instead of allowing him to pick it up and run it into the end zone.
When he runs it into the end zone, the ref, because they let the play go, then you should put both hands in there, signal a touchdown. So that's the call on the field.
All right, well, this is the play New England needed. All right, so now they have the ball, a 2nd and 4 right now. They're inside the Denver, and that was an absolute panic play by Jarrett Stidham.
Told you guys they needed a turnover.
100. You called it, Shay.
They needed a turnover.
Looking for that absolute end. Well, they need a touchdown right now. They're at the 6-yard line, 2nd and 4. Drake May needs to play like an MVP.
Touch.
He's going to run it in the end zone, walk in.
7-7. There it is.
There it is. All right, 2 minutes to go, 2:10 to go technically, and New England is an extra point away from tying this game. All right, we got much more coming up. Woo! It's going to be one of those days. One of those days.
Awesome.
A championship Sunday. We're all over it. This is End Zone Radio.
It's the NFL's Conference Championship weekend. And we got the goods. Like breaking down the matchups.
We know they can win because they split the series with them this year.
Looking at the betting angles.
These lines are fluctuating.
And when it's all over, we'll have the reaction on Fox Sports Radio.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is turning up the stakes for every DraftKings customer with over $2.5 million in prizes up for grabs every Sunday during NFL playoffs. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and use code UPONGAME. Bet live for your share of $2.5 million in prizes with code UPONGAME. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states, void in Ontario, restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 sweepstakes with separate opt-ins, minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets that expire in 7 days or single-use profit boost. See official rules at dkng.co/live millions for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-282-7766. That's 800-282-7766. 800-282-7766.
You ready?
Yay! Dan Patrick, always saying the right things.
Here's my thought process with this. If I had abs, just think about it.
And always asking the right questions.
You don't have to answer it. I have to ask the question.
It's the Dan Patrick Show.
I want publicity.
Doing radio the only way he knows how. Listen weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio. And now, here's a little something that you missed from the Ben Maller Show.
Think of it like instant mashed potatoes, just add some water. As you heard, the Niners GM there, John Lynch, saying that Brandon Ayuk has played his last snap with the 49ers. So, where does he end up? Brandon Ayuk is more than just damaged goods. He is completely covered from head to toe with moles and warts. He's got more warning labels on him than a bottle of Drano at this particular point. Now, he did the Niners dirty. The whole AWOL thing and all that. And John Lynch, and some of this is on the Niners. You got to know your employees, right? They clearly misread the room. They thought Brandon Ayuk had the fighting spirit. They thought he was a competitor. They thought he wanted to win, wanted to play hard, wanted to do his job. Clearly, he wasn't all of those things. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this particular situation. And so John Lynch got the Jim Nance breakfast special. Burnt toast is what he got. He got burned. Burn, baby, burn. And does the player even want to play football? Or the question must be asked, is Brandon Ayuk looking for a team to go to bankroll his sabbatical so he can continue to make a lot of money and do nothing? Now, Brandon Ayuk becomes the ultimate high-end reclamation project. There's a lot of people in the NFL that believe in the Father Flanagan mantra, but he's got flashing warning labels that are popping up and everywhere. However, again, I go back to the NFL mantra, talent trumps all. It's the never give up on talent thesis that the NFL runs by. And so spinning the Maller wheel of speculation for Brandon Ayuk.
To get the rest of what Big Ben said, podcast it by searching The Ben Maller Show. And as always, you can hear The Ben Maller Show weekdays from 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. It's Jason Smith.
Oh, you're that bloke on the radio.
It's Mike Harmon.
Ta-da! I'm kind of a big deal.
And they talk sports.
The one person that this playoff is not fun for is my wife.
Amongst other things.
I had an incredibly long dream about Jerry Jones last night.
Really?
Did I mention they're best friends?
You're hateful, and I'm positive.
It's the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Bang.
Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Yeah! Are you using the TalkBack feature on the iHeartRadio app? It's the button that looks like a microphone which allows you to talk to us. Press it, record your message, and fire it off.
Rose Bowl game.
It's simple and intuitive.
Broadcast on radio.
On second thought, perhaps some people are confusing it with a smart speaker prompt.
Texas and Arizona.
Pretty sure that's what's happening.
Texas and Arizona football game.
Fox Sports Radio is at your fingertips on the iHeartRadio app. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Ball splits the hash marks at the 6. Patriots disperse from the huddle with Booney to split to the right. Drake points with his right hand to set the protections, takes the snap. He stands in, quarterback draw, across the 5, across the goal line right. Touchdown, Patriots!
I tell you, that's the way you have in that guy right there, Drake May. They ran it against Buffalo. I recognize the formation. You got him in man. They split. He reads man, and the tide is turned. Patriots are back in this thing. What a call, Josh McDaniels. They didn't have a chance at it.
That's 98.5, the Sports Hub and the Patriots Radio Network. We are tied at 7. 2-minute warning, minute 58 to be exact. Broncos with the ball. This game is tied at 7, and that New England defense coming after Stidham after that fumble. Lateral pass, ruled a fumble, recovered by the Patriots and led to that touchdown. Now the question is, can he bounce back? And he's got the Broncos near midfield right now, and
almost just threw a pick.
Yeah, his accuracy is predictably not good.
No.
By the way, Drake May has only thrown for 38 yards in the first half, and with 3 sacks, he only have 26 net yards passing the New England Patriots. So how about 48 total yards for the Patriots in this game?
Don't matter.
48 total yards.
7-7.
It is 7-7 because well, you were talking about, you don't want to leave points on the board. They did. They went for it on a 4th and 1. A bad call by Sean Payton led to a turnover and down. So instead of being up 10-0, it was 7-0. Then the turnover, and now we're tied at 7. By the way, that reminds me, have you ever wiped with a piece of toilet paper and wondered, is this as good as it gets? Well, I got good news for you. It's not. Switch to life-changing, wet, extra-large, flushable dude wipes. Because wetter just cleans better. Available at Amazon and at major retailers nationwide. Dude wipes. Best clean. Pants down. Boom, there they are. Everyone's got them now around here.
I know, man.
Thing,
Dude
man.
wipes, baby. I love them.
I'm going to get some of those as well. Do we have extra ones, though?
We always got extras around here.
These are the ones I purchased, but Dude Wipes should send some.
They should,
ones.
Yeah.
Because I've been a loyal customer for a long time.
Yeah.
Dude Wipes, shout out.
I mean, wetter is
all
better.
Our sponsors.
No question.
I always believe in your support the sponsors.
Yeah.
You always got it.
Yeah, all the sponsors we've had, I've done something. I've heard they got some of my money.
Well, we all like to be clean. We're a clean group. All right, so here we go with Denver right now at 3rd and 18. They're going to throw a little pass, and that is going to come up well short of a first down there at midfield. So they'll punt the ball away, pin New England back, and maybe try to get a turnover. So again, New England takes advantage of a turnover by the Broncos to get an easy score. But you're going to have to go back to the drawing board if you're Josh McDaniels. 48 total yards of offense in the first half for the Patriots. That is not going to get it done.
Go back to running the football, get the ball out quick to the tight ends. That's something they haven't done. They haven't thrown to the tight ends at all so far today. And maybe the Broncos defense are covering them, but whatever you're doing, like you said, go back to get the dry erase board, wipe it off with a tissue, and just draw up some new stuff. Because what you're running right now, try to maybe get back to the running game. But Drake may also, you know what I would run right here, honestly? Shotgun design run. No, they're not expecting it. There's no way that anybody on the defensive side of the ball for Denver right now, First down if they don't muff the punt or fumble or turn it over. With 1:40 left on the clock in the second quarter in the 7-7 game, there's not one guy in an orange jersey who thinks it's going to be an old 80s John Elway. You remember the decay gun QB draw that John Elway made famous? Him and Randall Cunningham? I'd run it right here and see if you could pick up a cheap, quick first down.
I don't know if they want to take any chances. Minute and a half to go. You're at your own 10-yard line. You've been outplayed in this half. Really outplayed. Denver has controlled the line of scrimmage. They've controlled the clock, but because of the turnover, the Patriots are even in this game. I look, Stephon Diggs, 4 catches, 12 yards. Well, that's easy math. 3 yards a catch. It's just dump. They've got to do a better job of protecting Drake May, giving him some chance. Made the one pass to Mac Hollins. That's it. That's half their offense in the first half was one pass. So we're going to see right now. Looks like they are going to try to.
It almost looked like they wanted to, right? It almost looked like they wanted to do a QB draw.
It was classic.
I know, but if you'd have run the QB, they gave it to the running back. We all know that was going to happen. But if they'd have gave it more of a
well, if you're the Broncos right now, I don't know why you wouldn't. They have one timeout remaining.
Because you want to see what they do on second down.
Yeah.
Because if they get the first down, then your timeout doesn't matter. If you burn it right now and they get the first down, now you don't even have a timeout to try to stop the clock.
So May's going to throw the ball, and he's going to get nothing. That ball was dropped.
Hunter Henry dropped it.
Okay, now you don't have to worry about the timeout because it's an incomplete pass. So if they don't get a first down here, Denver's going to get the ball back in great position with a timeout.
God, you got to catch that, Hunter. You got to catch that.
Yeah. I remember I was in San Diego when the Chargers drafted Hunter Henry.
And he's and for a guy that as good as he is, he's bounced around a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he hasn't been
maybe he's not that good. He's a pedestrian.
True. That's
there's a lot of really good tight ends. I wouldn't put Hunter Henry in that class. Quick pass to the side is going to come up well short. Now if you're Denver, you stop the clock.
Burn it right now. Yeah, you burn it right now.
All right, so there it is. 57 seconds left in the half. They burn their final timeout, and New England's going to be punting out of their own end zone. So I think it'll be interesting to see what kind of field position Denver gets right now. So let's talk about Jared Stidham's first half.
All right,
we got a little bit of everything, right? He started shaky.
Mm-hmm.
Then he had the one classic play, the 52-yard pass to Mims, where he had all the time in the world. It was classic pocket protection, stepped in to throw, threw it right on the money, followed it up with a touchdown pass. But some of the other plays, I think Sean Payton is getting a little too ambitious for Jared Stidham. You got the sense from Sean Payton when he announced that Bo Nix was not going to play. Denver is going to have the ball at midfield, 49-yard line here, 48 seconds to go, no timeouts. So I feel like that fourth down call was a ridiculous call for a quarterback that hasn't played.
Changed the game.
You could see Stidham really didn't even know how to run the play, right? He took off a little too soon on the play action and just sort of rolled out, and the play was completely discombobulated from the beginning. And some of these other plays, you got to stay basic with Stidham. Don't ask him to do Bo Nix plays. And I get a sense that, Sean Payton's like, well, we're just going to call the same plays. He knows the plays. Well, as a scout quarterback, how much pressure are you facing?
Not a lot.
Zero.
Not in practice and stuff. No.
And I don't care how much you try to simulate that. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Because your team doesn't have the same look in their eyes as New England does. All right, so Stidham right now has got a little time, and wow,
bad missed tackle. You got to make that tackle.
Yeah,
the shirt ripped. It looked like.
Well, here's the thing. It looks like they can get a field goal out of this.
Well, at the very least, so they're able to get out of bounds, so they didn't burn any clock there. That was just a missed tackle.
I think that was just unlucky. It looked like the shirt ripped. Look, he has him right there.
Yeah, but no, he misses that tackle.
Yeah,
he starts at the waist and slides down. Look.
You're right.
He misses
right.
that. That's a missed tackle, bro.
No, it was his towel that he was pulling at the end.
Harvey's a hard runner, man.
No, Harvey is. No, Harvey, because he ain't got a big contract yet. He running for that money. He running for that paper. That's how it happens.
Yeah, everyone looks like Frank Gore until they get paid.
Until they get paid, bro.
All right, so Stidham trying to find some open space. He's just throwing the ball away.
But what kind of play call is that? What is that?
I don't know.
Drop?
Well, first of all, he tried to get away from the pass rush. The problem was the pass was supposed to go to the left, and he doesn't have a John Elway arm. They can throw the ball 60 yards across the field, so he threw it away. 35 seconds to go in the half, a 2nd and 10 right now as Denver and New England are tied at 7. Again, the weather report for the second half, especially by the time we get to the fourth quarter, there's about an 85% chance of snow.
They're in field goal range now. I would run this.
That's a 57-yard field goal. It's cold. That's a
but they
long
got the kicker that can do it. Get rid of it quick. Out of bounds. Nice. I like that. But see, now if you're the Patriots, why are you giving that type of cushion knowing they're working the sideline? They don't have a timeout, so they can't throw in the middle of the field. And if they do, they got to run up and clock it. They're going to burn 8 to 9 seconds there. So now you're down to 21, 20 seconds. So they probably got 2 plays left, maybe 3 if they get a quick hitter. That's just a bad scheme on the Patriots defense. Maybe the corner messed up, but I have a hard time believing that coordinator right there called that coverage like that.
By the
That's
way,
crazy.
I am convinced that Sean Payton's chart is the biggest one in the NFL.
Over Andy Reid's?
We always see bigger. I'm looking at that because he actually has like flip-ups on top of the plays. So it's like 2 layers of plays on his chart. Stidham is rolling out, and that's just stops the clock. 24 seconds left, and it's 4th down, so they're going to go for a field goal here. And I don't see where is the ball right now? Let's see. It's going to be in the 40-something range here.
Let's see.
Will Lutz comes out.
Yeah, remember, he had him in New Orleans. I think he's money. He had him in New Orleans. Like, this guy's missed like 1 or 2 kicks in his postseason career.
Okay, so this one is, let's see where the ball is going to be set.
4 kicks all in. Yeah, 57, he's good. That's his long.
No, that was his long.
I know, but 54. This is
a 54.
Money.
All right, 54-yard attempt,
Money.
and the kick is missed.
Whoa!
He is now 11 for 17 in his postseason career.
Okay, so Will Lutz, by the way, there is some wind out there, folks. About 15-mile-an-hour winds. That looked like it was going to hook in. Instead, it veered right, it was a miss.
That's the first kick call I missed all season.
Yeah, well, that was
That's the first one I missed all season, man, and he hooked that bad boy.
Well, he tried it. No, he pushed it.
It's not a lot of wind, though, man, Steve.
Well, you don't know how the wind is, but that looked like it was going to hook in. And
he knows it the minute it hit it.
All right, so somehow, some way, the Patriots, in a half in which the Patriots have a total of 56 yards, are tied in this game.
And look,
they got to be feeling good. They have
one timeout.
All right, they are. The half is not over here.
No, at all.
19 seconds left.
He's going to take a shot over the middle.
That's a bad pass, man. He short-armed that thing.
This is a bad game.
And this is honestly, it's a terrible game.
This is a garbage game.
It's a terrible. It's a good game. The execution is bad.
But watch this. He doesn't let go of this football and throw the ball.
And just let it go.
He short-armed it.
Bad throws, bad plays.
He tried to sort of steer it in there. You got to step into the throw and make it.
Have you guys seen a worse? I want to start more trouble. Have you guys seen a worse 10 quarters from a possible MVP candidate in postseason before? Because
he looks like a second year. Oh god!
In a false start. Wow.
So New England's half is
This is a brutal half, guys.
Yeah, Josh McDaniels come up with some answers here in the second half, or you're going to lose this game. They're very fortunate. None
of these teams are beating the Seahawks.
They still. Well, but you know what though? I felt a few weeks ago. Steve and I both agree. The NFC is winning the Super Bowl. I think the Rams. I think the Rams are going to win the whole thing.
But the Rams are both better.
I think this is just there's a lot of defense here though that is just scouring up everything. Drake May shouldn't look like this. I mean, the defense for the Broncos is that good.
But he's looked like this the last.
All right, here's
this
one chance. He's throwing one deep pass and it's overthrown. Not even close.
You feel what I'm saying, CP? Yeah. He's looked like this all postseason, brother.
No, I agree. I completely agree. Like the second year gremlins have caught up to him.
All right, let's find out what is trending right now. Bree is ready to go again. All right, Bree, what do you make of this?
What my Pistons doing, Bree?
Oh, okay, I'll get to them. But the career long for Will Lutz is 60 yards, and he did that when he was actually playing for the Saints, and he did that against the Vikings in London in 2022.
Wow. So why did they say 57 on the charts? Was that as a Bronco?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but I'm just saying
that was as long as this
season. Here we got one more.
There we go. Drake May running.
Drake May running for his life, unfortunately.
And it did get out of bounds.
But they have a timeout.
There was a second left, and no, there's a second left when he slid.
Are they saying that he got down in time before the clock ran out?
Well, he slid feet first, so that means plays over, and there was
Right,
1 second, and there was 1 second left. There you go. There was 1 second left on the clock,
And they called
they're going to give him
timeout.
his timeout. Yep.
Okay.
That's good officiating. 1 second left when he starts to slide.
All right,
plays
so-
over.
Where did
you
he get
guys-
the ball? Is it a 70-yard field goal? What are we looking at here?
Take it, whatever you get right
Who's
here,
the
man.
kicker for the Patriots?
He went down to the 44-yard line, so
44 and
that'd
a
be a
half.
61-yard field goal.
Hey, man, it's the AFC Championship game. I'm kicking it if it's a 65-yard field goal.
If they had
man.
Cam Little, they
Right.
could just
I know, right?
fly in Cam Little. From
Yeah, but what if it's
Jacksonville?
blocked and run back for a touchdown? Are you going to do that?
That'd be crazy.
Yes.
That'd be Steve. Stop jinxing these teams like this, man.
I just go back to that Rams game against the Eagles earlier this year where the Rams were trying to win it, and the Eagles run back the block kick to cover the spread.
Cover the spread.
Cover the
And
spread.
that big Jordan from Georgia. All right, here we go with how you pronounce that
All right.
last name.
Borregales?
Borregales. 63-yard attempt is the official one. He wanted to move it back a little bit more, and he's going to put his foot
Money.
into this one, and he...
No,
not even.
Blocked, it looks like.
Well, no, that had the distance. That
Yeah.
got there.
Yeah, he just
That looked
took
like
it.
it got shanked up at the line.
All right, so that's your half. All right, let's hand it off to Bree then.
Okay, guys, 7-7 all tied up in the AFC Championship game as we've all been watching. Not the best game ever heading into halftime. So later on today in the NFC Championship game, the Seahawks are hosting the Rams, 6:30 Eastern Time. Other NFL news, the Giants are expected to hire former Titans DC Denard Wilson as their new defensive coordinator. He reunites with John Harbaugh as he was the Ravens defensive backs coach in 2023. The Buffalo Bills announced they completed their head coaching interview with Jags OC Grant Udinski, and the Eagles had requested to interview Cowboys OC Clayton Adams for their OC position, but Dallas denied the request. In the NBA, 2 games have been postponed due to inclement weather, the Nuggets at Grizzlies and the Mavericks at Bucks. The Warriors announced forward Jonathan Kuminga will be sidelined with a bone bruise in his left knee. And on the court, the Pistons are on top of the Kings, 81-67, 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. Cade Cunningham, 19 points and 9 assists. Thank you guys for letting me hang out with you this morning.
loved it today. Thank you for the donuts.
Absolutely, Bree.
of
Thank you
course.
so much.
Steve, really further on Kuminga and Golden State. What? Wow, bro. Like, Butler goes down with the ACL because they were going to try to trade Kuminga, but now you can't trade Kuminga because Butler goes down, and now Kuminga goes down. Is it time for Steph? I know it's a football show. Just real fast. Is it time for Steph to make a little noise, man? Because he's the one superstar who's been the
Well,
classiest.
how long
of
does he
his-
want to play? I mean, he's still obviously playing at an elite level, but he's 17 years in. It's not like Golden State's going to win another championship.
No,
We know that.
We know that. But if you're Steph, do you just kind of ride this out? Or do you start
Yeah,
to
you
make a
ride
little
it out.
noise and say, look,
you
I got
gotta
you guys 4. Send me somewhere where I got one more
No,
shot to tie Duncan, Magic, and Kobe with a
he's
fifth.
never going to be anything other than a warrior. Period.
Okay. All right.
No, he wants to be a one, just like Kobe Bryant. Would Kobe want to leave after those last 3 years that were such a disaster? No.
Steph even made a commercial about it.
I know he
They
did.
were the
He
same
said about
franchise, wore the
same
same number,
same
yeah.
coach, same everything. Nah, he's not going anywhere.
All right.
All right. Once again, we're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. Don't forget, after the show, the podcast is going up. So if you missed any of today's show, be sure to check out the podcast. Just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcasts, and then review the podcast, rate it 5 stars. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcasts, and see today's show posted right after we get off the air. All right, so, and by the way, first half stats. Drake May, 7 of 14 for 41 yards. In fact, he has almost as many yards rushing as he has passing. He had the 6-yard touchdown run, and then he had a 16-yard scramble, so 2 carries, 22 yards. Stevenson, 6 carries, 17 yards. They have no offense. Nothing. Denver, Jared Stidham, it's been a little of both. 12 of 21, 123 yards and a score. But when he's under pressure, he is a disaster. And he had the big turnover, and that is what led to New England scoring this game. So, the weather's going to turn in the second half. It's going to be much more of a factor in the second half. It was just cold in the first half. So we'll see how Stidham holds up. But Drake May's got to do something. I mean, he's got to do something. If you're going to be labeled a most valuable player, That applies to the games that matter most, and no game is bigger than this. The Super Bowl appearance is on the line. I'm going to guess that this is going to remain a close game. Points are going to be hard to come by. You got to make a play.
Got to.
You've got to make a play.
Got to.
And that's what's on the shoulders of Drake May coming up in the second half of this game. Meanwhile, of course, we're getting ready for the NFC Championship matchup between the Seahawks and the Rams. This is so interesting in the sense of a third time between these two teams. The first game, Darnold throws 4 picks, but the Rams only win by 2.
Right.
And then the second game was one of the craziest games where the Rams blew a huge lead. We had the controversial 2-point play call. But the bottom line was the Rams scored in overtime, a touchdown that should have won the game. But their defense let up, and Sam Darnold, who has struggled mightily against the Rams for 2 years, led his team all the way down the field, touchdown and the 2-point conversion to get the victory. So that's really the last time we saw Sam Darnold against the Rams. As bad as he's been, his last moment against the Rams was a huge plus.
It wasn't great against San Fran either.
No, but I'm talking about the Rams. He was particularly bad.
Yeah.
I mean, way bad. But his last memory against this Rams team is a positive. I just think, when you're playing a team for the third time, I think Matthew Stafford said it best when he was asked about the matchup. He said it just comes down to execution. He goes, are they going to try a few new things? I'm sure they will, and so will we. But it's you're not seeing anything different, really. I mean, that team, they know you. Blah,
right,
blah, blah.
right.
It just comes down to execution.
I know your dance moves.
We got to make moves.
Yeah.
Like I said, one of the big stats against Matthew Stafford is that in the postseason, in these 2 postseason games, when under pressure, he has the lowest QB rating of any quarterback in this postseason.
I'm not worried about that.
He has not played well under pressure.
I'm not worried about that. I think the Rams have the better coach. I think they have the better offense. I think the Seahawks have the better defense, but I watched the Rams walk up and down the field on this defense for at least 6 of the 8 quarters that they played. Remember that first game where Darnold throws the 4 interceptions that was out here at SoFi? You go back and remember, we go back and look at that game. Like, dude, it's 14-0. It's against that Seahawks defense. It's 14-0. And if for some reason the Rams, McVay started coaching differently.
All right, well, let's take the other flip on this. Okay, yeah, I agree with you. We have the number 1 scoring offense versus the number 1 scoring defense. How's that Ram defense going to do? Because because you saw them cough up that game in Seattle.
Yeah. Well, no.
They coughed it up in that overtime.
Yeah.
That's a cough up.
I know, but that's also a bad 2-point conversion call too. That went Seattle's way.
Yeah, but that wasn't the game changer. You win, you score in overtime. All you have to do is hold them.
Yeah, but
they went all the way down the field, gave up a touchdown and a 2-point conversion.
That happens to good defense all the time because for some reason, as I keep saying, teams go to this prevent defense, and what does the prevent defense do? It prevents your ass from winning.
Okay, well, again, I'm not calling it the defense. But the Ram defense has been all over the map this year.
All right, well,
and their special teams have been a disaster.
Well, then you know what?
Because in that game, you talk about the 2-point conversion. How about the punt return for a touchdown after the interception?
Right.
That was the key play of that game.
That turned the game around. That turned the game around.
You get the interception to stop them, then you punt the ball away and give up a touchdown?
Doesn't it sound like to you guys that Steve Hartman's going for the Seahawks in this game?
Well, you see, I have to play reverse psychology, see how I work. Because remember, my picks today are the Patriots and the Rams. I know myself really well.
I'm going with the Rams in that one, too.
Coming up on the other end, we'll get you ready for what we expect in the second half of this game, and we'll make our final predictions for the NFC Championship game, which 2 teams will ultimately face off in Super Bowl 60. This is End Zone Radio.
Fox Sports Radio is this.
Refreshing.
Fox Sports Radio is also this.
Caring. Generous.
Fox Sports Radio is, you guessed it, this.
You can't say a lot of guys do it.
Fox Sports Radio is all of this.
They've never been more valuable.
Thank you guys for the entertainment.
Plus so much more. We are Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose. Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
You must have been busy, but The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Calvin Washington. We're breaking this down.
Every day I'm shuffling. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I don't believe a black coach is going to get hired. We've talked to a couple NFL reporters.
They don't have any candidate.
They couldn't even give you any names, okay? And we already know. With the Vikings,
Brian Flores.
Brian Flores. I just don't see him getting hired as a head coach with a pending lawsuit against the NFL. If they hire him, I'll say I was wrong. I just don't see that. But the idea that we already saw the Colts hire Jeff Saturday, who came right out of the TV studio with zero coaching experience. And now the idea that they love Phillip Rivers so much that they allowed him to play, making a mockery of the NFL at 45 years old after not playing for 5 years. Now they want to hire him and make it because he coaches his high school, his kids in high school, that they're going to make him an NFL head coach. And this isn't about hiring people because they're black. This is about opportunity. When you go to a pool of people, how can a league be roughly 67% black? Guys who've played the game, they're coaches around the league, right? Yeah. And they're not in the mix. Something's really wrong when they can't be in the mix. And I'm just, if they've hired a black coach with no experience right off the studio.
To get the rest of what The Odd Couple said, podcast it by searching Odd Couple. And as always, you can listen to The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Check this out.
Pay attention. With Mike Harmon.
I'm excited a sports movie got nominated, right? I'm excited for F1. And Marty Supreme, I guess you could call Ping Pong a sports movie. I mean, can you call it a sports movie? I mean, it's sports. You know what I'll call it? It's ping pong. Overrated.
Forrest Gump's a sports movie?
I mean, it's like
well, Forrest Gump can be anything you want it to be.
Uncut Gems is kind of a sports movie. I think it's a really big achievement for the sports world, even though one of them's ping pong. I mean, you really think, oh, we got a football and boxing movie? No. We got Formula One and ping pong. All right, I'll take it. I told you. I'm flipping channels. ESPN, late night, professional pillow fighting, weighted pillows swinging. Could wind up being an Oscar-nominated movie at some point.
Could be 2027's version of pickleball. You don't know.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd. Mike check.
It's time to move off LeBron at some point in the next calendar year. And LeBron's never been loyal to teams. This is not a Derek Jeter situation. You know, this is not Magic or Kobe. LeBron's easier to move off. It's been a mutually beneficial relationship. His net worth has almost doubled since he came to L.A. He came to L.A. for basketball, 60%, and business, 40%. I mean, he kept the thing, by about year 2. His net worth is almost doubled. Net worth. He's expensive. He's not always available. He's not the player he once was. Lakers are so bad defensively, and statistically, they're worse when he's on the floor. So I've said it forever. There's a little LeBron fatigue around the league. I get it. But this new ownership group, they have no loyalty to it.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Let's go!
Superstar status, quit playing with me.
We've done it again.
Superstar status, quit playing with me.
2 Hall of Famers.
Radio.
On the same network.
Radio.
Colin Cowherd and Dan Patrick. 2 of the best to do it.
I'ma say it now. We don't play around. When it's crunch time, we gonna lay it down.
2 Hall of Famers and 1 place to hear them. Your Hall of Fame network. We are Fox Sports Radio, and we have the Hall of Famers.
Superstar status, quit playing with me.
The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
End Zone Radio, Harbin and Husky, right here in the Fox Sports Radio studios. Coming up, Dan Byer, Kerry Rhodes. That's going to be worth listening to because I understand about our dear friend Dan. He is a absolute diehard to the very core of his body Seattle Seahawks fan. Not a Johnny-come-lately. He's been, always will be, dead set on Seattle. So you're saying he's not going to be in studio. Is that right?
He just connected his Comrex.
So he is. Can I say hi to Dan? Can we actually talk to him right now? Is that possible? I want to get a little.
I want to get his thoughts. Yeah,
I think he just stepped away.
Oh, he did. Okay. Well,
yeah, he's got to get his sandwich.
If he comes on
chips.
before we go, I want to check in with him a little bit before, just to get his mindset. For this game between the Seahawks and the Rams. All right, you can already begin to see little snowflakes. Little snowflakes. It is freaking freezing in Denver right now. Temperatures dropping. It's in the teens, and it is expected to snow, and it's going to be a snowy fourth quarter for sure. So we'll see how that plays out right now. New England with the ball first in the second half, and they better come up with some kind of game plan here, because whatever your game plan was at the start of the game did not work.
At all.
Josh McDaniels.
At all.
They had nothing offensively. One play, honestly, one play. They had one 20-yard pass play, and then they got fortunate with the turnover by Denver to get on the board.
Let me take that back. Listen, it's 7-7. Okay?
Right. They are very lucky to be tied in this game.
Denver's left 6 points on the field. They didn't take a field
in
goal and
terms
then they
of
missed one.
Total yards, time of possession, all in Denver's favor.
It doesn't matter when it's 7-7.
At the end again, the snow is coming.
It doesn't matter when
Look
it's 7-7.
Look at that snow is now coming down.
Whatever defense makes the next big play or the critical play from this point moving forward is going to win this game. Neither one of these quarterbacks, I don't think, are going to win this game. What defense is going to make the play? All the Patriots need to do is just get in field goal range or get a turnover on defense on the plus side of the field, not the minus side of the field, because you still got to drive. But I just still, Patriots are my pick. I trust them a little more than I do the Broncos as far as the quarterback position. Stidham, also too, I saw a stat at halftime, head scratching. Why does Stidham have 21 pass attempts? He's headed for 42. Do you think that's a winning combination for them today? For him to throw the ball 40 times?
No, but wait. They had 21 pass attempts, 17 rushing attempts. That's pretty balanced.
But
give
it to me the other way. I'm sorry. Give me 16 pass attempts for Stidham and 24 rushing attempts for my running backs.
When he was not under pressure, he threw at a very high percentage rate. The problem with Stidham is anytime he was under pressure, it was an absolute panic fill for him right now. All right, well, New England is running the ball, and they did get a first down, so they're at their own 41-yard line right now. I gotta think New England's got to get on the board here. They cannot punt the ball back to Denver. It is getting colder, and the snow is beginning to.
Second and 9. Yeah, you want to run the ball. You want to move the ball, Steve. Fine, but it's once again, don't think you can win the game on this possession, because you can't. So if I'm the Patriots. Call like right now.
I need something out of Drake May here. If I'm New England, I got to get my quarterback.
Bam, right up the middle, first down. Like get back to basics. Football 101. Run the football. Damn.
All right, hold on. Speaking of the game coming up, Dan Byer, of course, as we know, the #1 Seattle Seahawks fan on the planet. So Dan, I know you're at home today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
What's
All right,
up, Dan?
So give us a little.
What's up, BJ?
Give us the layout at the Bayer House there for this possible trip to Super Bowl 60 for your Seahawks. How is this all set up for you, Dan?
So, home studio, Steve, and sitting here with Broncos Patriots on right now. No one else in the home. No one else is here. It is just me solo, and that's probably how it's going to be for the next at least 3 hours because I'm doing the show. But I think the family, wife and son, are going to come back for the second half. Now, if the Seahawks are winning, I may have to tell them to stay away for the second half. But that's the plan right now, flying solo in the home studio.
Okay, so, and again, if it's a close game, how are you going to focus on the fact that you're actually doing a radio show while watching if your Seahawks can punch their ticket to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, Steve, I think Mike Singletary said it best. Do it. I have to focus on the show, and it's one of the things that when you get into this business, there are a lot of great things of being a sports fan and being in this business, but you have to put the job first. So we're going to toe the middle line for the entire program. There will be no Seahawks lean whatsoever, but it is really difficult to focus.
Well,
there's no doubt, especially when you have so much fandom invested in it.
Yeah, see, you're better than me because if it was the Dolphins, I'd tell the listeners, look, damn it, I get one Sunday, okay? I give y'all real good, unbiased analysis for 17, 18, 19, 20 weeks. But today, I've earned this. My only question to you is, you got some snacks, man? You going to be grubbing? And look at Drake May.
Drake May just taking off on a huge run all the way down. Was there a flag on the play? No flag, on the play. Wow.
Buyers, any snacks while you're doing the radio show, man? Or you can hit the mute button and get to chew and get a little sip down, or are you just really locked in as the professional? Oh, we got some gummy
little
bears,
bowl
some
of chips right now.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, a little bowl of chips right now and some fluids in case the voice needs it. But after the show is done, there's probably not going to be anything. You gotta just
good luck.
Stick
Good
it out
luck to your squad
that,
today, man. I'm picking the Rams, but good luck to your squad, homie.
I am picking the Rams as well, which is a good thing. Dan says, "Oh, thank you, Hartman. Every time you pick a team, they always lose. That's a beautiful thing." Dan, have a great show at Cary. We are looking forward to
Thanks,
that.
Guys.
All right, give me a final score in the game tonight. What do you got?
28-26 Rams.
23-20 Rams is my prediction. Don't go anywhere.
God bless
Much more
everybody.
coming up here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from Jewelry Television.
JTV, I love their jewelry. I had my eye on this pearl bracelet on JTV.com. Plus, I love their colored gemstone jewelry. And oh, have you seen their gold?
Right now, take up to 70% off select jewelry and gifts at JTV.com.
You are not going to believe their gemstones and their artisan collections. Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
It's the pearl bracelet.
Visit JTV.com.
Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it.
Pay attention!
Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. Two Pros and a Cup of Joe, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd,
wow,
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington, The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, and The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Yeah.
I'm going to prove all the doubters.
When Dan Patrick speaks, you better stop and listen. This is the Dan Patrick Show.
It just feels like that's where you need to take a couple of days, maybe even a week. Let's just let it die down. Yes, heartbreaking. You saw Josh Allen crying in the locker room. And the owner said, hey, I'm kind of basing this off that, too. I'm reading the room. You know, did we hit the wall? Okay. But it just felt strange with that owner and his reasoning. Here is the Buffalo Bills owner.
I did not fire a coach based on a bad officiating decision. If I can take you into that locker room, I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall year after year. 13 seconds, missed field goals, the catch. I just sensed in that locker room, like, where do we go from here?
Okay, but What does Sean McDermott have to do with that? Missed field goals, the catch? I just felt like he got all the blame. Josh Allen deserves the blame, at least in this game. Josh Allen plays like Josh Allen. We're not having this discussion. The owner did say, he was asked about, what if you won that game? And he said, well, I don't deal in hypotheticals, which is interesting. But, Josh Allen didn't play well. That's why they lost. Not a catch, an interception. It was more than that. But am I going to put that at the feet of Sean McDermott? That's where I think it's unfair. If you don't think that he's a big-time coach and he can't get you to the next level, okay. But don't base it off one game.
If you want to know what Dan Patrick said next, just podcast it by searching The Dan Patrick Show. And as always, you can listen to Dan Patrick live weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio.
Right now,
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
I'm still surprised that the owner, Terry Pegula, said that it was his decision to bring in a new coach based on the results of the game in Denver. Josh Allen deserves the blame, at least in this game. Josh Allen plays like Josh Allen. We're not having this discussion. The owner did say, he was asked about, what if you won that game? And he said, well, I don't deal in hypotheticals, which is interesting. Who put the roster together? They had a lot of injuries. Everybody has injuries. I mean, it just felt like it was a blame game, and they weren't really blaming the right people here. All of a sudden, this isn't a desirable job. I mean, it just, that would scare me. Now,
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio.
Give it up.
When you're a couple, you're a team. I give you. It's Rob Parker.
Let's just deal with the facts.
Not the feeling.
It's Kelvin Washington.
Man, let's ride.
Put your hands together.
And they're the odd couple, teaming up and making plays.
Dude, you can be the guy
Most nights. I'm the poo-poo king.
Oh, boy.
I want to hear what they have to say.
I'm not gonna lie, the Chiefs were clinched.
Listen to The Odd Couple every weekday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1. And here's what you need to know.
We're all tied up in the AFC Championship game.
Ball splits the hash marks at the 6. Drake points with his right hand to set the protections. Takes the snap. He stands in. Quarterback draw. Across the 5. Across the goal line right. Touchdown! Patriots!
Patriots Radio Network on the call. We are all tied up 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Patriots are first and goal on the Denver 7. They are threatening to take the lead. Later on today in the NFC Championship game, the Seattle Seahawks will host the Rams, 6:30 Eastern. NFL news, the Giants are expected to hire former Titans defensive coordinator Jannard Wilson as their new defensive coordinator. He reunites with John Harbaugh as he was the Ravens DB's coach in 2023. The Buffalo Bills announced they completed their head coaching interview with Jags OC Grant Udinski. In the NBA, 2 games have been postponed due to inclement weather. The Nuggets at Grizzlies and the Mavericks at Bucks. I'm Brianna Miro.
Ready.
Play clock starting.
The second half is going down.
Yeah!
And you're locked into Fox Sports End Zone Radio.
Right up the gut and into the end zone.
Every stadium.
To the end zone.
Every score.
He's gone, baby.
Every turnover.
It's intercepted. He's going to the house.
Every touchdown.
To the goal line. Touchdown.
Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Dan Beyer and former All-Pro NFL safety Kerry Rhodes.
Not only do we have an AFC Championship game, we have got controversy. Welcome in Patriots on the move. And Kerry Rhodes, a controversial 4th down and 1 for the Patriots was ruled a first down on a quarterback sneak in a tush-push situation. Drake May, I think, got a very favorable spot initially from the officials. Sean Payton has challenged the play. They say the call on the field stands.
Man, I thought that was a terrible call. I thought he was short. And again, with this tush push, and
them allowing you to continue to move when your forward momentum has been stopped. It's egregious. And you watch these games, you watch these NFL games, and you watch these head coaches right now. Dan, you know what I'm going to say. These guys passing up points early in the games just come back to bite them. I know you want to be aggressive. I know you want to put up points, but actually having a feel for the game. You're up 7-0. Your backup quarterback came in and got a big play to get you guys in the end zone early. You take those 10 points, the way your defense was playing, now you're in a position where it's a tie game, and now New England has a chance to take the lead. It's egregious coaching.
Okay, we're going to get to that in a second. So I knew Kerry was going to be out of the gates with Sean Payton's decision. But we do have to deal with what the Broncos and Patriots are dealing with at this moment. And there was a questionable play, and now it's going to be 3rd and goal at about the 2-yard line. Patriots got about 5 yards on their first down play, and Ramondre Stevenson just caught a direct snap that could have been dangerous for the Patriots. He was able to catch it with one hand, but didn't get any yards. So it's going to be a 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. Drake May's legs are the only thing that has kept New England in this game and could be on the verge of maybe giving them the lead here. But this is a crucial 3rd and goal situation for New England, Kerry. Are you throwing it in the air? Are we running it? What are you doing in this sort of play?
Well, they're going to try to throw the ball here or a quarterback draw, but they drop back and pass it here. And now it's 4th and goal, and you've been aggressive, right? Now what do you do? So, again, it seems like those 4th and 1s aren't important, but, again, they're not a guarantee you're going to score any points anyway. So now we get to a 4th down here. What are they going to do now? But, yeah, they got stopped on 3rd down. Denver's defense has been playing well.
Yeah, Denver's defense has done a great job, except for the big play for Drake May in the touchdown run. And he also had a scramble to help set up this drive, which, by the way, this drive has been the opening drive of the second half. And it's gone on for more than 9 minutes. There's 5:30 left in the 3rd quarter, and New England has taken the 3 points and now has taken a 10-7 lead. But that is simple math tells you it's more than a half of the quarter, and New England now is up 10-7. So let's go back to the point that you made on the Sean Payton call that I think so many people are going to be talking about. Obviously, if the Broncos don't win this football game, it was a 4th down and 1, about the 14-yard line of New England, and 9 minutes left in the first half. And on a 4th and 1 play, you're saying to yourself, after Jarrett Stidham scrambled to get them in a 4th and short situation, that it just would have been a better thought process, better situation, better outcome if Sean Payton and the Broncos ended up kicking the field goal in that scenario.
Yeah, it's called in-game situational awareness, Dan. Like you can go into a game saying we're going to be aggressive, we're going to go for it on 4th down, we're going to be that team. But in the flow, in the feel of a game, that's why head coaches make the big money, and that's why those decision makers make the big money. Obviously, if you get the first down, it's celebrated. He's gutsy. They're going to go out and be aggressive. This is our game plan. But the feel of this game, your defense came out dominated. You got a backup quarterback that hasn't started a game in I don't know how long. This is his first pass in this game this season as far as being a starter. So the fact you have a chance to go up 10-0 and now put a little bit more game pressure on New England to open their offense up more and get a little bit more aggressive and maybe cause a couple of turnovers here and there. Like in-game situational awareness is so huge. And now you don't get the 4th down. Now New England has momentum, and the momentum has shifted back into their favor. Obviously still didn't do anything until the Stidham turnover later. But, yeah, you'll be up 10-0. And in worst-case scenario right now, the game is tied at 10-10.
You're going to be surprised by this. I thought that they made the right call on the 4th down.
Why is that?
Here's the thinking, and I'm looking at this because it's the AFC Championship game. If it was 4th and 3, like New England just had a 4th and goal from the 3, like you're not going for it in that situation. If it was 4th and 3 for Denver, I think they kicked the field goal. I didn't love the play call, and it seemed like New England kind of knew what was coming. But I also think that if you're Denver and you're in this situation and you're up 7-0 at this time, you also have to realize that at some point, while New England did not have any of their legs under them for that first quarter and a half, that they're going to make plays, or there's going to be a play that they're going to benefit from. And I'm not so sure on how many times Denver is going to be down in that situation. And so on a 4th and 1, I was willing to take the risk because then you're at the 14-yard line. It's not like they're at the 36 or the 37. To take the risk to try to go up 2 touchdowns, because then maybe in this scenario, a field goal later on in the game could win it for you. 17 points could be enough to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at that point in the game, you're sitting there thinking, all right, how do we get to 17? How do we get to 20? Because that could be enough the way that our defense is playing. So I thought at that point, with a 4th and 1, that it was worth it, because then when you give New England the football back, they're at least inside their 20.
Mm-hmm.
But also, Kerry, and this may sound backwards, I hope you understand, I hope the listener understands what I'm saying. I just don't know how many opportunities they're going to have to score touchdowns. And I think that was one of their better opportunities to do so. So that's why I didn't mind it in that situation. Like, New England was going to score points. They may not score a lot of them, but they were going to be able to match at least the 7 and maybe the 10 at that point, where a touchdown really would have gone a long way. So I actually agreed with the point, wasn't shocked that they went for it, and they just didn't get it. And they actually got the stop on the ensuing possession to force a punt back. It was then the turnover by Stidham that did the Broncos in. But you also have to say to yourself, Stidham's probably going to make a mistake.
Yes.
So we got to put ourselves in the best case scenario where if he does make a mistake, it doesn't absolutely crush us. And maybe that's compounding it, but I thought it was the right decision.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sure some people will feel that way, and it's a great rebuttal. I'm not trying to. I've played in this game, and I know how important the details in the AFC Championship game is. Both teams are going to be capable of winning this game and scoring points, and they're going to make plays. They're both good. I'm just in the flow of the game. So take away analytics, take away right or wrong decision. Like, I think either side will have a case. But the flow of the game, the way this game started, and you said it, like New England started out slow and didn't have their legs under them in this game, a little bit tight. And if you put points on the board even though 10 is not greater than 14, 10 is greater than 0 by 2 scores. So just in the mental part of that is, okay, now on offense, we haven't been moving the ball. We're going to have to spread this thing out and make some plays. And if you spread it out and try to make plays against Denver, you land right into what they do best. They pass rush, they play really good coverage, and so the mistakes will probably come in that moment. So that's just my thinking in that scenario.
It was going to be talked about. It will still be talked about.
Yeah.
We'll see if New England adds to their lead, if Denver ends up coming back and winning this game. But if the deficit remains what it is right now, and that's a 3-point game, then that decision is going to haunt Denver. I also thought it was just interesting in the end of the way that the end of the first half finished. And for those that don't know, it was a 7-7 ball game at the half. But Denver had an opportunity, and Will Lutz missed a 54-yard field goal, and then they gave the ball back to New England. New England, I thought, got a very generous call on getting a timeout on a slide by Drake May to allow them to attempt a 63-yard field goal. But you've got that call, and now you got 3 calls in this game that have benefited New England in my mind. Now they may have been, and I'm curious in your opinion. I think that the 4th and short that we just talked about, I don't think Drake May got the first down in that scenario. No. I think that call went against Denver. The Jarrett Stidham pass is a crazy one, because everything that I've heard, Kerry, about open hand and where the ball goes, where they initially called it an incomplete pass, and then they said it was the fumble, and that was the big turnover to set up New England's.
Yeah.
That was originally ruled as an intentional grounding on the field, and then ultimately overturned. That doesn't go Denver's way. That goes New England's way. And then just even the slide at the end of the first half to be able to try to get a lead on the long field goal, I don't think that there was enough time left on the clock. Mike Vrabel was right there to call a timeout, but there wasn't much of a review that CBS gave us. So these calls right now, not only are going to be looking at the 4th down, but I think these calls are starting to become a big part of this game, considering how close it is and how they've ended up benefiting New England so far.
Well, a really great head coach and somebody that's aware of situations, Dan. Obviously, they knew what they were going to do in that situation. They've practiced it numerous times. So Vrabel would stand right by the official and tell him before the play is even ran that as soon as he gets down, we're going to call a timeout. So the referee beside him was already having that ready to go. And so that's the nuances of the game that, if a really smart head coach that does really well in those situations, like they've practiced that enough, and they're going to tell the officials. So I think that would probably have benefited them in that situation.
Yeah, he was right on the spot. There was. It also goes to my point, Kerry, where I think you need tenths of a second, which would have benefited like on the clock. This really sounds like a silly argument that I make, but I'm 100% serious when I say this every time I bring this up. Like, the NFL needs to put tenths of a second on a clock and not just have the clock go to zero, because there are so many bang plays. We don't know when clocks actually start on snaps.
Yep.
We see that a lot in college basketball when you're like, okay, well, this was the inbound. Guess what? The inbound, the clock didn't start until 0.4 of a second after the player touched the basketball. There's a lot that goes with it. But if you were New England in that scenario, and let's just say that the clock did go to 000, which I thought it did, but they said that it didn't. But if it did, you would be able to have 0:00:00:8. 0.8 of a second left on the clock in that scenario. And that would have been enough to kick a field goal. New England could have been penalized, or would have not benefited. Penalized is not the right word. Would have benefited from that situation. But I do think like it's something the NFL has to look at, because there's so many plays now that come down to these final seconds, and we're talking about 1 second being on the clock and the clock expired. I do think that it's something the NFL needs to look at.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dan. And to back up that point, when you talk about offensively and having those false starts or not false starts, even in the rule book or when they try to explain it, it's not if the clock hits zero. There's like a tenth of a second that they have to wait before they actually throw the flag, too. So we don't know what that is, and it's almost like an imaginary thing. So I agree.
He is Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Byer. This is End Zone Radio on Fox Sports Radio, Championship Edition. And Denver dominated the first half stat-wise, yards-wise, but New England coming out in the second half, taking off 9 minutes of the clock, going down and kicking a field goal. And what's also happened here in the second half, the weather has changed.
Yep.
We are now seeing flurries. Snow is starting to gather a bit on the field. What's that like in this scenario, Kerry, where it seems like, I don't want to say icy mix, but it's the snow is staying on the ground, in a grass surface. What is the playing surface like?
Yeah, no, we talked about this a lot, because we talk about, is this football weather, or is it the playing conditions good for a football player in this situation? We talked about, like, when the snow comes down and it's solid like this, it won't be as bad. So I don't think it will affect as much. But, I mean, throwing the ball deep down the field and making explosive plays may be tough. And I think that's the other part that kind of lends to taking the points early as well, because it was in the forecast. And I think even when the call started, they said, they were expecting this in the second half. So if you're expecting this and you can go up by 2 scores, also, that's the other part of the other element of that for me, Dan.
It always comes back to taking the points with Kerry Rhodes. I knew somehow we were going to weave back to it, and we absolutely did. It's a 2nd and 5 for New England. Drake May's legs, again, have just been the story of this game. He leads them in rushing. Ramondre Stevenson hasn't been a factor. Travion Henderson only has 3 carries in this game. It's kind of like a who do you trust sort of, in these situations. And the other big player for New England right now has been Matt Collins. Just reeled in a big catch that's going to take them into Denver territory. Hollins had a big catch on a 3rd down for them when they were backed up in the first half. So Matt Collins, who is questionable to play in this contest, ends up getting a big pass on a bit of a flea flicker that was pulled off by New England.
That was a great play. After I just said we're not going to see probably some big plays, there go one right there over the top. They do a flea flicker in this. So talk about is the footing secure, and is it good enough to go out here and still be successful? I mean, yeah, it looks like the footing's okay.
Yeah, and so now in time is starting to be a bit of an issue, even here in this third quarter, because if you are New England, you're going to be trying to work some of this clock, knowing Denver is limited. Jarrett Stidham's probably going to have to make a play with his legs at some point.
Yeah,
I know he ran a little bit earlier. He's not as good of a runner as Drake May is, but there may need to be a play. And Denver's going to have one of their playmakers making a play, because right now New England has seized control of this game, and they seem to be thriving in whereas the conditions continue to get worse if you're driving in the car, and if you're in one of the areas of the country that is dealing with the severe cold, I hope you're not driving in the car or dealing with what's going on. But if you can't see what is happening, there is now a bit of a white glaze that is covered the field because of the wintry mix, and it's pretty much snow. That's what it is now in Denver. So that's what the Patriots and Broncos are dealing with. But we'll have to see if footing also becomes an issue. 3rd and 6 for the Patriots. We're going to keep it here as they are in Denver territory because kicking's now going to be, tricky, to your point, Kerry.
That's a lot of factors. What you got, Shay?
I just got a text from one of my friends who's in Denver, actually. He's like 10 or 20 minutes outside of the stadium, and he said it just got significantly worse around him from what he sees on the TV right now.
Yeah.
So he said what's outside his window is worse than what he sees on the TV. So it could be getting worse very, very soon.
This is a big third down stop here. Now New England's going to have to attempt the kick here, it looks like, on 4th and 6, unless they try to be aggressive with the kicking conditions being hard. But, yeah, they bring out the kicker, so they're going to attempt the field goal here on 4th down.
Interesting call on that 3rd down. I think they were just trying to get something, but it's going to end up being about a 46-yard field goal for New England in this situation for Andy Borregales. The 63-yarder didn't have much of a chance, but if you can pop one through from 46, this could be a sizable kick in this contest. So this is also earlier in the first half. They said that the wind was blowing this way, so this was helping the kick.
Dan, there you go, Dan. No good, Dan. That's no good.
No good. And he pushed it to our left, his right, went wide right for New England. So Denver will get the football 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line, but they trail 10-7. Big possession coming up, too, because it sure feels like New England's trying to limit how many possessions we're going to see the rest of the way. So Denver's going to have to figure out a way to make some hay here in this contest. He is Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. Hit Kerry up, the All-Pro, at Kerry25 Rhodes. You can find me at Dan Beyer on Fox. Chris Perfett's our technical producer. Brianna Muro's at the news desk, and you heard Shay Mogengard, our executive producer. Everybody's hanging out today. In fact, when Bree leaves in about an hour, Chris is going to jump over to the news desk, and he'll be a lifeline for you, Kerry Rhodes, and easy as 1, 2, 3, 4 later on in the show. So something to look forward to. By the way, just to tease that, I think perfect score is well within range today. It is. I went easy on you for easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. That's coming up in the final hour. 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 4 o'clock Pacific here on Fox Sports Radio. Have you ever wiped with a piece of dry toilet paper and wondered, is this as good as it gets? It's not. Switch to life-changing wet, extra-large, flushable Dude Wipes because wetter just cleans better. Available at Amazon and at major retailers nationwide. Dude Wipes, best clean, pants down. Let's see if the Broncos get caught with their pants down or not. They got to score down 3 late in the third quarter. He's Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. AFC Championship coverage continues right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Fox Sports Radio. There's one road to the Super Bowl.
And he's got it! Touchdown!
No GPS.
They will not go away!
No shortcuts.
Never!
Just football. On that road to the Super Bowl. Are you in on Fox Sports Radio?
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose. Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013, 800-444-2013, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
DraftKings presents a message on responsible gaming.
If you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right.
Whatever your wager, sometimes
you got to know when to hold 'em.
There are no locks or sure things, so
know when to fold 'em.
And if you feel like you're ready for a break,
know when to walk away.
Remember, it's more fun when it's for fun.
When the dealing's done.
Well said, man. Well said. At DraftKings, we believe it's more fun when it's for fun, and we want it to stay that way. We provide customers with helpful tools so they can set budgets, limits, and cool-off periods, and we encourage all customers to use these tools. So play responsibly. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas, 21 plus, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's Colin Cowherd.
Here we go. Weird sometimes works in sports and in life.
The Herd. Yeah, it's poetry.
Outline your life in pencil, not pen. Yeah. Things change.
It's sports.
College football fans are freaking out. Oh my God.
Need I say more?
Total class, understated, just does his job.
Yeah. It's The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
The public is always right.
Listen every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Check it out.
The Herd. When Colin Cowherd drops the info, The Herd, you need to listen. Right here.
Let's look at where Buffalo's at. Ownership stable, new stadium coming, massive revenue upgrade. Buy more players. Superstar quarterback, top 6 offensive line in a league that has shifted over the last decade to offense. Tight end, slot receiver, running back, quarterback, O-line, left tackle. Really good. Last 6 years, most wins in the league. Best point differential by a country mile. Number 1 offense, second in playoff wins. Yes, they had a bad 72 hours. They had a bad press conference yesterday. The Sean McDermott firing and press release could have been better. They've been excellent for 6-7 years. Excellent. Can this also be noted? Winning Super Bowls is hard. Sean McVay, the best coach arguably in the league, has won and should probably thank Aaron Donald and 1 sack late on Joe Burrow for that. Jim Harbaugh, none. Kyle Shanahan, none. Sean Payton, 1. And if the Colts recover that onside kick, he's maybe looking at 0. Okay, the Buffalo Bills are a controversial catch-no-catch call from beating the excellent Jags and the excellent Broncos on the road. Okay? I would rather be a Buffalo Bills fan today than almost anybody not named Kansas City because of Andy Reid and...
If you're eager to find out what Colin said next, just podcast it by searching The Herd. And as always, you can listen live to Colin Cowherd weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. I give you 2 pros and a cup of Joe.
They're extremely talented.
Putting the more in mornings.
Can you feel the power?
Jonas Knox.
Fired up.
LeVar Arrington.
Hear the roar.
And Brady Quinn.
Some dudes just go about their business.
That's the crew. It's 2 pros and a cup of Joe. Listen every weekday at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Get more out of your mornings on Fox Sports Radio. Whoa.
Why, hello there.
You're listening all day. You're listening all night. Now, you can watch us on YouTube.
That's right.
On Instagram and X. Watch us yell.
Do it. I'm wrong. It makes me sick.
Watch us sing.
One shining moment.
Somebody
Tacos and tease bets and Joe Montana.
Watch us dominate.
I listen to you guys every day.
And that's kind of a big deal.
We are Fox Sports Radio.
Good stuff.
And that's it.
The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Ended up getting up to about their own 40-yard line, had to punt it away, and now New England will start 1st and 10 on their own 20 on a field carry that CBS now has been forced to put their own outline of the yardage lines because there is so much snow in Denver between the Patriots and Broncos.
Yeah, Denver's been fortunate for a long time to have really good weather, and now we got the usual mile high type of weather. The snow's coming down. It's like you said, we can't even see it watching on TV where the yard markers are. So now they pulled out the fancy graphic for us.
You mentioned that this was a possibility that the forecast was saying as much. Do you remember in playing a race to the weather sort of game, get everything in, corral the, get all the crops in before the rain comes sort of deal, get as many points? Have you ever played in any of those games?
Yeah, I mean, it was a regular season game, and it mattered for us. It didn't matter for them. They weren't that good that year, but it was in Green Bay, your old stomping grounds, where we played a game where we were on a 4-game winning streak, and we needed to win that game and win the next game to get into the playoffs. We jumped out on them. It was obviously it was -4. It was cold, and the snow was coming down light, but we knew it was coming on as later in that in the second quarter. We got up early on them and end up just kind of salting the game away, and that's what Denver should have did. Dan, I'm gonna go back to it again.
Now this is also for New England. Like, ball security is of the utmost importance, and when they're backed up in their own territory, it could have been, by the way, the punt was so good for Denver that I wondered if it was a coffin corner, but we couldn't quite see on the angle, and the official is right there. They end up making the call. They called it a touchback, but it very well could have been New England starting at their own 1-yard line. Then you would have a limited playbook and have to punt in this weather if you were unable to get out of it. But instead they get it 1st and 20. There's another break that went the way of the Patriots. That wasn't the officiating. That was just the way that the ball bounced. And then Ramondre Stevenson on a 1st down carry gets 10 yards to give them a little bit more breathing room out to about the 30-yard line. But now if you're New England, you're just holding on for dear life for that football, because a turnover here almost seems like it's maybe the only way Denver can get into this football, have a chance in this football game.
Yeah, I was watching Evan Washburn talk about give his report, and he doesn't have a hat on. I don't know if he's a silver fox or is he blonde. I'm confused. So that's how much snow is coming down right now. But then, this game for the Patriots is pretty simple right now. I mean, you got a quarterback and an offense in Denver that seems like they can't get a drive going. So, and I mean, they've only had the ball 2 times. So if New England can just take care of the ball and run the ball successfully like they did on 1st down here, they'll make it extremely tough for Denver.
Again, this is a lot of Ramondre Stevenson, and I think that this plan for New England, we'll tell you what they do on a 3rd and 4 here, then we'll go to the news desk with Brianna Marrero. She'll give us an update of not only this game, but what else is going on in the world of sports. But this is a Patriots team that Ramondre Stevenson missed games during the regular season, and during that time, Travion Henderson, the rookie from Ohio State, burst onto the scene and gave them kind of the home run hitter that they had been looking for. And I never thought it was New England's plan to turn over the backfield to Ramondre Stevenson, but I would say that I felt it was always part of the plan to have a 2-headed monster, and it actually hasn't been. It's been just Stevenson. Stevenson's been the guy that they have trusted in these situations, and you're seeing it today with this contest and how they want to run their offense, with Ramondre Stevenson getting a bulk of the carries, 19 compared to just 3 with Travion Henderson. So New England did go to one guy. They went to their veteran who, in a game against Pittsburgh earlier this year, had a fumble in a game that they ended up losing at home, and didn't lose any confidence in him. So quite a job by Mike Vrabel to continue to believe in Ramondre Stevenson. And while many people thought he was going to lose his job because of the injury, not only did he lose his job, he's thriving even more. And New England is taking full advantage.
I'm glad you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say Drake May was sacked on that 3rd down and 4, so now New England's punted it back to Denver.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the fumbling issue with Stevenson because that's the same thing I was going to kind of touch on. So the fact that they've been able to trust him in the playoffs and trust him in this big situation, especially when the conditions aren't ideal, is definitely trusting your guy, but also, being around that guy every day and knowing his makeup and checking the tenor of the team and going with the guys that you trust. So obviously Vrabel still and that coaching staff still has confidence in him.
Something to watch here. There's 11:29 left to go. Denver is going to take over the football after the punt by New England. They'll have it around their 30-yard line. Actually, it's right at the 30-yard line, 1st and 10 for them. Each teams have 2 timeouts. So in a situation, if it gets where you need to stop the clock, each team has used a timeout in this situation. And now with 11:29 to go, Gary, even if Denver scores here, they're going to take or has an opportunity to score, they're going to take a significant amount of time off the clock because you wouldn't think it would be a big play. So when we talk about limited number of possessions for the rest of the way, it makes this one at 11:29 in the 4th quarter very, very important because Denver's just going to have few opportunities to try to pull even in this game. And with the way that the conditions are, I just don't think you're going to see any big plays unless there's somebody falls down or, slippage or something like that. So key possession is an understatement here for Denver.
I mean, right now, the way this second half is going, Denver may get the ball twice. And so this is a huge drive. And I don't know if they could drive the length of the field right now. So I actually lean on it having to be a big play. And that would, like you said, result in probably a mistake by New England. But we'll see. It's gonna be tough for them to move the ball down the field. Their receivers are dropping the ball. They're not really being able to get open and get separation. So you said it earlier. I think Stidham's going to have to use his legs, but I don't know if New England in this situation is going to be or put themselves in a man-to-man situation. So they're going to try to probably force them to drive the ball down the field. So it's going to be tough sledding for Denver at this point.
Jared Stidham hasn't been perfect, but there have also been times where he hasn't gotten help from his wide receivers in this game. We'll see if they can come up big for him here. Let's jump over to the news desk. Brianna Merrill's got the latest of what's going on in Denver and Seattle and everywhere else. What's going on, Bree?
Hi, guys. Okay, so the Patriots are on top of the Broncos, 10-7, 11.5 minutes left to go in the 4th quarter. Drake May, 86 passing yards, 64 rushing yards so far in a rushing touchdown. On the other side, Jarrett Stidham, 128 passing yards, 14 of 25, and 1 touchdown. Later, in about an hour from now, Dan Seahawks, the Rams are going to be with wow, so sorry. I got so distracted.
That's how my stomach feels in an hour
I feel
before
your
the
nerves.
NFC Championship
I
game.
feel your nerves, Dan. I really do. And also, I was watching the game, and so during the last timeout, they were actually using snow blowers. So that's the video I was just watching right now on Twitter. They're using snow blowers to try to do each yard line to make the snow go away.
Sure.
And it's not even really working that much. I think the snow is just kind of coming down a little bit harder. Anyways, other NFL news, the Giants are expected to hire former Titans DC Denard Wilson as their defensive coordinator. He reunites with John Harbaugh as he was the Ravens defensive backs coach in 2023. The Bills announced they completed their head coaching interview with Jags OC Grant Udinski, and the Packers are hiring former Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon as their new defensive coordinator. In the NBA, 2 games have been postponed due to inclement weather. The Nuggets at Grizzlies and the Mavericks at Bucks. The Golden State Warriors announced forward Jonathan Kuminga will be sidelined with a bone bruise in his left knee. And on the court, the Pistons are on top of the Kings, 136-114. A minute and a half left to go in the 4th quarter. And in golf, Scottie Scheffler has a 4-shot lead as they head down the stretch at the American Express. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bree. Scheffler at 27 under par. They always go low in the desert. But, what a way for world number 1 to start the PGA Tour season in 2026. Tee it up, go and win in the second event of the year. Why not? Very typical Scottie Scheffler play. Let's get back to where the conditions aren't as nice, and that is in Denver. R.J. Harvey got stuffed on a 2nd and 1. Kind of tried to do a little too much. Could have been much worse, but didn't lose anything, didn't gain anything. But the Broncos able to cash in on the 3rd and 1 call and get a fresh set of downs. But still, they haven't crossed midfield, and it's their first down of this second half, Kerry. Just this game is only 17 points, but there is so much in it because there is so much at stake for, a trip to the Super Bowl. I mean, Sean Payton's coaching legacy, if you can win this game with Jarrett Stidham as your quarterback, we talked about it last week, how we felt that he would really sort of, love to be in this situation, and time is coming down, but that's why we love these playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, all these situations matter, man. And I mean, every yard, every inch you have to fight for. Both teams are poised to make a Super Bowl appearance and are worthy of being here. And, it comes down to the details, Dan. Details and mistakes, obviously, because you're going to make plays. You're going to execute, a lot because you're really good teams. But the team that turns it over and make the mistakes or makes the coaching blunder usually loses in these games. And so right now, I mean, this is not even a big drive. This is the biggest drive of their season right here. You got a chance to go down and put points on the board or score a touchdown to win, to get to the Super Bowl. Stidham, backup quarterback, came in confident. These are the things that you will talk about for the rest of your life.
You can't see the Broncos logo at midfield. Like that is the playing conditions that they are dealing with right now. And the Broncos are near midfield. Mm-hmm. They're at their own 43-yard line. And there's supposed to be a Bronco at the 50-yard line, and they are just showing an aerial shot. And only if you are looking for it, Kerry, only if you are looking for the Broncos logo would you be able to decipher what is actually underneath that snow. There is no way to go to determine what is where here. Any inbounds call, that's what it, talking about blowing the snow off the field, as Bree was talking about, they're doing it for the sidelines, so you have an opportunity to see the sidelines. But I don't know how much help that's gonna do in this situation. I mean, it's whatever call on the field position wise is likely going to stand, because I have no idea on how you'd be able to overturn it with these conditions.
Yeah, no, it looks like the field across the street from my house where we played when in the snowy conditions. Whenever it would snow in Alabama, which was very occasionally, very rare, which is happening right now, we would go across the field and line it up and make lines with our foot and kind of draw the line in the sand. And that's kind of what it looks like right now. Backyard football right now, Dan.
On a 3rd and 10, Denver only got 4 yards on a completion, so they're going to punt it away to New England. 8:25 left to go in this contest, and it's going to be a 1st and 10 for the Patriots inside their own 9-yard line is where they will have the football. So Denver able to pin him back in this scenario, and the chess game continues between the Broncos and Patriots in a 10-7 AFC Championship game. He is Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Beyer. Chris Perfett, Brianna Muro, Shea Mogagard all hanging out. Be sure to subscribe to the Fox Sports Radio YouTube channel. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube, and you'll see our best videos from all of our shows. And don't stop there. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away. Let us know whose takes you like, and even whose takes you don't like. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe. We'll dive into some of the coaching news. Pittsburgh Steelers hiring Mike McCarthy yesterday. We'll get Kerry's thoughts on that coming up in about 20 minutes or so. But coming up next, it was an anniversary this week, 20th anniversary of a huge, huge milestone in the world of sports. We reflect on that and so many milestones next. He's Kerry. I'm Dan. It's End Zone Radio on Fox Sports Radio.
When you're the best, you beat your chest.
I'm going to be the reason. What? Now we're up.
When you're not like the rest.
First of all, that's not a shtick. It's a way of life.
You beat your chest.
Who wants a piece of me?
And when you pass all the tests, you beat that chest. You know you're listening to Fox Sports Radio.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from Jewelry Television. JTV, I love their jewelry. I had my eye on this pearl bracelet on JTV.com. Plus, I love their colored gemstone jewelry. And have you seen their gold?
Right now, take up to 70% off select jewelry and gifts at JTV.com.
You are not going to believe their gemstones and their artisan collections. Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
It's the pearl bracelet.
Visit JTV.com.
Jason Smith and Mike Harmon are dropping knowledge like this.
Those guys are sick, man.
Here's my hot take on Kobe's 81.
It's overrated.
No.
Oh.
I am surprised that at least once a year, let's say, I'm not going to go crazy on it, but at least once a year, we don't get somebody in the NBA making a big run at it. Okay, because Kobe went 28 for 46 from the floor, right? 28 for 46 from the floor.
Pretty slow start.
Yeah, pretty slow start,
Right.
but like 55 in the second half, that's not bad, right?
You know what I mean? Outscores them, 55-41
Yeah.
second half.
But-
The entire team.
Yeah,
that is.
but Kobe, who back then, him and LeBron, two best players in the game. Kobe was 27 in his prime. I'm surprised that a prime superstar like a Luka or a Giannis or a Jokic, once a year we don't get at least one run at it. Because think about this, 46 shots for Kobe and 81 points, okay? The most shots in an NBA game this year is Cade Cunningham took 45, right? He scored 46 points on 45 shots, right? The second most shots in the game is Anthony Edwards, okay? Just a couple of days ago, he had 33 shots in a game when he went for 55, right? We talked about that. Let's say Anthony Edwards is in the game and he takes those 46 shots, right? He got 55 points on 33 shots, right? So add another 13 shots. Let's give him 7 out of 13, right? Let's give him 50% the rest. You make 7 more field goals. Let's make 2 of those threes, okay? So
To get the rest of what Jason Smith and Mike Harmon said, podcast it by searching The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. And as always, you can hear The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Jason Smith Show. Check this out. With Mike Harmon.
I'm excited a sports movie got nominated, right? I'm excited for F1. And Marty Supreme, I guess you could call Ping Pong a sports movie. I mean, can you call it a sports movie? I mean, it's sports.
You know what I'll call it?
It's ping pong.
Overrated.
Forrest Gump's a sports movie?
I mean, it's like
Well, Forrest Gump can be anything you want it to be.
Uncut Gems is kind of a sports movie. I think it's a really big achievement for the sports world, even though one of them's ping pong. I mean, you really think, oh, we got a football and boxing movie? No. We got Formula One and ping pong. All right, I'll take it.
I told you. I'm flipping channels. ESPN, late night, professional pillow fighting, weighted pillows swinging.
Could wind up being a Oscar-nominated movie at some point.
Could be 2027's version of pickleball. You don't know.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mike check. It's time to move off LeBron at some point in the next calendar year. And LeBron's never been loyal to teams. This is not a Derek Jeter situation. You know, this is not Magic or Kobe. LeBron's easier to move off. It's been a mutually beneficial relationship. His net worth has almost doubled since he came to L.A. He came to L.A. for basketball, 60%, and business, 40%. I mean, he kept the thing, by about year 2. His net worth is almost doubled. Net worth. He's expensive. He's not always available. He's not the player he once was. Lakers are so bad defensively, and statistically, they're worse when he's on the floor. So I've said it forever. There's a little LeBron fatigue around the league. I get it. But this new ownership group, they have no loyalty to it.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. One more Dan Patrick.
That sounds like he might be touchable.
One more Colin Cowherd.
Be honest about it.
How about some more Covino and Rich?
Fox Sports Radio Nation, your thoughts?
The most inclusive show on Fox Sports Radio.
More Fox Sports Radio?
Any way you want this, I can make it happen.
Then it's yours. All of it.
We love it!
Download the iHeartRadio app and indulge while you do things.
Do it.
That's a good thing.
This is Fox Sports Radio. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check 'em
FS1. FS1.
This is taken over the entire second half of this game. First half was fine, played in, I guess, darn near perfect conditions for late January in Denver.
Yep.
But now a snowstorm has hit. I don't know if you'd want to call it a blizzard, but for as quickly as this field is covered up, it is snowing hard in Denver. And the Broncos now a 3rd and 12 on the New England 35-yard line. Such an interesting play call situation here because you can't think that a 52-yard field goal is makeable in these conditions.
No. It is a blizzard, Dan. It's not DQ. It's not Dairy Queen. But Jarrett Stidham, obviously, you talked about it earlier, where he's going to have to use his legs. They called a screen pass here. It was covered, so he was able to make a play here to get them a little bit closer for a field goal attempt. But as we saw in that punt, it's going to be tough sledding.
You're gonna the plant foot and Denver was set up with great field position because New England's punt ended up only going netting them about 25 yards, 30 yards on the punt as it was kind of shanked out of bounds. So now Will Lutz is on the field to attempt a 45-yard field goal, and this is tough sledding. I mean, it is, and it was long enough, but it is no good. It actually had a bit of a chance, but Will Lutz now has missed his second field goal of the game. Kerry probably wonders if he should have been 1 for 3, right? That would have tied it for Denver. So not only does Denver miss out on the points, they give New England at least respectable field position, where on the previous possession, Ramondre Stevenson lost his footing about to get a handoff, and it was almost a disaster for New England. If they would have turned the ball over and the Broncos recovered, it would have been Denver football inside the 5-yard line.
Dan, he didn't even miss that one, Dan. It got blocked.
Deflected off of a hand, and that's what sent it. So it was a clean kick. What's crazy about that is New England didn't even pressure much. You didn't even see a full-on block in that scenario. They only sent a couple of guys, and wow, you are right, Kerry, deflected. So now it's 1st and 10 for New England at their own 35-yard line. There's 4:42 left to go.
Oof.
The Broncos only have 2 timeouts. 2 first downs here, Kerry, would seal the deal for the Patriots, because I don't think Denver, if they got the football back, would be able to score in 2 minutes, even if they got it at a 2-minute warning situation.
Yeah, 2 first downs here would definitely put this game on ice. But, man, it is tough out there. Like you said, I mean, it wasn't even an all-out pressure by New England. The kick had to be low for him to drive it through these conditions, and all you got to do is get a hand up sometimes, and that's what happened on that play.
So New England now facing a 2nd and 8 from the 38-yard line. We will tell you what transpires in that game as the Patriots and Broncos are going down to the wire. We do have Brianna Muro at the news desk, and since Monty is not in today, Monty Bolaños celebrating her birthday today, so a very happy birthday to Monty Bolaños. We're bringing in Bree's own segment. She likes to call it Breeze 3.
Don't I sound better?
Not 1, not 2, but 3.
Amazing.
It's sports. It's entertainment. It's good.
We're not worthy.
It's Breeze 3.
All right, Bree, as the Patriots face a 3rd down and 9, clock still ticking in Denver, 3:30. What's Breeze 3 all about?
Alrighty, just like you mentioned before we had hit the break, it was the 20-year anniversary of Kobe Bryant's 81-point game against the Raptors, and it got me thinking of like historical moments that we've all kind of like witnessed and our favorite, right? So I'm not a Lakers fan, but Kobe's retirement in 2016 against the Jazz, that game was very memorable for me. So that's my first one. I'm a Saints fan, so Drew Brees breaking the all-time NFL passing record against the Washington, the other name I don't want to say. In 2018, he threw that pass to Traquan Smith. Very, very memorable for me, very emotional. And in 2006, also, I'm a Saints fan, so Steve Gleason, the blocked punt against the Falcons on Monday night. And that whole thing with Hurricane Katrina, it was a very moving, emotional moment. So those are my 3. And Dan, I'll actually throw it over to you.
All right, and I can tell you that New England didn't do anything on the 3rd down, so they're going to punt it back to Denver. So the Broncos will have the football. They called the timeout, 3:30 left to go. Denver will have the football down 3. I gave you my first Super Bowl memory. The first Super Bowl that I remember happening was Bengals 49ers in Detroit. This was Super Bowl 16. That's the first, I don't remember Super Bowl 15 between the Eagles and Raiders, but my first Super Bowl memory was Bengals 49ers. It's funny you mentioned Kobe's 81 because on that day, the Seahawks advanced to their first Super Bowl. That was the big story of the day until Kobe had 81 later on that night against the Raptors. But the Seahawks beat the Panthers to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC Championship. My all-time favorite memory, my one of one, when Ohio State won their first national championship as the underdog, beating the Miami Hurricanes to claim the 2002 college football title. Those are my three.
Man, my three, I like those, Dan. My three, I mean, number one for me was that lasting image. It was 2006 first. He failed. He came back 2011 season and toppled the king. It was Dirk running off the court a little bit before the game ended in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. I mean, he was super emotional. Everybody said he wouldn't get back to that point and have a chance to win another championship. He took a team of older guys, veteran guys that had success in the league, but it was kind of counted out and beat Miami's Big Three. That was my number one moment for me so far. And then number two would be a guy coming off hiatus for a year and a half, and in his fifth game in Madison Square Garden, putting up 55 against the Knicks, and that would be Michael Jordan returning for the Bulls, wearing number 45 to beat New York and score 55 points, and that was a huge one for me as well. And the third one, a little bit of a homer situation, obviously, but it was his kid. It was his kid that got drafted in 2005. He played safety. He came in the fourth-round pick. Didn't know if he's going to start. Ended up starting his first game as an NFL player in Kansas City against the Chiefs. My first moment. That was me, Kerry Rhodes, playing my first game in Kansas City.
That's a great way to end it. I know we had Chris and Shay, but I do have to tell everybody that the Patriots punted it back to Denver. Broncos have it now 2nd and 9 at their own 33, getting just a yard on the previous play. Denver, they're going to have to get in the field goal range, and it's going to be difficult with just one timeout. Field covered entirely with snow, with the football at their own 33-yard line, with the Patriots up 10-7 on Denver in the fourth quarter of this AFC Championship game. And now Jarrett Stidham has just thrown an interception to Christian Gonzalez. The Patriots so close to Super Bowl 60. We'll tell you if they wrap it up next. He's Kerry. I'm Dan. It's End Zone Radio on Fox.
Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it. Pay attention! Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. Two Pros and a Cup of Joe, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, wow, Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington, The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, and The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken. Wow. You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
I like the morning show.
They're really funny in the morning.
This is the show that has two pros and a cup of Joe.
Who is Joe?
LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox.
All right, so here's my question about the Jesse Minter hire with the Ravens. Because Steve Bisciotti sat up there and said, hey, if Lamar Jackson wants to be involved with this whole hiring process, he's going to get his ass up from Florida and be a part of this whole thing. And I'm looking at the hire of Jesse Minter, and I'm thinking, I'll bet Lamar never got on the plane. I'll bet he never even showed up, because it feels like listen, he spent a couple of years with Harbaugh at the NFL level, at the college level. He spent time with the Ravens organization. It just feels like, oh, well, we know him better than the other guys, so we'll just bring him back because he's familiar with how we operate around here.
You're not wrong. He
he might have been consulted on all this, but I don't believe, based on recent footage, he was deeply involved in these head coaching interviews. But my big question is, okay, so you got your guy to help the defense improve. Who's the OC? Like, and I don't mean that in like a derogatory manner about any defensive-minded head coach, but the reality is, it's the same thing if you hire a defensive-minded head coach in Buffalo. Who's the OC?
It could be a great hire. He is, to me, an obscure, unknown entity. So I can't really judge him one way or the other. I would say the biggest question here is, what group of people went into the selection of him being the head coach? I don't think this is an indictment on him.
To get the rest of LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox, podcast by searching Two Pros and a Cup of Joe. Listen to Two Pros and a Cup of Joe weekdays from 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Right now,
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
I'm still surprised that the owner, Terry Pegula, said that it was his decision to bring in a new coach based on the results of the game in Denver. Josh Allen deserves the blame, at least in this game. Josh Allen plays like Josh Allen. We're not having this discussion. The owner did say, he was asked about, what if you won that game? And he said, well, I don't deal in hypotheticals, which is interesting. Who put the roster together? They had a lot of injuries. Everybody has injuries. I mean, it just felt like it was a blame game, and they weren't really blaming the right people here. All of a sudden, this isn't a desirable job. I mean, it just, like, that would scare me. Now,
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. They do sports.
He like football.
They do life. But mostly, they do themselves.
Podcast and radio, no one's got anything to talk about, but I do.
Steve Cavino.
There's a spring in my step and a nickel in my pocket.
Rich Davis.
Fred Savage, Ben Savage,
And Macho Man Randy Savage.
Your afternoon pick-me-up.
It's not a show, it's a lifestyle.
It's Cavino and Rich. Weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
And here's what you need to know.
New England Patriots might be cruising to victory. Drake May on a keeper for 3rd and 6 with a minute 50 to go, and they just picked up the first down. A minute 50 to go. Broncos out of timeouts, 10-7. The current score looks like the Patriots will be moving on to their first Super Bowl in a long 5 years, maybe? It's been a long time for them. They haven't had their fans out there. NBA scoreboard right now. Pistons cruise to a victory over the Kings, 139-116. Cade Cunningham with 29 points, 11 assists in the game. Warriors and Timberwolves currently in action, 21-15. Warriors on top. Nuggets and Grizzlies have been postponed due to Winter Storm Firm. Stay safe out there. I'm Chris Perfett.
Play clock starting.
The second half is going down.
Yeah!
And you're locked into Fox Sports End Zone Radio.
Right up the gut and into the end zone.
Every stadium.
To the end zone.
Every score.
He's gone, baby.
Every turnover.
It's intercepted. He's going to the house.
Every touchdown.
To the goal line. Touchdown.
Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Dan Beyer and former All-Pro NFL safety Kerry Rhodes.
You probably could hear the sarcasm in the voice of Chris Perfett at the news desk as Drake May scrambled for a third down, or on a third down for a first down, and the Patriots are now taking a knee as they are watching the clock tick down on their way to Super Bowl 60, and it would be their first Super Bowl appearance since Super Bowl 53 when the Patriots beat the Rams in Atlanta. Will we see a Super Bowl rematch? Or will we see a Super Bowl rematch of Super Bowl 49 with the Patriots and Seahawks? That will be determined later on today. Welcome in. He is Kerry Rhodes. I'm Dan Byer. Today's show brought to you by Dude Wipes. Have you ever wiped with a piece of dry toilet paper and wondered, is this as good as it gets? I'm telling you, it's not. Switch to life-changing, wet, extra-large flushable Dude Wipes because wetter just cleans better. Available at Amazon and at major retailers nationwide. Dude Wipes, best clean, pants down. It was Jarrett Stidham's interception by Christian Gonzalez that allowed the Patriots to work on this clock and ultimately milk it down where they will take one more knee, and then they will be AFC champions heading to Super Bowl 60 in 2 weeks in Santa Clara. And, Kerry, I don't blame Stidham on the past. The Denver Broncos were going to need a chunk play at some point. Doing it early rather than later at least maybe gave them another life if it ended up being a scenario where it was intercepted. But ultimately, New England ends up winning the game 10-7, and Denver's going to think of how many opportunities they had in this contest.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is going to be wondering what if, but the Patriots advanced to their 12th Super Bowl by beating the Broncos 10-7.
What a great season by New England. I mean, obviously, I don't think a lot of people picked them to be second in the AFC as far as their rankings were going into the season. You know, I told you that I thought that they would make the playoffs and definitely take a leap. But to say they were going to be in the championship game, in the Super Bowl, nobody would have expected that. Drake May has been awesome this year. And let's talk about Vrabel. Vrabel did such a remarkable job with this team and obviously had a lot of values, great values as a head coach. We saw him have success in Tennessee. And then he takes a year off, comes back to New England where he played and now has that team in the championship, Dan. And, I mean, obviously you talk about Denver here. So many opportunities. In this game alone, obviously Bo Nix would have been better in these conditions because of what we talked about earlier, being able to extend plays with his feet and make plays on the ground. But they didn't have that, and, you know, you got to play with the cards you're dealt. And so you just got to give a lot of credit to New England here.
There's going to be a lot of talk about that fourth down play in the first half. And I actually, Kerry, not to bring it up again, but I think that there's reason to be critical of Sean Payton, but I don't think that that's the spot to do it. And the reason being is, as the second half has transpired and how the game ended up playing out, in Denver having two missed kicks, one from 54 yards out, another one from about 45, 46 yards out that, you know, Kerry pointed out was deflected by a New England player along the defensive line. An outstretched hand just was able to guide the ball, and it ended up putting it on a trajectory that was outside of the uprights, and New England was able to hold on to their 3-point lead. As we look back in hindsight, if they make it a 10, I don't know if Denver's going to have another opportunity. But now it goes to the point why I thought they should have gone is, you're not sure on how many opportunities you're going to have in that situation. And I guess we both can make the same argument, but I think that's why they went for it. Because guess what? If they're up 2 scores, and let's say this weather does come in like it did in the second half, like Denver is in a prime spot with a backup quarterback to be up 2 touchdowns. And I don't think that the field goal in that situation was going to make or break, and we can say now that they lost by 3, but Denver would have had to score at least again in this game at some point, and it seemed that New England had more of an opportunity to score than Denver once the conditions turned bad. So there was no guarantee they were going to win the game if they kicked the field goal and made it in that scenario. I think that's why Sean Payton went, and I actually think the way that this game played out should vindicate him for at least trying to go for it on 4th and 1.
Yeah, Sean Payton would never be vindicated in my mind, Dan. You know that. He's This is who he is anyway. So it's not like there's a deviation from his game plan of who he is. It's not like he stepped into this game and went for it on 4th down and that was an unusual thing. So for him, he's going to stand by that. That's not – and again, you can criticize all you want. And I'm not only criticizing that play. It's because obviously a lot of people will. But, I mean, that's who he is anyway. And I've told you throughout the season, just in random regular season games, he does it and puts his team behind the 8 ball. So, I mean, it's just kind of status quo with him for me in this situation. But in these games, like, points are so hard to come by. You got 2 defenses that are coming in playing really well. You got a chance to come up and be up by 2 scores with the way your defense play and the way their defense plays. So that means you might not get a lot more opportunities either. You got to back up guys. So when the points present themselves, that's just why. I mean, that's my old mindset. Like, you got to take those points.
Would you agree with me though? And I'm not even asking for an olive branch. If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's not the most important play of the game. The most important play of the game was Jarrett Stidham's incomplete pass that was ruled a fumble.
Yes, 1,000%.
And ultimately, when we look back at this game, because that's a scenario where Stidham, who's trying to make sure that he doesn't do the worst thing in the world, does the worst thing in the world.
Yes.
And even when you're thinking to yourself, okay, I can get this pass off, and it's incomplete. We don't lose this yardage because I've already backpedaled. I've already lost us, 15 yards in trying to to evade the sack. He's thinking, oh my gosh, I've put us in worst case scenario. No, worst case scenario is turning it over.
Yes.
And that's what he did in that scenario. And him just letting go of the football brought in the opportunity for the officials to either call it a fumble or not call it a fumble, or in this case, they're saying it was a fumble as it was a backwards pass. And as it first appeared on the play in the first half, I didn't think it was a backwards pass. The officials ruled it intentional grounding because they thought it was a forwards pass. When they went back, looked on the replay, or at least had the discussion, because that was the rule, or that was the message that the officials gave us. Alex Kemp was the official, saying that after conversation, the officials are ruling it a backwards pass and then a fumble, then ultimately upheld by replay because it was a turnover. But that's the play. You couldn't give New England the football inside the red zone in a game where Denver's defense was dominating early. At some point, New England was going to do something. You didn't need to do them any favors, and Denver and Stidham did at that point. That's the most important play by far of this AFC Championship game.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. I mean, even with all that being said in the field goal, not taking the points, obviously, if you look at it right now, 10-7, you take the points. But that was a play that gave New England their only touchdown in this game. And we talk about Denver's defense. They did all they could. You give New England and Drake May the ball in the red zone, the high probability they're going to get one touchdown. So that was the difference for sure.
I just think that Peyton, rightly or wrongly, will be the easy target with that. And maybe he didn't do a good enough job coaching it into Jarrett Stidham's head. Like that would be the fault, and that would be the responsibility you'd have to take as a head coach to just don't do anything stupid or silly with the football. The interception that he had at the end of the game, they're just trying to throw it up for a big play because there was no way they were going to drive down the field. Underthrew Marvin Mims on that play, and Christian Gonzalez had an easy interception. That is completely understandable. There's just no way to explain away, because it's such a momentum shift. And it gave, like, when New England stopped Denver on the 4th and 1, again, now New England's on their own 14, 15-yard line. They punted it back to Denver. Denver got the stop. That New England didn't go down and score. New England didn't have half of a field because of the call that Peyton made in that scenario. They got the stop. It was then on that next possession that Stidham ends up turning it over that allows New England to get in the game. And credit to New England for having the 9-minute drive out of the locker room. And all of a sudden you kick the field goal. I mean, they had a first and goal at the 7, had it second and goal from the 3-yard line. They maybe could have cashed it in, didn't settle for the 3, and that ultimately was the difference. But when you're talking about a game that has just got such high stakes, there are always certain plays, a handful of plays that will decide the game. Talk about the field goal all you want. Talk about the I mentioned earlier in the game this spot on the Drake May fumble, the spot on the Drake May 4th down run that allowed them to kick that field goal. That's going to be another one that's talked about quite a bit on why that was actually ruled the first down when he didn't appear to get it. I think Denver's going to be talking about that one for a while, but ultimately it's Jarrett Stidham not turning the football over, because if you don't turn the football over there, I think your defense has a good chance to hold New England to maybe 3 instead of giving them 7 points in that possession.
Yeah, and all the things you just said, Dan, is so true, because we talked about it. Everything matters in this point, right? You don't want to be the guy or the team or the coach or the player that, makes the game-breaking mistake in these games. And so Stidham, I thought he played admirable. I thought he was decent, but you cannot give that turnover up trying to not give a turnover up. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like, just take the sack, man. You guys are playing well. Punt the ball back. Defense has been, stout and not giving up any yards, any plays. And it's hard because, he's just trying to avoid the disastrous play, but end up making the disastrous play. So sucks for him because he started out really well.
Throwing the football away seems like it's the smart play.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And in that situation with the pressure that you're getting, it was a risky play.
Yep.
And it was a play, and it was risky, Kerry, when you think about the stakes of it. Like sometimes we'll get a guy drop back to pass, he won't leave the pocket, and he'll just sail one out of bounds, and nobody will be there. That's a boneheaded play. This isn't boneheaded. This is a guy who's in that spot that hasn't been there a lot, thinking what he is doing is limiting the damage. He is thinking that his action of trying to just get rid of the football is going to save the Broncos the 15 yards that in his mind at that point they couldn't afford to lose because of his own mistake of running backwards. Instead of maybe just turtling and taking a sack and taking 8 yards and punting it away, which is probably the best play, he's thinking he's making a play and he's going to be doing something good, and then it ends up like it's crazy. I thought it was a forward pass.
So did I.
I did.
Yep.
And I haven't seen – I've seen a couple of views on it. Now, I'm not saying that the officials got it wrong because they obviously had to review it, and they've gotten reviews wrong before. But I was just surprised at the process that it took, that it was called an incomplete pass, intentional grounding on the field, and then after a conversation, it was ruled as a backwards pass. And we never got a great look at it, just like we never got a great explanation on the 4th and 1 that would have kept New England off of the scoreboard with the 3 points. That's why that stop was so crucial, because it was a 7-7 ball game. And if they stopped Drake May on that tush-push sort of play, Denver's just back to getting the football now in an even-Steven game, and everything is up for grabs instead of New England taking that ultimate lead.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That one right there, I mean, I looked at it live and thought it was short, obviously as well. And I think the important thing to note here is they called it a first down on the field, so trying to overturn it, you probably wouldn't be able to do that. So I think that's the part that comes into play here as well, because if they call it short, we probably have a different discussion right now, because I don't think you could overturn it either way.
There's got to be a better way, right? Like this is the, I mean, you know, I'm in trying to like figure out forward progress, because wasn't there a situation earlier this year in an Eagles game where Jalen Hurts' forward progress was deemed not done, and then he ends up getting more yardage after the fact. Like there's a massive humanity, and there is no way that I think an official on the field has a better look than a camera that is completely overhead. And I know it's inconclusive, Kerry, so the spot on the field has to stay.
Yep.
It has to remain. But I'm sitting here watching this, and I just brought it up on my computer. And if you're driving, please don't look it up on your phone. Just keep the two hands on the wheel. But when you watch this play and you watch this